While being excited to fight the giant, Rem thinks, how delightful. This feeling is just like the first time he stood on the battlefield. Rem was never the type with the heart of a beast, but even so, he never so much as blinked when axes flew at him, and yet he still made the effort to learn and train in the heart of a beast technique because it's more useful than it looks. His heart beats faster than usual, sending blood coursing through his body. While the giant keeps killing in panic, the soldiers ask why isn't there any retreat order. We see Rem running towards the giant, axes in both hands. The giant swings its club. When the soldiers think they are about to die, Rem appears before them and stops the giant's club. Rem gets pushed back. At that moment, Rem's blood vessels expand, muscles swell, shifting their density. The ritual technique starts from Rem's heart and powers his whole body. Rem starts pushing the giant back. He says, "This is what's called the heart of brute strength." Rem keeps laughing like a madman while fighting the giant. While pushing back the giant, one of Rem's axes gets broken. Between Rem and the giant's clash, a huge shockwave appears. With one axe, Rem again charges towards the giant. While calling Rem a bug and swinging its club, the giant tells Rem to get away. Rem easily avoids the giant's club and climbs onto the giant. He lodged his axe into the giant's head. The giant screams in pain, scuffs off Rem from its back. This time, Rem's other axe breaks too. Feeling disappointed, Rem says their weapons are all so weak. Suddenly, someone throws a spear, and Rem catches it. Rem looks back and sees the soldier who threw the spear telling Rem to win. While being satisfied, Rem calls them bastards and says at least they can read the situation a little. With the spear in hand, Rem again charges towards the giant. Referring to Rem as the madman, the soldier tells the other soldier to help him and to keep the weapons coming. The soldiers keep throwing their spears, and Rem keeps stabbing the giant with the spears. Seeing that, Enkrid gets surprised and thinks Rem is fighting with strength equal to the giant, maybe even with more than that. That strength no normal human could ever have. Thinking is that what Enkrid will learn next, he gets all excited. Ragna tells Enkrid to wrap up the sightseeing here. Rem and the soldiers are just messing around now. Kryze says on the left is the company commander, and Rem will deal with the giant. If they just deal with the right side, then they can completely overturn Aspen's numbers. Enkrid agrees with Kryze. While moving, Enkrid says if they can't see the others, that means the rest of the platoon must have already gone off to fight. Enkrid asks Ragna what will he do. Addressing Enkrid as captain, Ragna says he will go with him, and only watching is boring. Enkrid thinks now's not the time to feel excitement for any new skills. The priority is to lead this battle to victory. One of the soldiers gets injured on the battlefield. Addressing the injured soldier as lieutenant, one of the soldiers says because of him the lieutenant got injured. We see a man in a hood. The injured lieutenant tells the other soldier to shut up and to fall back. Seeing this, with a disgusting laugh, the man in the hood says, "How touching." While charging with his sword towards the injured lieutenant, the hooded man asks him how long does he think he can last. While the hooded man's sword is about to reach the injured lieutenant, Enkrid appears and deflects the hooded man's sword. Addressing the injured lieutenant as Venzins, Enkrid says he looks awful. Venzins tells Enkrid to shut it and says this is an honorable wound from saving his man. The hooded man recognizes Enkrid. He removes his hood. We see a surprised look on Enkrid's face. The hooded man tells Enkrid it's been a long time. Addressing Enkrid as Ensi, the hooded man asks Enkrid he didn't forget his old friend's name, did he? Enkrid's mind goes back to his mercenary days. Enkrid thinks back then he had to bow to that piece of trash, whether Enkrid liked it or not. If it were those days, Enkrid couldn't have even argued when he called them friends. But not anymore. Rather than someone who deceives and kills his own comrades, Enkrid would call someone who risks death to save them a true friend. Enkrid tells the hooded man he remembers his name. With an angry expression, Enkrid says, his name was Mfr, wasn't it? Hearing this, the hooded man gets angry and surprised. Enkrid says it's his mistake, but MFR was just a nickname. His real name was Subhuman Fuck. Pulling out his sword, Enkrid charges toward the hooded man. Calling Enkrid weak little maggot, the hooded man also charges towards Enkrid. He says Enkrid is acting all cocky. When their swords clash, Enkrid easily stops it and says there's something he forgot to give the hooded man when they parted. Enkrid easily subdues the hooded man and removes the sword from his hand. Seeing Enkrid so strong, the hooded man gets really surprised. Determined, Enkrid says this is revenge for his friends. For more, please subscribe and stay tuned. The hooded man questions revenge. With a disgusting smile, he says he was wondering how a trash like Enkrid managed to survive. So it was for revenge. Cries comes running, asking the captain if he is going to fight again. Referring to Enkrid, one of the enemy soldiers says, "That guy's going to die," referring to the hooded man as the commander. The enemy soldier says he is someone none of them could beat even if they all rushed him. He is not someone a mere soldier can handle. Looking at the enemy soldiers, Ragna thinks, those weapons and stance, they are soaked in killing intent. Enkrid's skills were forged entirely through real combat, but the enemy soldiers trained only in swordsmanship meant to enjoy killing. The hooded man tells Enkrid, while he lived clinging to revenge, he kept moving forward. He says if he wins this fight, he is promised nobility in Aspen. He will climb to a place so high Enkrid won't even be able to touch a hair on him. Enkrid stays silent for a moment and then says, "Is that so?" Seeing Enkrid's indifferent attitude, the hooded man grits his teeth in anger. In anger, he charges toward Enkrid, saying, "Those goddamn annoying eyes. I've hated them since the start." Enkrid easily avoids the hooded man's attack. He wonders, a sharp, curved sword like an awl, is that an Eastern-style technique? Enkrid gets into position with his sword to attack. His mind goes to the past, when the hooded man speared Enkrid and said even if he lived, he would never accomplish anything. The hooded man keeps charging towards Enkrid. Enkrid thinks back to the past, when the hooded man killed his comrades, he called them filthy, weak bugs. Addressing Enkrid as Enki, the hooded man screams, saying this time he will kill Enkrid. We see the hooded man's sword turn into multiple swords. Seeing that, Cries thinks he can't read that sword's path. He tries to warn Enkrid, but Enkrid stays in his position and focuses. Enkrid thinks he already learned how to deal with sword energy techniques from Ragna. He just has to stay steady and use his sword. Enkrid charges forward with his sword. Ragna says no matter how strong the hooded man becomes with a killing sword, if he strays from the right path, his limits are clear, and the captain knows that. Enkrid stabs his sword into the hooded man's guts. We see the hooded man coughing blood. Enkrid says he will correct the hooded man's misunderstanding, he is not worth being the goal of anyone's life. Enkrid cuts deeper into the hooded man. When Enkrid removes his sword, the hooded man starts bleeding. Enkrid thinks he is no longer the man who just watched his comrades die. Looking at the dying hooded man, Enkrid says he is no longer Enkrid's nightmare. While relieved, Enkrid looks at the sky and remembers his comrades. He thinks he can't hear an answer from the dead, but he hopes this repays the heart of the friend who cared for him. While dragging his sword in the mud, Ragna unsheathes his sword. In that case, he will stretch out a bit too. One of the enemy soldiers calls Ragna a small fry and mockingly asks if he is going to fight them alone. Ragna charges forward with his sword and immediately cuts the soldier in half. Seeing this, the other soldiers get terrified. In an indifferent manner, Ragna asks, "What did he just say?" We see a confused Cries think, asking the question after cutting the head off won't do anything. In anger, the enemy soldiers charge toward Ragna. Without any effort, Ragna cuts the first soldier's head and stabs another soldier's head, and then stabs another soldier's neck. Seeing Ragna, Enkrid thinks, with just a few steps, he instantly moves into a superior position and ends it with a clean, efficient strike. Even now, it hits Enkrid again just how strong his squad members really are. All of the soldiers charge toward all at once. Ragna tells Enkrid to watch closely, because this is the path he must walk. Enkrid focuses on Ragna. Ragna gives the enemy an intense look and then gets into a stance. The enemy soldiers keep charging toward Ragna. Ragna takes a deep breath, and then, with a single strike, he kills all the enemy soldiers. Seeing that, Enkrid gets surprised and thinks, just for a moment, it felt like a wall appeared. An overwhelming and flawless sword. Ragna says the move he just used, he thought of a name for it. He will call it, Severance. First, Enkrid doesn't understand, and then he asks Ragna, is that the best name you could come up with? The scene shifts to the battlefield, where the Aspen troops are brimming with confidence, saying the giant is on their side and they will easily kill all the other soldiers. We see Enkrid's side soldiers are afraid. Suddenly, the priest of Enkrid's squad appears behind the enemy soldiers. With one strike, he scatters the enemy soldiers. Seeing all their weapons break, the Aspen soldiers get surprised and terrified at the same time. Seeing the big priest, the Aspen soldiers ask, why does Norelia have a giant too? For more please subscribe and stay tuned. Hearing the Aspen soldiers calling Auden a giant, addressing them as brother, Auden asks them what do they mean. He is just the size of an ordinary human. In panic, one of the soldiers tells Auden not to lie. He is huge, ridiculously huge. Auden tells the Aspen soldiers he will give them time to leave. Hearing this, the soldiers get surprised. While advancing towards the soldiers, Auden starts counting down from 5. While preparing his club, Auden counts 4. One of the Aspen soldiers screams and asks the other soldiers what are they doing. If their spears aren't broken, they should hold the line. He orders the soldiers to kill Auden. All the soldiers encircle Auden with their spears, and Auden counts 3. Then 2 and 1. Then he charges forward, all the Aspen soldiers get scattered. Auden says today he will answer the call with his whole body. Auden prays to the Lord he will send him those who remain by his side. While being scared and in panic, the soldiers call Auden a monster. They want to run, but they decide they need to kill Auden now. Auden again swings his clubs at the Aspen soldiers. In a terrifying manner, Auden screams, addressing Aspen soldiers as brothers, he invites them to come into the arms of the Lord. The scene shifts to the other side of the battlefield where the fairy commander is. Fairies, traditionally, they lived together in clans inside their closed forests. But they too changed with the times. Seeing the fairy commander, one of the Aspen soldiers says so there were more of them. Some fairies traded their years for krona by either becoming mercenaries or by enlisting in the army. The Aspen fairy soldier tells the fairy commander if she runs now, he won't hunt her down. While unsheathing her sword, the fairy commander says she should be the one saying that. The Aspen fairy soldier says her leaf blade, nadir, and his needle blade needle. He wonders which one is stronger. A brief moment of stillness appears. Then they charge towards each other. Their blades clash. But the fairy commander easily gets the upper hand and appears behind him and says among fairy weapons none is better than another. It's all up to the wielder's skill. Their blades clash again. Suddenly, he grabs her by the shoulder and screams saying now's their chance. He tells everyone to jump in. But then all the other fairy soldiers get killed before he could understand what's happening. Jackson kills them all swiftly. Seeing this, the Aspen fairy soldier gets surprised. The fairy commander asks him so the plan was to distract her with someone of her own race and finish her off in a coordinated attack. She tells him it's not a bad plan. Then she plunges her blade into his neck. The fairy commander asks Jackson is he fine with leaving his squad leader behind. Jackson says if the squad leader was the type to die in a place like this, he would have died long ago. She asks Jackson he really trusts his squad leader, doesn't he? Hearing this, Jackson stays silent. While leaving, Jackson says the tides are turning. The fairy commander says unlike the old battalion commander who was like a sprouting potato, Marcus is a commander who actually knows how to fight. He won't miss this chance. Commander Marcus orders the Turtle Heavy Infantry to advance. By the order, the Turtle Heavy Infantry starts advancing. Seeing them, the Aspen soldiers panic and say if they get swept by the heavy infantry, they will be crushed to a pulp. One of the Aspen soldiers orders for retreat. While chasing the Aspen soldiers, Andrew says he won't let them escape. Seeing Andrew, the soldiers murmur, "Isn't he from the last battlefield? That's never done it, Madman Andrew." Another one of them says if he doesn't want his head to end up like a ghoul's, then he should run. While charging towards the Aspen soldiers, Andrew screams saying he will kill them all. He calls them useless trash whose dicks aren't even fully developed. Seeing Andrew's behavior, Mac can't believe he can see Rem in Andrew right now. He thinks Andrew's been influenced and he took after the wrong madman. From the narrator's perspective, they say the spring wind carries magic. Right now, it's blowing through this battlefield as well. A spring wind that leads the way for new beginnings. While chasing the Aspen soldiers, Commander Marcus says the enemy commanders are fleeing. He orders the border guards to finish off the commanders. Marcus thinks they broke through the dagger the enemy prepared and completely turned the tide of battle. That crazed squad did it all on their own. Kryze thinks if it were the old madmen, they wouldn't have charged in like this. It's all because of the captain. One person's influence dominated the battlefield. The ferry commander says it seems like they are all drunk on the magic of the spring wind. Commander Marcus screams at the soldiers, telling them to raise their voices for the heroes of this battlefield. All the soldiers start cheering, saying "Madman, never done it, Madman, Madman Squad." Hearing this, Kryze says, "Are cheers supposed to be like this? It's kinda weird." "Well, as long as the captain is happy, it's all good." Then Enkrid raises his hands and joins the soldiers in cheering. The enemy commanders start fleeing from the battlefield. One of the commanders thinks of Nair's plan wasn't wrong. He just didn't expect a soldier strong enough to defeat the giant. He wonders there is no way all of this was part of Marcus's scheme. Another of them calls Enkrid a bastard and says he has been interfering since the last battlefield. And in the end, they lost Mitch Hurrier to Enkrid too. At that moment, some swords hit his horse's back. He fails to control his horse and falls on the ground. Seeing this, the other commander tries to help him, but he refuses and tells the other one to keep running because the ones that are chasing them are the Border Defense Force. One of the Border Defense Force's soldiers attacks the Grey Dog Company commander, and he pushes the Grey Dog Company commander on the ground. We are introduced to the Border Defense commander. He tells the Grey Dog commander that they have always been considered evenly matched with the Grey Dogs, but the Grey Dog commander already lost a lot of his strength attacking their rear outpost. The Border Defense Force starts killing the Aspen soldiers mercilessly. Seeing this, the Grey Dog commander thinks too many Grey Dog soldiers died with Mitch Hurrier. They don't have enough power left to stop the Border Defense Force. The other Aspen commander keeps fleeing, but then suddenly Commander Marcus catches up to him and beheads him in a single strike. The Grey Dog commander somehow manages to push off the Border Defense commander and orders all the Grey Dogs to retreat. One of the Border Defense soldiers asks his commander should they pursue the fleeing Grey Dogs. The commander tells him to leave them be. A hound that fails its mission gets abandoned. Now they are just stray dogs without a leash. Enkrid thinks they scored a huge victory over Aspen. But that was just an advanced skirmish for their unit. The real important fight with the main force is still waiting in the tall grass fields. While packing, Kryze tells Enkrid that they will be moving camp starting tomorrow. They will be on standby right near Crossguard, putting pressure on Aspen. Enkrid thinks no drinks or feasts to celebrate the victory, but there was still a reward for the heroes of the day. Rem says thanks to them being decorated heroes, they don't even have to carry their own gear. It's not bad. He boasts, saying all this is thanks to him for slaying the giant. Auden cuts Rem off and says it was his job to clean up the enemy soldiers. The mercenaries, high on bloodlust, if left unchecked, would have been fatal. While irritated, Rem calls the others bastards and asks are they just dying to brag. He tells them not to butt in. Enkrid tells Rem that's enough and if he wants to fight, he should spar with Enkrid instead. Andrew says squad leader never misses an opportunity. Even so, it was a first for him. While excited, he says the thrill, the madness echoing across the battlefield, the rush, it's addicting. Rem tells Andrew if something like this moved him so much, he still has a long way to go. Then Rem calls Andrew never done it madman. Andrew tells Rem to stop teasing him. Hearing that, Rem says so he thinks he is tough enough to talk back now. Suddenly, Enkrid sees Henry sitting outside alone. Enkrid sits beside Henry and says he looks serious and asks what is he thinking about so deeply. He asks him is the widow at the flower shop on his mind. Henry blushes and doesn't say anything. Enkrid thinks from what he heard in the tall grass fields, Henry's dream is to marry the flower shop widow. But as long as he is on the battlefield, that dream won't come true. Enkrid asks Henry is he starting to wish he could go back. Henry says he would be lying if he said he didn't feel that way. But how could he go back alone when everyone else is still fighting? Enkrid thinks Henry's hunting skills have gotten them out of tight spots more than once. Even when they escaped tall grass fields, they made it thanks to his guidance, and at cross guard, he warned them about the viper under the ochre stone, and he is good with a bow too. So he is valuable in battle. Then Enkrid stands up and starts walking while in deep thoughts. He thinks he carries a sword because he has a dream, but Enkrid is sure Henry wants to live his life for his own dreams too. The ferry commander calls Henry, soldier of the 4th Company Independent Squad. He is to be granted a special discharge. He will ride with the wounded in the wagon that's departing soon. Hearing this, all of a sudden, Henry doesn't understand the situation. He asks the ferry commander what does she mean. The ferry commander asks Henry hasn't he heard. It's his squad leader's request. Henry packs up his things. While lying in bed, Rem asks him is he leaving. Auden prays for Henry. Ragna tells Henry he will finally get to sleep in for once after discharge. Lucky him. Cries tells Henry he has had a rough time surrounded by lunatics all this time. Andrew also wishes Henry well. While Henry leaves the tent, he sees Enkrid is waiting for him outside. Seeing Henry, Enkrid thinks unlike Andrew and Mac who fit in well with the squad, Henry always felt out of place. It was even worse since he is not really suited for the battlefield in the first place. Enkrid hopes Henry will succeed in his confession. Henry wholeheartedly thanks Enkrid. Enkrid watches Henry leaving. The ferry commander approaches Enkrid and asks him did he give Henry a good send-off. Enkrid says it's thanks to her, and he thanks her for accepting his request. The ferry commander, mocking, says since it was a favor from her fiancé, it was the least she could do. She playfully asks Enkrid when should they have their engagement ceremony. Enkrid says let's go with 10 years for now. The ferry commander says 10 years isn't bad, but she prefers her partner young, not old. Enkrid, with a straight face, says if it's about preferences, fairies have never really been his type. That catches the ferry commander off guard. She asks Enkrid doesn't he think he is hurting her feelings by saying that. Enkrid asks her but she is not actually hurt, is she? The ferry commander ignores Enkrid's remarks and tells him to come with her before he returns. The battalion commander wants to see him. Enkrid approaches the battalion commander. He remembers Cries said he should keep in mind beforehand that returning alive from the cross-guard infiltration mission and holding off the Greyhound unit at the rear base and even in this battlefield, since he has achieved so much, the battalion commander might soon try to scout him. Enkrid stands at attention behind the battalion commander. While drinking tea, Commander asks Enkrid does he like tea and would he like a cup as well. Enkrid says he is fine. Commander Marcus tells Enkrid he must have been busy since morning with the camp relocation, he assumes he didn't cause any discomfort for Enkrid. Enkrid says it's fine. He was free, thanks to having no luggage to pack. Marcus says he didn't know Enkrid was capable of flattery too. Enkrid politely says he only stated the truth. Marcus says it's good, and it's true that Enkrid has achieved remarkable merit. The ferry commander thinks calling even Enkrid's direct superior the ferry company commander and making a scouting offer, that's a declaration to let him completely transfer without any noise. Marcus tells Enkrid, seeing how calm he is, it seems he expected Commander Marcus would want him. Enkrid replies positively. Then Marcus asks for Enkrid's answer. With stern voice, Enkrid refuses. Commander Marcus says he heard that Enkrid already refused other commanders' offers before, and Marcus was well aware of that. But Enkrid should know the battalion commander's offer carries different weight, shouldn't he? Enkrid tells the battalion commander he has a dream, he will become a knight. Hearing Enkrid's answer, the battalion commander gets really surprised. He thinks a human with a dream truly shines that brightly, he too once had such dreams. The days he trained to become a sword for the royal family. But as time passed, he gradually compromised with reality. Now it has become a dull life of simply settling in the present. A stagnant heart that forgets its dream only becomes a shackle for those moving forward. The battalion commander decides he doesn't have the right to command Enkrid. He then dismisses Enkrid. Commander Marcus asks the ferry commander, does she think Enkrid will really become a knight? The ferry commander replies saying she doesn't know. That is for Enkrid to decide. Commander Marcus says excessive honesty is both the strength and flaw of the ferries. The battalion commander respects Enkrid's dream of becoming a knight. With stern determination, he also decides to move towards something new. Norelia is a centralized state. But power has been usurped by the nobles, and the noble faction has gained dominance. Marcus too belonged to the noble faction, but now, the dream he had forgotten, he wants to recall it again. The relocation that began at dawn only ended around sunset. As they set up camp and reorganize the base again, Rem says it's nice not having chores thanks to the reward, but it's boring. Auden says even in times like this one should train. Muscles only grow when one keeps putting them under strain without rest. Ragna asks Enkrid, is he practicing swordsmanship? If he is going to use dual swords, he needs better balance than before. From afar, Jackson tells Enkrid to focus his senses. The noisier the environment, the sharper one's senses become. Enkrid asks, talking from that far away, does that count as training too? Calling the other squad members worthless bastards, Rem tells them to get lost. He asks Enkrid he remembers, doesn't he, the brute force of Shim? But before he could finish speaking, the ferry commander interrupts him. We see Enkrid's squad in the middle of the other soldiers' work. In anger, the ferry commander says they are interfering with the fortifications and tells them to get out. Then they get thrown out. Calling Auden a lump of meat, Rem tells him he should have curled up tighter. Addressing Rem as brother, Rem says dodging responsibility is quite a skill. Then Rem and Auden start bickering. Seeing them, Mac says they didn't do anything, so why drag them into it? Andrew says he thought only the squad leader could deal with those lunatics. Mac says the commander's impressive too. Cries says Enkrid is just as crazy as the rest are. Andrew asks Mac, isn't that insubordination? Mac says let's not get more involved in the madman's affairs. Cries says looking around, this isn't just a plane. Seems like the enemy's camp used to be here. Then he starts looking around. Enkrid asks him what is he doing. Cries says when soldiers go to war, they usually hide valuables here and there. Whoever finds it gets to keep it. Enkrid asks him how does he know where they hid it. Cries tells Enkrid to just use his head and the answer will come to him. Cries wonders if he were this soldier, where would he hide it? It has to be somewhere recognizable, even if the camp is destroyed, so they can retrieve it. He then questions Enkrid, what does that mean? Enkrid says a spot recognizable at a glance. Cries confirms Enkrid. He tells Enkrid to look at these unique tree roots here. From the traces of the barracks, it seems like a convenient spot to visit before deployment. That makes it the perfect hiding place. Seeing Cries like this, Enkrid thinks this guy's brain really works well. Even on the battlefield, Cries assesses the entire situation. He has mastered predicting what will happen. He says he learned it out of survival instinct. But he is better than most strategists. Still, his dream is just to open a noblewoman's tea shop. Cries then finds a map. He gets really excited and wonders how could such a precious map be here. Rem says now they have to waste time cleaning up after Big Eyes. Enkrid thinks there's still time before night falls, and they will need to kill time until the barracks are all built. Enkrid tells Rem he didn't finish what he was saying earlier. Rem says the heart of brute strength. Just as the name suggests, it grants Rem brute strength beyond human limits. It's a secret art he developed himself. This is a technique that puts the heart under overload. Done wrong, it could kill him. While excited, Enkrid tells him not to worry. Even death won't be able to stop Enkrid. Looking at Enkrid, Rem thinks he is like a beast hunting its prey, one overflowing with greed too. No wonder Rem can't help but look forward to this. Rem and Enkrid put each other's hands on their hearts. Gritting his teeth in excitement, Rem tells Enkrid let's see if he can blow his heart apart and die. Enkrid anticipates it with excitement. Rem says humans already show brute strength in moments of crisis. The heart of brute strength is what lets one draw that out even in normal times. For this, focus and sense are crucial. Enkrid thinks he learned from Auden and Jackson. Thanks to Auden's training, he has got the vessel to endure the strength. He is mostly ready now. Rem says what's left is Beliar, just enough to burst Enkrid's heart without breaking it. Enkrid's heart starts to burst faster. He thinks the explosive beat of the heart is like feeling Rem's heart pounding, passing through Enkrid's fingertips. Enkrid realizes the feeling. Rem tells Enkrid he better go easy, just a quarter of what Rem did. If Enkrid does it wrong, his heart will burst and he will die. Enkrid deeply feels the heartbeats. He tries to burst his heart. Everyone watches in anticipation. Noticing Enkrid's heartbeat, Rem says it looks like his worries were pointless. He asks Enkrid why can't he do a damn thing. Rem says it's just as before. Enkrid suddenly grows like a genius and then hits a wall. In anger, Rem asks Enkrid if he is messing with Rem on purpose. Auden says he can't deny that either. Jackson agrees with Auden. Ragna says the squad leader does have that side to him. Enkrid says controlling the heart in the first place is very difficult. He says he is doing this seriously. Hearing that, Rem makes a very irritated face. Rem tells Enkrid to do it once more. Then the night falls and the next day arrives. In irritation and in anger, Rem asks Enkrid what is he doing. He is actually doing it, right? Rem screams and tells Enkrid to try it now. Like this, another night appears. Rem now seriously loses it and, while screaming, tells Enkrid to now seriously try it. Someone from the tent says he doesn't know what they are doing. He tells them to let him sleep. Being frustrated, Rem leaves Enkrid outside and enters the tent. Cries asks Rem, what about the squad leader? Rem says Enkrid said he is off to swing his sword. Jackson says, at this point isn't it that Rem's technique is useless? Might as well just let Jackson run his training instead. Calling Jackson a bastard, Rem tells him not to talk shit. He should wait his turn quietly. Ragna says if it's not a motivation problem, then it's the teacher's fault. Rem asks Ragna does he want to try. Rem thinks the heart of brute strength was originally their tribe's technique. He changed it as he pleased. At first, the ritual tells one the heart's movement. After that, one is supposed to trigger it by feeling. But no matter how many times Enkrid tries, he just can't get it. Well, even the tribal folks who used rituals, none of them ever mastered it on the first try, and even when they did, most nearly crossed into the afterlife from a misstep. Rem decides not to get impatient. Rem knew this already. Even with the beast's heart, the squad leader took a long time before he mastered it. Enkrid's got plenty of will to learn, so Rem decides he will give him time. If it still doesn't work, then they will give up. But Rem gets impatient again. At night, Enkrid keeps swinging his sword. He thinks back to his training with Rem. He remembers Rem's disappointed look. Rem said to stop here for today. Enkrid is still far from making it work. But Enkrid stops Rem and tells him to keep going. Rem says he gets Enkrid's spirit, but doing more of that doesn't work and it won't help. Enkrid grits his teeth and tells Rem to stimulate his heart more strongly. Hearing that, Rem gets very surprised. He tells Enkrid did he forget, unless he goes gently, his heart will pop and he will die instantly. In anger, Rem asks Enkrid is he telling him to kill Enkrid with his own hands right now. Ignoring Rem's words, Enkrid tells him to just do it. Rem thinks why, even if he goes along with Enkrid's stubbornness, he doesn't expect Enkrid will really master the heart of brute strength. He thinks Enkrid might even die instead. Even if he doesn't die, he will end up half-crippled. And it will be not Rem but Enkrid. Despite all that, Rem doesn't want to refuse Enkrid's order. Rem then presses Enkrid's heart hard. Rem thinks, fine then, the squad leader's a fool. He wonders how far will Enkrid go. Enkrid is pushing himself because he believes in something. Rem stimulates Enkrid's heart harder. Enkrid endures the immense pain without letting out a single sound. Enkrid then smiles and says, yes, this was the right answer. Rem gets surprised hearing that. Enkrid's heart starts breaking. He coughs blood. Seeing that, Rem gets scared. He tries to remove his hand, but Enkrid stops. But immediately the other squad members pull them apart. Ragna calls Rem a lunatic. Auden asks Rem what the hell did he just do. Enkrid stays motionless. Enkrid's eyes start to close and then his heart stops, and Enkrid arrives in the world between life and death. The mysterious entity tells Enkrid he can't understand, this today wasn't a wall. Enkrid says that's for him to decide. The entity asks Enkrid what the hell is he thinking. With confidence, Enkrid says to master the heart of brute strength, he just used the method he was familiar with. The day before the repetition of today began. At night, Enkrid places his hand on his chest and thinks he can feel Rem stimulating his heart. But he can't do it alone at all. Enkrid remembers Rem saying, if it doesn't work, there's no helping it. Enkrid has to know when to accept his limits and give up. Enkrid thinks giving up means settling for the state he is in, and that's the same as dying. Even in the past, when learning skills, unlike the genius squad members, Enkrid had to find his own way. Instead of fear of death, Enkrid learned to raise his focus through fighting a rival, through testing the limits of his endurance and skill. Like single-point focus. Enkrid wonders then, right now, what does the heart of brute strength require? From what does the heart of brute strength begin? He thinks about the countless moments of failure, the endless nights of doubt, the times he had felt truly powerless, and yet, even then, he kept pushing forward, step by step. The scene shifts to the present time, when Rem pushes, stimulating Enkrid's heart hard. When Ragna calls Rem a crazy barbarian, Jackson and Auden are trying desperately to wake Enkrid up, shouting his name and shaking him slightly. The mysterious entity that has been observing quietly asks Enkrid, is this pathetic plan the best he could think of? Just keep blowing his heart apart until he dies? The entity's tone is sharp, almost mocking. Enkrid says the heart of brute strength is the brute force that appears in a crisis, used even in ordinary times. Meaning, if there's a moment of crisis, then activating the heart of brute strength will be easier. The entity tells Enkrid he is not an ordinary madman. It asks Enkrid, does he not think about the agony of dying over and over again? Enkrid says he can endure it. As long as he can take even one step further, he will make the same choice over and over again. He reflects on the nature of endurance, how true strength is not just in survival, but in repeatedly rising even when the body and mind are broken, battered, and exhausted. Another today starts. Rem tells Enkrid, today's a bust. While disappointed, Rem tells Enkrid not to cling to what doesn't work and to wash his feet and sleep. Enkrid thinks this is the 27th today, and he still can't move his heart on his own. The sense of frustration gnaws at him, a familiar, sharp companion. Enkrid stops Rem and tells him, if he stimulates Enkrid's heart harder, it should work. Rem asks Enkrid, does he want Rem to kill him? With a straight face, Enkrid says yes. Rem grits his teeth and then tells Enkrid, even if he is insane, at least be insane with some grace. Rem doesn't like killing his superiors. Hearing Rem say that, Enkrid is shocked and surprised. Enkrid mockingly calls Rem a noble killer, and he didn't think Rem would care about that. Rem says, damn it. Whenever I think Enkrid has forgotten his secrets, he keeps flapping his mouth. At this rate, I will get it ripped open. Then Rem leaves. In surprise, Enkrid wonders why Rem's reaction is different from all the todays until now. He pauses, reflecting on the subtle shifts in behavior, the faint indications of concern hidden beneath Rem's stern exterior. At nighttime, Enkrid thinks even if it's a wall he built himself, he can't cross it. That day repeats again. Even with time left over, Enkrid can just train, so it's not a problem. Enkrid wonders again, but why didn't Rem listen? Enkrid decides he will keep repeating today until he finds it, until he discovers the secret behind the heart of brute strength, and the path becomes clear. He recalls all the moments of pain, the times he doubted himself, and the countless repetitions that have forged both his body and mind into sharper instruments. At the 30th today, Enkrid tells Rem to stimulate his heart harder, but Rem doesn't listen. At the 40th today, Enkrid tells Rem to do it, but Rem doesn't. At the 50th today, Enkrid tells Rem to just do it, but the same thing happens. Like this, the 60th today comes. This time, Enkrid tells Rem to just trust him. That's an order. This time, Rem stays silent and listens to Enkrid, stimulating his heart harder. Enkrid thinks after about 60 repetitions, it becomes clear, Rem only listens when it's a command. Rem and the others too. All of them were rejects gathered into this squad because they wouldn't obey orders. Enkrid thought they wouldn't listen to him either, so he didn't bother controlling them much. But at some point, they started obeying Enkrid's commands faithfully. Enkrid is curious about the reason, but for now, he decides he will focus on mastering the heart of brute strength, ignoring all distractions and doubts. Enkrid thinks he needs to make the heart pound hard and circulate blood through the body, to feel the muscles surge with strength beyond their limits, beyond what seems humanly possible. In another today, Enkrid tells Rem to stimulate his heart harder. Enkrid does it again in another today. Enkrid's heart bursts, and he coughs blood and dies. Then another today comes. This time too, Enkrid's heart couldn't handle it. Another today starts, and another today goes. Enkrid keeps repeating it, keeps coughing blood, and keeps dying. At some point, Enkrid notices this time his heart is stable, it didn't burst. Rem gets surprised, seeing that in just one day, Enkrid has mastered the sensation of moving his heart. Enkrid thinks, after repeating today over and over again, finally he succeeded in bursting his own heart by himself. Hundreds of todays have passed, and Enkrid is ready to test his newfound strength. Everyone waits for Enkrid's showdown, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Enkrid charges forward with his sword and bursts his heart, and when he hits the ground, it breaks into little pieces. Enkrid thinks he crossed the wall he built himself. All the squad sees Enkrid's show of strength in awe, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear, respect, and admiration. Rem tells Enkrid he wants to ask him two things. First, is he from the West by any chance, and second, was he actually a genius? With an indifferent manner, Enkrid says he is neither. Enkrid thinks he managed to learn the heart of brute strength safely, but he didn't expect this kind of backlash. We see Enkrid is lying on his bed without being able to move. Enkrid tells Rem he can't even move a muscle and asks, is this normal? Rem brushes Enkrid off and says his body wasn't ready yet. He learned too fast. Auden tells Enkrid it was his first time forcing his muscles to use such power. It's natural that his muscles are clumped and aching. Enkrid thinks, but still, this level of soreness is brutal, unbearable. The heart of the brute strength, a tempting skill that lets a human body wield extraordinary power. If used recklessly, it overloads the body. Enkrid feels that all too clearly now. Knights don't even need such tricks. They are already beyond human limits. Their shell is human, but they wield the strength of giants, display Forg's physical prowess, and have the sharp senses of the fairies. That is what a knight is. Enkrid is still far from reaching that realm. Enkrid keeps groaning. Auden tells Enkrid at the very least he must rest and do nothing for a day. Auden tells Enkrid he will help him with his recovery. Auden, with his giant body, gets onto Enkrid's bed and with a mischievous laugh, he says he calls this technique, blood, sweat, and tears. Seeing Auden's behavior, Enkrid gets a little nervous. Then Auden starts massaging Enkrid's pressure points. Enkrid moans in pain, but he doesn't let out a single sound. He feels like he is gonna die. This feels like one of the mysterious entity the boatman's walls. While massaging Enkrid's feet, Auden tells him to remember where he is pressing. This is a technique to loosen cramped muscles. The formal name is Balov-style pressure technique. Hearing of a technique, Enkrid gets excited. He thinks if he learns this too, it will be useful of course. So he decides he will endure. Even if he sees the boatman before him, he will endure. Seeing Enkrid suffering, Rem gets angry and calls Auden a damn hunk and asks is he trying to kill their captain. After a long night of enduring, morning comes. Enkrid gets up from the bed and thinks thanks to Auden he almost met the boatman, but the soreness has eased a lot. Auden told him not to do anything to recover, but it feels like such a waste of time. While holding his weapon, Enkrid thinks at least he could maintain his weapon. At that moment Auden appears behind Enkrid and in a dramatic way says, nothing. Auden takes the sword from Enkrid's hand and says he told Enkrid not to move his body at all. Enkrid gets flustered and says he just wanted to clean his sword. Then Kryze takes the sword from Auden's hands and says if it needs maintenance, he will do it for Enkrid. Enkrid grabs his sword and asks Kryze there is no way he would work for free, right? Kryze tells Enkrid it's sharp of him to notice. He asks for 20 coppers. Enkrid then pulls the sword toward him and says 10 coppers. Kryze also pulls the sword and gives a counteroffer of 18 coppers. Hearing that, Enkrid asks is that an insult? Kryze then says fine, the last offer is 17 coppers, but he won't go any lower. Enkrid asks Kryze why is he charging so much. Kryze says because Enkrid's sword's on the high-end side. That's the price for extra care. Then Kryze asks Enkrid doesn't he use 2 swords and asks for the other sword, which surprises Enkrid. Enkrid then hands over his other sword, and Kryze goes outside to clean the swords. Enkrid thinks he did say he would use dual swords, but still everyone's just accepting it easily. Enkrid thought at least one of them would try to stop him. Even renowned experts rarely use dual sword style, because despite its difficulty and risks it's considered impractical. Without enough strength, it's hard to even hold a blade one-handed, and compared to two-handed swings the power of attacks decreases. Even though it looks cool and flashy, practically it comes with a lot of disadvantages. It reduces defense, and sometimes it's harder to coordinate attacks, and it's difficult to use against armored foes. And yet no one is asking Enkrid anything about it. Enkrid then asks his squad members why is no one telling him not to use dual swords. Hearing Enkrid say that, all of them look at Enkrid in surprise. Auden asks Enkrid why does he think that is. Jackson tells him it's because he is stubborn as hell. Enkrid gets surprised and asks are they talking about him. Auden laughs and tells Enkrid the way he refuses to accept and keeps pushing, that's pretty damn stubborn. Enkrid says but it's not baseless stubbornness. Ragna asks Enkrid does he have a reason for using dual swords. Enkrid answers saying it's because he likes it. Using 2 swords just felt way better. It's the same reason Enkrid admires knights. Enkrid remembers his mercenary days when he was weak. People used to talk about knights and their bravery and great deeds all the time. One of them says the knight who will end the war is called the Knight of Armistice. Enkrid used to admire those knights. But because he was weak then, the stronger ones used to bully him and called him pathetic. One of them tells him swinging that sword won't make him as strong as a knight. They called him pitiful. Even if everyone mocked him, Enkrid lives for what he desires. He lives for what he loves. Enkrid tells his squad mates he has no intention of giving up no matter what. Becoming a knight or wielding dual swords, he will do it all to reach his goal. Hearing Enkrid's story, Rem thinks he is different. Unlike Rem, who was born with everything yet abandoned it, and all Enkrid has is a single sword. Yet he keeps moving forward with unwavering resolve. Rem then sighs and laughs and says that's why he likes the captain. Ragna mockingly tells Rem what a peculiar taste. While showing the middle finger to Ragna, Rem tells him not to worry, he still fucking hates all the other guys. Ragna then casually tells Rem he hates him too. While being indifferent, Jackson joins them and says seems like they are on the same page. Auden, with his priestly style, says the Lord says to embrace all things equally, but as merely his servant, Auden too has his limits. He dislikes all of them as well. Rem then starts bantering with them. He tells Auden that's his conclusion, but he sure talks a lot. Enkrid tells them they get along really well. Ragna says that's an insult to him. While carrying some small rocks, Jackson approaches Enkrid and tells him if he is bored killing time, why not train instead? Enkrid says he was told not to do anything. Jackson tells him he doesn't need to do anything. It's training where he only needs to move his eyes. Sense of evasion, it's what Jackson planned to teach Enkrid next. We see the light of excitement for learning a new technique in Enkrid's eyes. The scene shifts to outside where Kryze is cleaning Enkrid's swords. While Kryze finishes cleaning one sword and it shines, he says it looks like new. Then Kryze hears the soldiers telling one another the main battle seems to be dragging on. They show no sign of retreating. Kryze hears some gibberish about the battalion commander Marcus and their battalion supply routes. A new enemy unit has taken position at their rear camp. Rumor says it's the remnants who fought them and ran. Hearing that, Kryze thinks the war situation doesn't look too good. He decides they need to gather more intel. Aspen is trying a new move. In a dimly lit room, we see some mysterious man writing something. Jackson tells Enkrid evasion means to see with one's own eyes and dodge. Training the sense of evasion is about pushing one's reaction speed to the extreme. But before that one needs dynamic vision. He says he will throw stones with letters on them, Enkrid needs to read them and answer. We see Enkrid in deep concentration. Then Jackson throws a rock but Enkrid couldn't even react in time. After the rock passes by him, only then he notices. Jackson sees Enkrid is thinking hard on what was the letter. Jackson says he will throw again. Then he throws another rock and asks what was written on the stone. Like this the afternoon comes. Jackson throws another rock and tells Enkrid to focus and look close. But Enkrid couldn't see the letter. Like this night comes. Auden performs the massage technique and Enkrid moans in pain. While giving a thumbs up Auden tells Enkrid he has improved a lot, now he should be fine to move. Enkrid asks really? At that moment a rock passes by him and Jackson asks what's the letter. Enkrid gets irritated and frustrated and asks Jackson did he wait until Enkrid was off guard on purpose. Jackson says on the battlefield, no one shows mercy. Like this another day starts. This time Jackson hides in the bush and throws a rock, Enkrid immediately focuses and this time he sees the letter written on the rock. The rock lands in front of Enkrid. When he was about to tell Jackson what was the letter he saw, one of the soldiers screams saying ambush. It's a surprise attack, they tell everyone to gather. Then Jackson asks Enkrid what was the letter. Enkrid gets surprised at Jackson and asks he is asking that even now. Enkrid asks the letter carved on the stone, it was me right? Jackson casually tells Enkrid after making 40 me stones, he finally succeeded. Well done. Jackson says now he will finally be able to carve a different letter. Enkrid asks is that praise or sarcasm? Hearing of ambush and enemy troops, Rem comes running all excited asking where are they. Seeing Rem, Enkrid asks what's with that guy, has he finally gone completely mad? Jackson says it's frustration, since Enkrid was bedridden, Rem hasn't been able to duel with the mighty heart technique or something. After bullying the never-tried squad leader, it still wasn't enough for Rem. Then Rem arrives at the commotion. Enkrid wonders, aren't they fighting? Then why are they just gathering? While screaming and ready with his axe, Rem asks where are the enemies, the giant, where's his toy? Andrew asks one of the soldiers what's going on. The soldier says looks like the enemy only fired arrows and then ran. Someone says the border guards will catch the archer, so they got nothing else to do. Hearing that, Rem says but the border guard won't be able to catch him. Before Enkrid asks anything, Rem tells him take a good look at that arrow. The shaft is longer and the feathers extend further back than the others, it's from a special bow that shoots at extreme range. Rem says he has seen that guy before, it's Hawk's Claw. Enkrid casually asks since when do hawks have claws? Then Rem gets confused and asks is it Hawk's Fang then? Enkrid says he can't recall clearly, but he doesn't think that's it either. Rem asks Enkrid isn't his memory too terrible. Hearing that, Enkrid thinks for Rem it was months ago, but for Enkrid by repeating today's, it was years ago. Rem asks Enkrid does he remember when he got beaten by the frog and ended up in the infirmary. That time on the battlefield, the guy shooting these arrows was rampaging. After hearing that, Enkrid remembers. A soldier named Bell almost got killed by the frog but Enkrid saved him. Enkrid then says it's the Hawk's Talon. While they all return to the tent, Ragna asks was there a raid? Enkrid asks Ragna what the hell was he doing during the day to not notice that, but then Enkrid notices Ragna's face and says he can tell what Ragna was doing. He tells the others to look at Ragna's face. He slept so much that his face is greasy. Ragna says more importantly, he has been thinking about Enkrid's dual swords. Enkrid needs to get his body more used to two swords. Enkrid asks Ragna does he have a method? Ragna says he will explain it in a way that's easy to understand. Addressing Enkrid as squad leader with a serious tone, Ragna tells him, from now on he has got two lovers. Hearing that, Rem mockingly tells Enkrid if his fiancée hears that, he is dead meat. With a straight face, Enkrid says she is not his fiancée. Ragna tells Enkrid, while he eats, sleeps or fights, he needs to do everything with two swords in his hands. Getting used to them first is what matters. At night, Enkrid sleeps with the two swords beside him. When Esther arrives seeing the two swords on both sides, she thinks she doesn't even have a proper place to sleep now. Now this guy trains until he is asleep. How uncomfortable. Then from the outside someone screams ambush and Enkrid gets up immediately, which rattles Esther and she jumps from the bed and falls on the ground. Outside, the soldiers say they just shot arrows again and ran. They need to call the border guard. This time Rem doesn't even get up and says what a letdown. Then Enkrid lies down and sleeps again. This clearly irritates Esther. She then starts hitting Enkrid with her claw, she says to just let her sleep peacefully. Enkrid tells Esther to stop saying it hurts. Hearing the commotion, cries gets up and says that's already the second raid. After that, endless repetition of training began with Jackson. And in between those arrows kept hitting Enkrid's camp. The arrows of the Hawk's Talon. At that moment Jackson throws another rock, but before the rock even passes by Enkrid with a minimal look, Enkrid says it's ya. Then another arrow hits a soldier. Rem, always ready with his axe, while frustrated, calls the Hawk's Talon a quick bastard. Then night comes and Jackson throws another rock, Enkrid says it's man this time. Another day comes and the ambushes continue. Arrows keep flying from time to time. And at night Esther gets angry and frustrated at Enkrid's behavior. Enkrid's evasion training continues and Jackson keeps throwing rocks. He then throws another rock and asks Enkrid what's the letter. Enkrid says this time it's in. Suddenly Enkrid notices if he puts all the letters so far, it's crazy barbarian. Hearing that, Rem comes running with his axe saying he will carve Jackson up instead of that hawk bastard. Enkrid stops Rem and asks Jackson does he know he is the one who always picks a fight first, right? Jackson gestures as if he doesn't know anything. Kryze notices the soldiers saying they didn't even find a hair of that slippery hawk bastard. The one using that bow leaves no trace behind. If it continues like this, tracking him down would be impossible. He always runs after shooting 2 or 3 arrows. He leaves before the border guard even mobilizes. Hearing them, Kryze thinks several raids a day, but they can't even catch the culprit. The damage looks small now, but if this keeps up it will grow into something bigger. He wonders, what the hell is Command doing, not dealing with this properly? Kryze scoffs and says he didn't want to step up and risk himself for nothing, but with things happening as it is he doesn't have a choice. He decides if the Command doesn't do anything he needs to do something himself. Kryze then approaches Enkrid and addressing Enkrid as squad leader, Kryze tells Enkrid he has got an idea. He wants to suggest a plan to the High Command. Inside the command camp, the air was tense. Lanterns flickered faintly in the dim evening light, casting long shadows over the large map table. Around it, senior officers gathered, their faces drawn tight with fatigue and frustration. The reports of sudden Aspen ambushes weighed heavily on everyone's mind. One of the officers slammed his fist down on the table and snarled, "Those damn Aspen punks keep poking at us. Every time we move, they strike and vanish like rats. Let's just march in and wipe them out already." His voice carried the tone of impatience, more heat than thought. Another officer, calmer but equally unsettled, immediately objected. "We can't just rush in without thinking. There might be a trap waiting for us. These ambushes, they're too precise, too well timed. If we blunder into their lair, we could lose half the army before we even realize it." The first officer glared at him, veins visible on his forehead. "Then what do you suggest, huh? Should we just sit on our hands and let them keep pricking us like cowards? Our men are losing morale by the day." Their bickering filled the tent, voices overlapping in frustration. Commander Marcus sat silently at the head of the table, his eyes narrowing as he listened. In his mind, he thought grimly, there aren't many useful suggestions here. Just the same shouting, over and over. He leaned back slightly, his broad shoulders heavy with the weight of command. "I don't have any clever tricks either. I've always been the type to break enemies with force on the battlefield, not the sort to spin clever backstage schemes. Strategy like this is not my strong suit." At that moment, the tent's entrance flap opened, and a soft glow followed. The fairy commander entered, her delicate features stern but calm. Her presence drew all eyes immediately. She bowed slightly in apology and said, "Forgive me for being late." Commander Marcus turned his sharp gaze toward her and asked, "What took you so long?" "We've been waiting." The fairy commander gave a composed smile. The Mad Squad's leader, Enkrid, submitted a tactical proposal. Not only that, he requested temporary operational control for this mission. The entire tent erupted in murmurs. Marcus's eyebrows shot up in surprise. That squad leader? That reckless lunatic actually thinks strategically? Shaking her head, the fairy commander corrected him. No. The detailed plan wasn't his idea. It came from one of his squad members, a soldier named Kryze. Marcus blinked, processing this. Kryze, is it? Then what's the plan? With measured words, the fairy commander began to lay out the tactical proposal. The other senior commanders leaned in, listening intently as she detailed each step. When she finished, silence filled the tent. Marcus stood up slowly, eyes gleaming with resolve. This is definitely usable. He looked around at his officers and then declared firmly, "We will adopt this plan. All troops, prepare to march at once." His voice boomed with authority, silencing all doubts. The Mad Squad will go on a falcon hunt mission. The scene shifted to the enemy's side, deep within the great mountain terrain that loomed like dark sentinels in the distance. Rem trudged along with the Mad Squad, muttering curses under his breath. "Falcon hunt, huh?" That's what they're calling this. I thought it was finally a plan worth liking. But instead of chasing down the hawk directly, why the hell are we heading to the enemy's rear camp? His tone dripped with annoyance. Cries says. It's not that we're chasing the hawk directly. The idea is to make Hawk's Talon come to us. We're setting bait. Enkrid stepped in, explaining further, the Mad Squad will act as a guerrilla unit temporarily. Once we hit the enemy's rear, they'll be forced to deploy similar guerrilla teams to guard it. That's when, before he could finish, Rem interrupted, scowling. So you're saying that Hawk bastard will come running here? You sure about that? Cries answered carefully, yes, but only if things go well. Even if Hawk's Talon doesn't show up, we'll still be striking the enemy where it hurts. Rem clicked his tongue, clearly dissatisfied. What an annoying, slow hunting method. Cries couldn't hold back a mutter. Simple-minded brute. Of course you wouldn't get it. But this is the best option. Instantly, Rem spun on him, eyes flashing. What did you just call me? Cries froze, face pale. He lowered his head in fear, his whole body trembling. Enkrid stepped between them quickly. Enough. Rem, leave it. Rem growled but turned away reluctantly. Humph. I'll let it slide this time. But you'd better keep your mouth shut from now on. Inwardly, Cries cursed him, though his lips stayed sealed. Coward. You only backed off because the squad leader stepped in. Enkrid ignored their tension and turned to Pin, the ranger leading them through the rough terrain. Are we far from the destination yet? Pin squinted at the distance, her sharp eyes scanning the mountains. It's coming into view. We're close. Enkrid nodded. The core of this plan is mobility, hit and run. For that, a skilled ranger who can find safe routes is essential. He glanced at Pin, recalling when she had been reassigned. Why change your assignment to the Mad Squad specifically? Wouldn't a temporary support assignment have been enough? Pin smirked faintly. It's complicated, adult reasons. Just know that my position became awkward because I was sent out here. Don't worry about the details. Enkrid raised his brows slightly. I see. Then I owe you one. With a flirtatious tilt of her head, Pin whispered, I'll repay you later, with something good. Enkrid stiffened, his face tightening. You're still targeting me, aren't you? Before she could reply, Rem burst out laughing and slapped Enkrid's back. Ha! You've even got a fiancé and you're still getting teased. Have some decency, squad leader. Enkrid frowned. How many times must I tell you? She is not my fiancé. The banter was cut short as the squad arrived at the enemy's rear position. Pin raised her hand sharply. Lower your posture. The enemy is just ahead. Kryza's voice was tense. If things go south, we'll need to retreat in formation. Enkrid, since I can't fight, leave me an escort. Only a few should engage at first. But Rem, eyes blazing with bloodlust, ignored him. Fresh blood is calling me, he roared, charging down recklessly. Anyone who cuts in line, I'll kill them too. Enkrid cursed under his breath and gestured quickly. Ragna, with me. Ragna grinned faintly. I want to see how stable your stance is. Let's see if you've grown. Enkrid realized immediately. So even here, this is still training for me. They're testing me, even in the middle of battle. The enemy soldier spotted them. One of them squinted at Rem barreling toward them, waving like a madman. Hey, do you know that guy? The other soldier blinked. Isn't he your friend? No, he's not, the soldier didn't finish. In a blink, Rem's axe spun through the air and buried itself into his skull. Enemy! Enemy attack, the survivors screamed. Enkrid and Ragna arrived just behind, weapons drawn. Enkrid's eyes widened as he caught Rem's movement. What was that just now? That speed, that charge was faster than anything I've seen. Does Rem still have hidden techniques I don't know about? I need to learn this. No, I must learn this. The camp erupted with chaos as more Aspen troops rushed in. Enkrid snapped orders. Fall back. Now, before they overwhelm us. Ragna groaned in frustration. I haven't even drawn my sword properly yet. As they retreated, Ragna mocked Rem, calling him a barbarian. Did you even understand the situation? It wasn't your turn. Rem spun on him, furious. What did you say? You want me to slit your throat right here? Enough. Enkrid barked. The operation is still underway. There'll be plenty of chances to fight later. Morning turned to afternoon. The Mad Squad struck again, their second raid unfolding like clockwork. This time, Auden and Jackson joined in. The Aspen soldier spotted them, and one hurled a dagger straight at Enkrid. Now. Enkrid thought, focusing. He remembered Jackson's teachings. Evasion means to see with your own eyes and dodge instantly. The moment I see it, I must move. The dagger flashed past, missed. Enkrid had dodged cleanly. Jackson's calm voice noted from behind, reaction time, 0.4 seconds. Too slow. You need it down to at least 0.1 seconds to say you've mastered the sense of evasion. Enkrid's eyes widened. He actually counted the time. Auden crushed an enemy under his massive foot. Training's fine, but don't forget we're in the middle of a mission. He gestured forward. The rest of the enemy is coming. Enkrid gave a sharp order. Fall back again. Night fell, and once more the Mad Squad struck at the Aspen camp. This time the enemy chased furiously, but no matter how hard they pursued, they couldn't catch up. Auden carried Cries on his back during the retreat. Cries, gripping tightly, thought with amazement, honestly, I was worried whether these lunatics could pull this off. But now I see, there was no need to worry. They're monsters in their own way. Enkrid orders the squad to run deeper in from here. His voice carries a tone of calm command, even though the forest around them is thick with danger. While bored and clearly annoyed, Rem clicks his tongue and asks, can't we just kill them all? His eyes gleam with bloodlust, as if every muscle in his body is itching for slaughter. Enkrid shakes his head firmly. No. Just follow the order. His tone leaves no room for argument. Ragna, however, doesn't seem convinced. With a casual step he tries to slip off toward another path, muttering that he sees a better way. But before he can wander far, Enkrid grabs him by the collar and pulls him back with the ease of someone hauling a small animal. To the others, it looks almost comical, as if Ragna really is being dragged like a stubborn kitten refusing to walk. Just watch the back of the person in front of you, Enkrid says sharply. His eyes flick toward Ragna with a glare that brooks no nonsense. Ragna frowns, pointing toward the shadowy trail that winds through the trees. That way looked like a shortcut. Enkrid doesn't even glance in the direction. No, he replies, his voice steady. Just come this way. His tone is resolute, a mixture of authority and certainty that silences any further complaints. Cries, trailing just behind, feels his breath catch for a moment. He hadn't expected this. Watching Enkrid command so steadily, with such control over a group that was once known for chaos, surprises him deeply. He thinks to himself, is this really the Mad Squad? The name no longer seems to fit. The squad that once acted like uncontrollable wild beasts is now moving in disciplined steps, following Enkrid's lead without hesitation. For the first time, Cries begins to wonder if the reckless title of madness is slowly being replaced by something else, something steadier, sharper, and far more dangerous. Enkrid led them deeper into the terrain, finally calling, that's enough. The pursuit stopped. We'll camp here for the night. As the squad rested under the cold stars, Enkrid sank into thought. Back during the day, when I was training in brute strength, I realized something. These men, they at least follow my orders. That makes it easier to control them. And that charge I saw from Rem, it was extraordinary. These days, he actually listens. Maybe he'll even teach me that technique if I order it. After a moment, he turned to Rem. That movement earlier, tell me about it. Rem's expression darkened, eyes glinting dangerously. If you're seriously asking me that, you'd better think again. Enkrid blinked, confused. Why? He's never refused to teach me before. Rem smirked faintly. His attitude to learn is good. But he's forgotten something important. The step of thinking for oneself. He's skipped it. Getting too used to being spoon-fed leads to hollow growth. That path leads to mistakes. With a subtle smile, he thought, Enkrid needs to struggle. He needs to think, to break his own limits. Only then will it be worth teaching him. Enkrid closed his eyes, falling into deep meditation, searching within himself for the answer. As the mad squad retreats, Andrew is out of breath. He thinks, sprinting non-stop from the start until now, moving through the mountains at this speed, he feels like he could pass out at any moment. Every step feels heavier than the last, his chest burns, and his lungs scream for air. He figured the madman would be fine, but he didn't expect cries to hold up that well either. He gets surprised about Enkrid too. When Andrew first met Enkrid, he wasn't that strong, at least not compared to now. Back then, Enkrid was just another young warrior struggling to keep up with the madness of the battlefield. Andrew wonders, how on earth did Enkrid grow this much? What kind of training, what kind of resolve, what kind of experiences hardened him to this degree? At this point, Andrew is almost completely out of his breath, right on the verge of passing out. His legs wobble, his vision blurs for a moment, and he thinks he may collapse on the rocky ground. But then he steels his resolve, grits his teeth, and starts sprinting again. Determined, he wants to do more, push further, prove he can keep going no matter what. The thought of falling behind fills him with frustration, so he forces his body to obey even when his mind screams to stop. Looking at Andrew, Mac gets very surprised. After first meeting Andrew as the son of his friends, when the Gardner family fell and Mac's dear friend died before him, he took care of Andrew in his friend's place. To Mac, Andrew was once a child, fragile and confused, stumbling through the cruel world. Yet now, the one who seemed like a child has somehow become a man. Looking at his back, Mac can feel something approaching. It is not just determination, not just spirit, it feels like the rebuilding of the Gardner family itself is beginning to take shape through Andrew's growth. While walking, Enkrid tells Rem he figured out the principle behind that charge. His tone is calm but filled with excitement, as though he has just solved a riddle. He says the answer was the heart of brute strength. Rem strengthened his leg muscles to get explosive thrust, and that was the essence of the technique. Hearing this, Rem smiles faintly, and says, look at this. If one thinks one can know the answer, why ask? Don't waste time with words. Now that you know, you should do it yourself. He tells Enkrid firmly, almost like a challenge. Enkrid nods, saying he will definitely try it himself. Pin suddenly and tells everyone to stop and look down. Beneath them lies a stronghold on flat ground between cliffs. If the rear is blocked, the escape route is sealed. It's truly terrain made for an ambush. Enkrid narrows his eyes and says it's a trap. Kryze speaks up, his voice calm but heavy with experience. He says preparing a trap so blatantly is actually meant to make them avoid it. The enemy wants to guide their path and kill them if they get cornered. Which means Hawk's Talon will appear soon. But after Kryze finishes speaking, he looks at his squad, and seeing their attitude, their reckless calmness, their lack of fear, Kryze wonders, are they even listening? These madmen never approach things like normal soldiers. Enkrid turns to his squad and asks if they should play along with the enemy's plan. Ragna grins, his eyes glowing with bloodlust, and says it's annoying, they should just smash it. Enkrid admits he is tempted to do that too. If the trap doesn't work, the hawk will show up faster, and that is exactly what they want. This time the armed force is big, so they should all go together. Cries asks if he should go too. Enkrid shakes his head and says Cries will fall back. Pin, Andrew, and Mac, those three will guard him. The rest will charge. They all receive Enkrid's order without hesitation. Then, with a wild, fearless spirit, all the madmen leap down the cliff like predators diving into prey. Down at the camp, the Grey Dog commander is in deep thought. He thinks this is the last chance given to the Grey Dog. Their orders were clear: help the Norillia guerrilla unit that's ransacking the rear camp by making Hawk's Talon hunt them. The Grey Dog is a renowned Aspen unit. No matter what happened before, to be reduced to merely supporting a single soldier is humiliating. The Grey Dog commander clenches his jaw so tight that his teeth grind. His pride screams inside him, but he knows this is the only way to rise again. They have to pull it off. To rise again, they must succeed, no matter the cost. At that moment, one of the Aspen soldiers suddenly gets alerted of the Mad Squad's approach. The soldiers scream in panic, shouting that it's the Norillia guerrilla unit. This also surprises the Grey Dog commander. He wonders why. They must have noticed the trap, so why did they come in? What kind of idiots are they? His confusion turns to fury as he suddenly notices Enkrid leading the attack at the front. The Grey Dog commander's face twists. He grits his teeth and snarls, saying Enkrid was part of that guerrilla unit, wasn't he? Enkrid looks confused hearing the Grey Dog commander say that. He pauses for a moment, then points at the Grey Dog commander and asks Rem if he knows that guy. He says it seems like a face he has seen before. Rem frowns and asks why Enkrid is asking him that. Rem tells Enkrid he surely has a bad memory if he can't remember. The Grey Dog commander, his anger boiling, calls Enkrid a cocky bastard. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, he spits. We will kill all the Mad Squad members here anyway. Then, with burning rage, the Grey Dog commander unsheathes his sword, the steel gleaming in the firelight, ready to fight. His soldiers follow, raising their weapons with a roar. He points his blade at Enkrid and tells him to be a stepping stone for the Grey Dog's future. Then the commander charges forward. But Enkrid blocks the Grey Dog commander's strike perfectly, his blade steady, his posture unshaken. The Grey Dog commander's eyes widen. He recognizes Enkrid's sword. Enkrid, staring straight into the commander's eyes, tells him if he recognizes Mitch Hurrier's sword, then he must be that guy, the one who blocked the banner in the fog of slaughter. The Grey Dog commander screams in anger, saying it doesn't matter, and strikes at Enkrid again, telling him to die. But again, Enkrid blocks the strike. After that, Enkrid immediately fights back, his counterattack swift and precise, but the Grey Dog commander barely manages to block Enkrid's strike. Enkrid thinks back to when they met before. Back then, the Grey Dog commander was a strong enemy who only managed to flee. Enkrid wonders, how would the Grey Dog commander fare now? Wouldn't he be a good opponent to test the result of Enkrid's training? The thought excites him, igniting a spark in his eyes. Then both Enkrid and the Grey Dog commander charge forward again. Watching the duel, the other Grey Dog soldiers whisper among themselves, saying it seems like there's some grudge between them. In the meantime, they decide they will smash the rest of the madmen. But to their shock, they see the Mad Squad completely ignoring them. The madmen stand still, eyes locked on the duel, their focus absolute. To them, no other fight matters right now. This infuriates the Grey Dog soldiers. Feeling disrespected, one charges towards them with a club, roaring in anger. But Rem casually swings his axe and blocks the club with overwhelming force. The sound of the impact echoes like thunder. Rem smirks and tells them to be quiet. We are focusing right now, he says coldly. The fight between Enkrid and the Grey Dog commander continues, the intensity rising with each clash. When the Grey Dog commander is about to strike, Enkrid immediately notices the preparatory movement, reacts within 0.1 seconds, and avoids the attack. With fluid motion, he counters and injures the commander's back. Watching this, Jackson thinks calmly, analyzing. He says Enkrid's reaction time is acceptable. That speed is a passing score. The Grey Dog commander growls in pain but immediately comes back for another attack, rage fueling his strength. In that brief moment, Enkrid unsheaths his other sword, drawing it with speed, and blocks the Grey Dog commander's strike with both swords. Sparks scatter as the blades crash. Seeing Enkrid drawing the blade and assuming a defensive stance at the same time, Ragna mutters with a grin that Enkrid is learning how to make use of two swords. Despite blocking the Grey Dog commander, Enkrid still gets pushed back. Watching this, Auden calmly observes and thinks Enkrid still doesn't have enough strength to parry with one hand alone. He decides next time in training, he will add another rock to increase the weight. The Grey Dog commander sneers, seeing Enkrid's dual swords. He mocks him, saying he is a rookie just showing off. Then he charges forward again, his fury unending. At that moment, we see a fierce look in Enkrid's eyes. His breathing slows for a moment, then steadies. Rem notices it and gets excited, realizing Enkrid is about to use the heart of brute strength. Then Enkrid's heart starts beating really fast, pumping like a war drum. His blood surges, granting him enormous strength beyond human limits. With tremendous speed, Enkrid charges toward the Grey Dog commander. The commander's eyes widen in shock as Enkrid's speed surpasses anything he expected. With terrifying strength, Enkrid strikes. The Grey Dog commander barely blocks the blow, almost letting go of his sword. The impact is so powerful that the commander's blade begins to crack under the pressure. His eyes widen in horror. As the Grey Dog commander struggles desperately to block Enkrid's advance, Enkrid suddenly thrusts his other sword straight at his throat. The blade pierces without hesitation. Enkrid pulls the sword free, and the Grey Dog commander falls to the ground, blood gushing out from his throat, staining the dirt. His body twitches, then goes still. The other Grey Dog soldiers stare in disbelief. Their commander, the pride of their unit, was killed just like that. Rem throws his head back and laughs, his voice echoing through the battlefield. He says he knew it would be perfect when the captain used the heart of brute strength. His laughter is loud, wild, filled with delight. Auden nods with a rare smile, telling Enkrid the Lord must also be pleased with his growth. Ragna smirks, saying, "Not bad at all." Jackson, as usual, agrees silently with only a slight nod. Rem looks at the rest of the Grey Dogs, calling them iron lumps, and tells them to get over here right now. His terrifying laugh rings out. He says he is so hyped he feels like slicing something up. And with that, the Mad Squad's madness only grows stronger, echoing across the battlefield like a storm that cannot be stopped. The Aspen soldiers charge forward, shouting that they will show the pride of the Grey Dogs and fight to the death. Their voices roar across the battlefield, echoing through the chaos of clashing steel and rising dust. One of the Grey Dogs swings his massive club with wild fury, but Auden effortlessly blocks it with his bare hand. The soldiers nearby freeze in disbelief at the sight of such strength. With a confident laugh, Auden tells the Grey Dog that he will answer that courage by sending him to the Lord's side. His tone is almost playful, but his eyes gleam with deadly intent. In the next instant, Auden's fist crashes into the Grey Dog's head, and the sound of bone shattering echoes sharply. The Grey Dog collapses lifelessly, his skull crushed in one brutal blow. Andrew's eyes widen in shock, he can't believe what he just saw. Auden blocked a weapon bare-handed and didn't even get a scratch. What kind of muscles are those? What kind of monster strength hides behind that calm smile? Seeing Auden's power, Pin blushes slightly and says with a teasing grin that this guy actually looks kind of useful too. Rem, unwilling to be outdone, charges forward with his axe raised high, his steps thundering like an oncoming beast. But at that very moment, Ragna swings his sword with terrifying precision, slicing through a Grey Dog soldier and nearly cutting Rem in the process. Rem barely avoids Ragna's slash, the blade slicing through the air close enough to graze his hair. He glares furiously and yells at Ragna, calling him a mad, lazy bastard, demanding to know if he was trying to slice him up too. Ragna, completely indifferent and calm as ever, replies with a faint smirk that it's a shame Rem dodged it. His nonchalance only infuriates Rem more. Before he can respond, another grey dog soldier rushes toward Ragna, screaming with desperate courage, but Ragna sidesteps effortlessly and pierces the man's throat in one clean motion. Blood sprays across the ground as Ragna's cold expression doesn't change at all. While hacking off another grey dog's head, Rem mutters that one day he'll hack Ragna to pieces. Ragna, still provoking him, asks mockingly, "One day? Why not today? Are you scared?" The tension between them rises again even amid the chaos. Rem, about to erupt, shouts toward Odin, telling him to inform his god that Ragna will soon send him a good friend. Odin just smiles and calmly answers that the Lord says he doesn't like friends like that. From behind them, Cries, clearly fed up with their constant bickering, sighs loudly and asks if they're seriously going to fight now, in the middle of a battlefield. One of the grey dog soldiers, seeing the disarray, shouts for his comrades to encircle the mad squad while they're split apart from within. But before they can execute their plan, Jackson moves like a shadow, swiftly cutting through all of them before anyone realizes what's happening. The bodies drop almost silently. Looking at his quarreling squad mates, Jackson calls them idiots under his breath. Enkrid, their captain, tells the others there's no need to kill every single grey dog, they're already mostly wrecked anyway. At that moment, a sharp glint of light flashes from the bushes, and Jackson immediately notices it. His instincts scream danger. Someone fires an arrow toward Enkrid, but Jackson intercepts it in an instant before Enkrid can even react. The arrow clatters uselessly to the ground. Enkrid looks at it and asks quietly, "Are they here?" Jackson nods grimly. "Yeah. It's the Hawk's Talon." The name alone tightens the air around them. Picking up the arrow, Rem smirks and asks Enkrid if he knows the difference between a sniper and a hunter. Enkrid blinks, caught off guard by the sudden question. Rem continues without waiting for an answer, his voice low but brimming with excitement, saying hunters are way more fun than snipers. Especially axe hunting, that's the real thrill. Enkrid, half confused and half concerned, asks what he's trying to say. Holding the arrow between his fingers, Rem replies that if one receives a gift, one should give one back. Without another word, he dashes off the cliffs toward the direction of the Hawk's Talon, moving with wild, reckless energy. Pin watches him go and exclaims in surprise, asking if he's even allowed to act alone like that. Cries just shakes his head and says Rem isn't someone who'll die easily, best to just leave him be. Andrew turns to Enkrid and suggests they retreat for now, pointing out that the enemy's main force might pursue them from that side, and if they stay put, they'll become easy targets for the Hawk's Talon. Enkrid nods in agreement and says they'll blind the Hawk's Talon the best way they can and then escape. The mad squad then sets the enemy camp ablaze, flames consuming tents and spreading smoke across the area as they retreat through the chaos. Watching the fire rise behind them, Enkrid mutters that it seems this has become a habit. Pin, running beside him, tilts her head, in confusion, not understanding what Enkrid means. High above the cliff, the Hawk's Talon's vision becomes restricted by the heavy smoke. One of the soldiers accompanying him scans the area and says that it seems like the mad squad has slipped out of sight. He asks the Hawk's Talon what they should do next. The Hawk's Talon, calm but irritated, says they'll pursue them. Meanwhile, down below, the mad squad carefully climbs the cliffs, moving along narrow ledges and rocky paths. Enkrid silently thinks to himself that Rem acting alone wasn't part of the plan, but it's not necessarily a bad move. Rem is targeting the Hawk's Talon, and in return, the Hawk's Talon is targeting them. It's a dangerous balance, but it could work to their advantage. They'll act as bait to draw the Hawk's attention. The terrain they chose is rough and steep, with little room for visibility. There's only a slim chance the Hawk can get a clear shot at them. While climbing, Ragna finds a small hollow in the rock and immediately slips into it, declaring that the spot is comfortable before lying down and trying to sleep. Andrew stares at him in disbelief, wondering how anyone could sleep in a situation like this. In his mind, Enkrid silently speaks to Rem, telling him to hunt to his heart's content. Meanwhile, Rem, moving swiftly through the forested slopes in pursuit of the hawk's talon, thinks to himself that this brings back memories. Back in the day, he was the hunter his tribe had high hopes for, an exceptional hunter, unmatched with the axe. He knows he can't return to that time now that he's left, but he can still summon those memories for a moment. Creeping closer to the hawk's talon from behind, Rem's breathing steadies, his eyes sharp with focus. From the first moment they met, he had already decided, the hawk's talon was his prey. Up ahead, one of the hawk's talon's guards comments that the mad squad members are escaping along awkward angles, making pursuit difficult. The hawk's talon simply replies that it's just stalling, he won't lose his target. But before the guard can finish praising his commander, Rem's axe flashes, and the guard's head is severed cleanly, his body dropping to the dirt. Another soldier immediately screams, "Ambush," and shouts for everyone to scatter. But the forest itself seems to favor Rem. He dashes between the trees, moving with the speed and precision of a seasoned predator. His eyes gleam with thrill as he hunts down the fleeing soldiers, one by one. The sound of steel slicing through flesh mixes with the crunch of boots on leaves. One after another, they fall. Only one soldier remains now, trembling in terror. Seeing Rem charging at him like a hungry hound, the man screams in pure fear. Hearing his dying soldier's cries, the hawk's talon turns sharply, thinking, when did that barbarian get here? There wasn't even a sign of his approach. Rem is already upon him. The hawk's talon mutters that the hunt is always on his side and fires an arrow while running, but Rem swings his axe mid-stride, splitting the arrow in two before it reaches him. In the same motion, he hurls the axe, and the blade buries deep into the hawk's talon's shoulder. The archer crashes to the ground, screaming in pain. "Stop whining," Rem growls, walking toward him slowly, like a predator savoring its prey. "Use more strength, hawk brat." The hawk's talon glares up at him, blood trickling from his mouth, his hands shaking as he tries to reach for another arrow. But Rem is already holding one of his arrows in his hand. With a cold smile, he tells him, "It's a rare hunt. Don't end it so boringly." The hawk's talon grits his teeth, his rage mixing with helplessness. But before he can act, Rem plunges the arrow straight into his throat. The man convulses briefly before collapsing in silence. Looking down at the corpse, Rem scoffs and mutters that this was lame to the end. Pulling his axe free from the body, he sighs and says he had hoped the hawk's talon would at least suffer longer, enough to let him brush up on his rusty hunting skills. Then he pauses, thinking suddenly that he's starting to sound exactly like the captain. He realizes that after being around the captain for so long, he must have picked up some of his habits without noticing. The captain always accepts that he lacks talent, yet he keeps thinking about how to move forward to the next step. If Rem also learns to adopt that same accepting, reconciled attitude and make it his own, maybe he'll understand what it truly means to grow stronger. Maybe nothing will change, but he can at least try. Just like the captain does, again and again, without hesitation. After the mad squad finished dealing with the hawk unit, in the vast tall grass field, two powerful figures appeared. They were clad in dazzling armor, each gleaming under the sun with an almost blinding light. Their presence alone commanded attention, a natural aura of authority radiating from every movement they made. Red and black capes billowed in the wind, each fold and ripple accentuating the intensity of the moment. A tense atmosphere instantly settled over the field, thick enough to feel, as if the air itself were holding its breath in anticipation. The wind swept through the tall grasses, bending them almost in unison, making waves of green that seemed alive, as though even nature itself sensed the impending clash. A tense silence enveloped the area, broken only by the faint rustle of the grass and the distant cries of birds startled by the presence of two immense forces converging. Every observer felt it, the feeling that at any moment, a storm of skill, power, and will might erupt. A moment of stillness arrived, heavy and solemn, as if the world itself paused in reverence of what was about to unfold. Aura began to flow gently around the two figures. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, but as it grew, the air seemed to thrum with raw energy. The man with the red cape charged forward, his steps light but purposeful, each one striking the ground with controlled force. His movements were precise, almost poetic, yet each carried a lethal intent. As he struck at the man with the black cape, the latter parried with perfection, his movements flowing with the ease of years of disciplined training. The clash sent ripples of air outward, and the sound of metal striking metal echoed through the field. Enkrid, observing from a distance, noticed the intensity of the duel. The main forces of both sides are clashing, he murmured, his voice calm yet tinged with analytical focus. Jackson, standing beside him, squinted toward the combatants and commented, "It looks like they are fighting at a sub-knight level. That kind of technique, it's refined, deadly, but not quite the pinnacle." Enkrid took a deep breath, letting his gaze follow every strike, every movement. A clash between sub-knight ranks, he thought. It's fascinating to watch, but the timing isn't right. I can't afford to be distracted. Victory on the battlefield comes first. If Kryza's plan unfolded as expected, Marcus's battalion would soon arrive at cross guard, shifting the balance decisively. And true to Enkrid's prediction, Commander Marcus arrived with his forces at cross guard, his presence commanding attention and immediately influencing the morale of his troops. Meanwhile, at the Aspen command camp, panic and discord erupted like wildfire. Officers shouted in frustration, their faces red with both anger and fear. The Norilia bastards have occupied the cross guard courtyard. We cannot allow the city to bear the shame of being sacked. Hurry, send at least part of the night order, one barked, his voice strained with urgency. Aspen's strategist, Abneir, remained calm, his tone measured. The city has standing troops. It would be wiser to focus on the main battle rather than scatter our forces prematurely. The officers, however, were not satisfied. They gritted their teeth in anger, their voices rising as they shouted at Abneir. They called him a stupid commoner, mocking his station, demanding to know what he knew and insisting he had no right to interfere. As long as those nobles hold power, Abneir thought silently, they will not listen to a single word I say. Every unit of the Night Order is a strategic weapon. Even removing a few could destabilize the balance entirely. This war would be over before it even begins if that happens. He instructed his guards that they would return to the castle first, keeping himself and a portion of his forces safe amidst the chaos. On the walls, a soldier peered into the distance, his brow furrowed. "Where is the Norilia army?" he asked, tension evident in his voice. "Over there, on the hill," another soldier replied, pointing. But as he looked more closely, he noticed something strange, there was no army on the hill. Where did they all go? He wondered, unease creeping into his mind. Commander Marcus, observing his own troops from a vantage point, formulated a plan in his mind. If we fake an attack on cross guard and Aspen sends reinforcements, their sub-knights won't miss the opportunity to exploit that gap. Troops dispersed and weakened in strength cannot withstand a direct clash with our sub-knights. With this single operation, my battalion will achieve a remarkable victory. And it's all thanks to the Mad Squad, whose actions have already shifted the battlefield in our favor. Aspen, suffering a devastating defeat, found themselves unable to continue the war effectively. In the end, they demanded a truce, offering the tall grass field territory as payment. Norilia accepted without hesitation. Thus, the spring arrived in full bloom, the verdant fields and gentle sunlight signaling the end of a long, exhausting war with Aspen. 10 days after returning to border guard, most soldiers were off duty, resting except for those assigned to watch posts. Yet, Enkrid could not afford such luxury. There were too many battles to review, too many techniques to revisit, and too many strategies to analyze. His mind was a whirl of past experiences, current observations, and future possibilities. While training, a low-ranking soldier named Pol approached hesitantly. "Could you teach me a move?" he asked, his voice tentative and cautious. Enkrid was taken aback. Pole was one of the few soldiers who had been training non-stop, a familiar face, earnest and dedicated. "Why me?" Enkrid asked. "I've never taught anyone. I might not give good advice." Pole, unwavering, asked, "How is that a problem?" His eyes glimmered with determination and passion, reminding Enkrid of himself when he had first started. With a subtle smile, Enkrid decided he could not ignore Pole. "Come. I will spar with you," he said. Half asleep, Ragnar wandered toward the training area. Seeing Enkrid sparring with Pole, he became alert immediately. From a distance, he watched as Pole struggled to keep up, eventually falling to the ground. Enkrid noted, "Your leg strength is lacking," giving a critique that was firm but constructive. Pole, undeterred, requested another round. Ragnar continued to watch, slightly surprised. "The lieutenant is personally sparring now?" he thought. Then he reminded himself, since Enkrid learned from a great teacher, he will teach just fine. Yet he noticed something. Enkrid himself had forgotten the basics of swordsmanship, a detail that Ragnar filed away for later. "I will remind him," he thought. Enkrid adjusted his stance, resuming the sparring session. Memories of his instructor's words surfaced: "To improve one's skill, one must first recognize where they truly stand." Enkrid realized he had spent too long looking upward at those stronger than him, neglecting the view below, where clarity could be found. He began to see clearly where he stood now and what he still lacked. His focus on technique had blinded him to fundamentals. He changed his sparring style. Ragnar noticed immediately. "That's the textbook stance I taught him," he thought, a hint of surprise crossing his face that Enkrid had self-corrected so swiftly. Seeing Enkrid, his face lit up with a rare expression of approval. "Even he," Ragnar began, but Rem interrupted. "Even he what?" Calling Auden and Rem said, "I think something's gotten into Ragnar's head. He's muttering to himself." Auden laughed. "Possession doesn't happen that easily. He's just praying to God." Auden asked Ragnar, "So, what did God say in return?" Ragnar ignored him. "God said, get lost." Rem mocked, "Did God really tell him to get lost?" Enkrid noticed the two madmen bickering again, calling each other barbarian and tugging at collars. Auden tried to defuse the situation while secretly enjoying the spectacle. Addressing Rem and Ragnar as brothers, he said, "Please refrain from foolish violence." Yet he did not truly stop them. Enkrid scoffed, "Here they go again." At that moment, Jackson appeared. "There are a lot of eyes on you," he said. Startled, Enkrid wondered when Jackson had arrived. "They're always such noisy bastards," he muttered. Hearing this, Jackson asked, "Are you sure your sense training is working?" Enkrid, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Jackson continued, "The eyes aren't on those idiots. They're on the lieutenant." Enkrid noticed soldiers whispering among themselves. "Lucky Paul. Maybe we should ask to spar too," one said. "It's a waste of time resting like this. If we keep training, maybe someday we might become like Lieutenant Enkrid." Commander Marcus observed silently. From a mere squad leader to the mad lieutenant, Enkrid's growth has become a symbol of change among the soldiers, turning him into an idol, he thought. Climbing the stage stairs, he reflected, now Enkrid is a hero acknowledged by everyone. Addressing the gathered soldiers and nobles, Marcus said, "We are here to grant rewards for achievements in this battle. Whose contribution was the greatest? If you cannot answer, your head is not even fit to hang a helmet on." The nobles murmured criticism. Such vulgar speech, from a man of one of the 5 noble houses, no less, they muttered. Marcus ignored them, knowing the soldiers felt differently. Then he announced, "The one who led the battle to victory, step forward." He nearly said, "mad," but corrected himself. Independent Lieutenant Enkrid, step forward. As Enkrid climbed the stairs to the stage, he thought of the same platform he had once stood on when he destroyed the Fog of Massacre spell. But unlike back then, there were no jeers, only a silence full of focus, respect, and admiration. Commander Marcus spoke, I thought carefully about what could satisfy a soldier who has achieved so much. Presenting this chest, a reward showing my utmost sincerity and respect. As the commander opened the chest, Enkrid's eyes widened. The grand prize inside was the royal dagger, its blade gleaming magnificently, a symbol of honor, recognition, and the culmination of his unyielding efforts, training, and dedication. Commander Marcus tells Enkrid that it's an identity dagger, a rare and prestigious award given only to those who have rendered great service to the royal family. The royal dagger signifies more than just a weapon, it guarantees the bearer noble status and authority, bestowing upon them the privilege of being treated as an honored guest by the royal family. Enkrid holds the dagger, and as his fingers trace its ornate hilt, he briefly thinks that it's over-decorated, more for display than practical use as a weapon. Yet, despite his thoughts, he feels the weight of the honor it represents, and a quiet pride swells within him. This is honor. As the soldiers around him begin to cheer, Enkrid raises his hand in acknowledgement. A knight who pursues nothing but strength, he knows, is no different from a mercenary. But a true knight, one who builds honor upon skill, has a purpose that transcends mere combat. Enkrid stands tall, eyes glinting with a renewed sense of purpose. He raises his hand toward his fellow soldiers, a gesture of camaraderie, as he silently acknowledges the weight of this moment. This gift, this dagger, is more than just recognition, this is his stepping stone, his path toward becoming a true knight. Watching the soldiers cheer, Rem frowns, clearly discontent. He mutters that he, too, did something worthy of acknowledgement. Why is it that only the lieutenant is receiving all the attention, he grumbles. His voice is a mix of frustration and mockery. Auden, happily clapping his hands, responds with a broad grin, saying, Enkrid looks like a god, answering the prayers of his soldiers. His voice is full of admiration, though tinged with his own playful jest. In the midst of the celebration, Ragna, still groggy from the long day, sleepily asks, Are we heading back now? His tone is casual, as though he's not entirely certain where the evening is headed. Andrew, though, starts cheering, his voice enthusiastic as he declares that Enkrid is amazing. Commander Marcus, with a wide grin, turns to Enkrid and tells him that he's glad to see the lieutenant pleased with the reward. But then, his expression shifts, and he adds, Don't be satisfied just yet, Enkrid. There's still a personal gift waiting for you. You can look forward to it. Enkrid, though slightly surprised by the words, feels his anticipation grow. What could Marcus have in mind? Before he can ask further, Marcus turns toward the soldiers and, in a booming voice, announces, Tonight, we feast. He gestures grandly. I've brought the finest liquor, let's drink until we drop. Enkrid notices, however, that some of the nobles are still casting disapproving looks in Commander Marcus's direction. Enkrid thinks, with a wry smile, Marcus certainly has a fiery personality. He can already imagine what the banquet might hold, and he looks forward to it with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. As night falls, the banquet begins. The air is thick with the smells of food and the sounds of clinking glasses. Rem, never one to hold his tongue, makes loud comments as he drinks. Ragna, he calls, his voice teasing, Are you not drinking? Ragna, ever the cynic, responds mockingly, My taste is refined, Remy. Not like yours. Rem, never one to shy away from a challenge, suddenly throws his drink straight into Ragna's face, his laughter ringing out as he calls, Stop being such a picky bastard and just drink it. Ragna, furious, grabs Rem by the collar and growls, That filthy barbarian's spit is mixed in it. His face contorts in disgust as he glares at Rem. At that moment, Auden, with a mischievous grin, dumps an entire barrel of liquor onto both Rem and Ragna, soaking them in alcohol. Enkrid watches this unfold, both entertained and slightly amused by the absurdity of it all. Auden, with a chuckle, tells them to behave while they drink. Rem, his face red with anger, calls Auden a big oaf, muttering that he'll dunk Auden headfirst into another barrel next time. Ragna, still looking disgusted, mutters under his breath, but it's clear that the chaos has lightened his mood somewhat. Enkrid observes all of this with a detached amusement. For someone who had once promised to smash heads if the booze wasn't good, Auden certainly seems to be enjoying himself now. Enkrid suddenly realizes that Jackson is nowhere to be seen. He wonders if Jackson has headed into the city. But he figures Jackson is likely not the type to enjoy this kind of gathering anyway. As he's lost in his thoughts, Esther climbs into his lap, interrupting his musings. Still distracted, Enkrid would much rather be training with his sword than attending a banquet like this. But his moment of solitude is short-lived as Pin approaches him, a drink in both hands. "You're not thinking about training again, are you?" Pin asks, her voice light but teasing. She sits down beside him, offering him a drink. "Come on, Enkrid, cheer up. Relax a bit. You should enjoy moments like this. Take it easy." Pin's words are gentle, almost coaxing, and Enkrid can't help but notice the warmth in her voice. She encourages him to have a drink with her, trying to lighten his mood. But just as he's about to reply, the ferry commander approaches. The moment she steps forward, all the soldiers stop what they're doing and turn to watch her. Enkrid, too, notices her approaching, and his attention is drawn to her presence. Calling Enkrid a wicked man for sitting with another woman. Her heart, she says, is torn to shreds at the sight. Enkrid, with a straight face, replies dryly, "Yeah, right." His tone is casual, but there's an underlying playfulness in his voice. Hearing Enkrid's remark, the soldiers' mood shifts. They start grumbling, calling him heartless. One soldier shakes his head in disbelief, saying, "How could Enkrid say something like that? Can't he see the wounded look in the ferry commander's eyes?" The ferry commander herself acts along with the soldier's words, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Pin, still flustered, says she didn't think Enkrid was the type to be so callous. Enkrid turns to her with a shrug, saying, "I didn't do anything." Meanwhile, Esther watches the interaction with a mixture of disbelief and growing irritation. She's holding back, she thinks, but she's literally using her strength to help him recover while aiding his healing. And yet, he's flirting with other women. In her mind, she can't help but call Enkrid a cheeky bastard. Her irritation bubbles over, and in a flash of frustration, she headbutts him. The soldiers are stunned. They can't believe their eyes. The leopard has become jealous, and Enkrid, it seems, charms across species. They all exchange looks of surprise, unsure how to react to the sight of the ferry commander's outburst. One soldier, filled with drunken rage, suddenly stands up, drawing his sword. "Damn it all," he shouts. "How many after Jenny now, Enkrid?" He glares at him, his voice full of fury. "I can't take this anymore. I'll show you what's what." But when he notices Enkrid's confident smile, something in him falters. The soldier hesitates, his grip on his sword loosening. Enkrid, with a piercing glare, steps forward, his voice low and intense. "Now, that's something I like to hear," he says. The soldier, now visibly intimidated, sheaths his sword and begins to back down. The other soldiers, seeing this, start pushing him, urging him to keep his word. "A man should never go back on his word," they shout. "Fight!" At that, Cries, ever the opportunist, sets up a betting booth, calling out to the soldiers to place their bets. Suddenly, a soldier from the border guard approaches the crowd. The ferry commander, who has been observing the exchange with growing unease, asks, "What brings you here?" One soldier points to his comrade, saying, "We came to introduce this guy, Xenoc, to Enkrid." The captain of the border defense is usually out on external missions, so Xenoc has never met the big name from our battalion. The ferry commander raises an eyebrow. "You've picked a bad time," she says. Enkrid is probably only interested in duels right now. As the challenge is issued, the soldiers start calling the defeated soldier weak and demanding their money back. The defeated man, grumbling, tells them to shut up and try fighting Enkrid themselves. Enkrid, now thoroughly immersed in the spirit of the contest, thinks to himself that this isn't enough. Once the duel begins, he finds himself wanting more, preferably against someone stronger. His eyes scan the room, landing on the fairy commander. But she refuses his challenge. He looks at another soldier from the border defense, but he, too, refuses. Enkrid turns to Kryze, asking, why would they refuse a duel? Kryze grins and replies, not everyone is as crazy as you. Mac, always the serious one, turns to Andrew and asks, are you really going to do it? Andrew, with determination in his eyes, responds, yes, this is my proof. Auden, Rem, and Ragna all exchange looks of surprise. Enkrid, too, notices Andrew's resolve. In a serious tone, Andrew unsheathes his sword. I learned perseverance through our captain, he says. I dream of restoring my family's honor, as my mother wished before she died. But knowing my shortcomings has left me restless. The captain's unwavering pursuit of his dreams, that's who I want to be. That's who I respect. With a fierce, focused expression, Andrew declares, Andrew Gardner hereby challenges Lieutenant Enkrid to a duel. I've worked hard so I wouldn't fall behind the captain. And now, I will prove it here and now. Enkrid, a faint smile tugging at his lips, thinks of the old saying, spring breezes carry a kind of magic. A wind that heralds new beginnings. He looks up at the sky, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Tonight, he says, his voice filled with anticipation, is truly a good night for battle. He then turns to Andrew and, with a grin, says, I accept your challenge. I will face you with all my heart. Andrew, despite his nerves, steels himself, knowing that this duel could be the turning point of his journey. Enkrid and Andrew started their duel. Enkrid asked Andrew, doesn't this remind you of that day? He then imitated Andrew's voice, saying, try taking command from me, if you can beat me with skill. Hearing Enkrid bring up such embarrassing memories, Andrew got flustered. Enkrid then struck Andrew, pushing him back. He told Andrew, but that's all in the past, before, with excitement, saying, we're different now. Andrew, also getting excited, agreed with Enkrid. Addressing Enkrid as, Captain, Rem told him not to go easy on Andrew. Even a failed squad leader deserves credit for grit, he said. While clashing blades with Andrew, Enkrid thought to himself, Andrew's youthful arrogance has vanished, replaced by caution and experience. Enkrid noted how much Andrew had changed since their first meeting. The duel between them continued. As time went on, Enkrid reflected that not only had their relationship changed, but their skills had evolved too. With determination, Enkrid charged towards Andrew. Andrew barely managed to block Enkrid's strike, but he couldn't hold his ground. Slowly, he started getting pushed back. Enkrid swung his sword again, and this time, it sent Andrew flying. As Andrew fell to the ground, Enkrid extended his hand. As Andrew took Enkrid's hand, he surprised him by saying, I'm going to leave. Enkrid was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Andrew continued, saying it was time to rebuild his household. If Enkrid ever came to the capital, he could stay at the Gardner mansion. Then, suddenly embarrassed, Andrew added, since you've received the royal dagger, you could stay at the royal castle instead. Enkrid, in an affectionate gesture, petted Andrew's head and said he would look forward to it. With a heartfelt smile, Andrew replied, yes. Ragna, noticing the moment, asked Mac, are you going with Andrew too? He then noticed Mac was crying. Mac couldn't believe that Andrew had become so admirable. Auden, trying to lighten the mood, told Mac to wipe away those tears since it was a joyous occasion. Mac, wiping his eyes and nose with Rem's air, disgusted Ragna. Enraged, Rem asked, do you have a death wish or something? As Andrew ran toward Mac, he told Rem to stop bullying him. Seeing his teammates, Enkrid thought the banquet would continue all night, so they wouldn't regret missing out on anything. In his mind, Enkrid silently wished Andrew and Mac to enjoy themselves. As the night went on, the banquet continued with no sign of slowing down. At dawn, Andrew and Mac boarded the carriage to the capital, looking exhausted after being harassed by the squad all night. As Enkrid bid them farewell, he thought, the next time we meet, they will be noble heads of their households. So seeing them like this one last time isn't so bad. Even after the banquet, Enkrid didn't skip his morning training. It was a promise to himself, and something necessary if he wanted to become a true knight. Commander Marcus approached Enkrid, commenting, as expected, you're already up. Enkrid was surprised to see Commander Marcus but quickly noticed the frog and the squire standing behind him. Commander Marcus explained that he had a personal gift for Enkrid, but before he could finish speaking, the squire unsheathed a sword, immediately putting Enkrid on high alert. Before Enkrid could react, the squire attacked. Enkrid barely managed to block the strike. The frog looked shocked by the squire's behavior, and Enkrid's hands started shaking as he struggled to hold his ground. Then the squire backed off, asking, do you want me to keep going? Countless blades surged from the squire toward Enkrid. Enkrid's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold. Before he could even react, he saw the blades piercing him. His thigh was pierced, his arm severed, and his throat slit. The blades told him to stand down. If you retreat now, we will spare you. Otherwise, you will die. In that moment, Enkrid steeled his resolve and thought, if I must die rather than surrender, so be it. He moved forward, determined to press on. I will no longer back down from my dream. Even if I die hundreds of times, even if it's just one step at a time, even if I have to crawl forward. The squire was shocked to see Enkrid continue to advance. At that moment, the frog intervened, telling the squire, that's enough. Removing her helmet, the squire revealed her face and said, you're the first person like this I've met. How can you endure this without knowing how to handle it? She added, if you had held on just a bit longer, you would have really died. Enkrid, still breathing heavily, asked, who are you? The squire introduced herself, saying, I'm Aisha, a squire from the Red Cloak Order. Enkrid, unable to stay conscious any longer, started to fall, but Jackson quickly caught him. In a voice full of anger, Jackson demanded, so being a squire is all it takes to do this? All of Enkrid's squad mates immediately readied themselves for a fight. In a mocking tone, Rem said, that greeting was a bit formal, huh? Looking at Enkrid's squad mates, Aisha asked, who are these guys? As the frog's eyes glowed, he couldn't help but wonder, how did such people even end up here? A barbarian in the front, one who expertly hides his presence, and even a massive brute, every single one of them carried extraordinary talent. It was truly fascinating to behold. Especially the one in the back holding the sword, whose very posture suggested untapped potential. Noticing Ragna's bright blonde hair and intense red eyes, the frog pondered, is he perhaps from the north? He looked like he had just woken up, yet his grip and stance were absolutely perfect, showing an instinctual mastery that few possessed. The frog felt a rush of excitement seeing all these raw talents collected in one place. Commander Marcus informed the mad squad that this was not the situation they might be imagining and swiftly ordered them to stand down. Aisha was a little surprised, knowing that these were the so-called madmen, and she agreed with a slight nod that they definitely didn't look sane, their intensity bordering on the unhinged. Seeing that the squires were ignoring the command and still standing their ground, Rem became visibly angered and demanded, what the hell are they doing? Commander Marcus completely ignored Rem's question, his attention fixed on the expert, and instead asked the frog, can Enkrid become a knight? Hearing Marcus ask this, all the members of the mad squad were absolutely shocked. The frog internally theorized that the sole reason Marcus had called Aisha and him here was specifically to utilize the frog's special eye for natural talent, specifically to evaluate one person's potential. That's why Marcus had called it his personal gift. But in a serious and measured tone, the frog answered Marcus directly, saying, not a chance. He elaborated with absolute certainty, stating that Enkrid's limits were plain to see, and it was honestly a miracle he had even made it this far, pushing past clearly defined boundaries. The frog then shifted his gaze and asked Ragna, what about him, is he interested? Ragna straight up refused the frog's offer without a moment's hesitation. After Ragna's immediate refusal, the frog couldn't believe it, he actually refused an offer from the Red Cloak Order. The thought crossed his mind, they say the Mad Squad only worships their captain, is that why? Aisha then told Marcus curtly that she only did this favor because of him and their prior acquaintance. Marcus simply thanked her. Then, Aisha and the frog started to leave, but when walking away, the frog looked back at Enkrid and paused, thinking for a moment. He then told Aisha, I will stay behind for a bit, which clearly surprised her. Hearing he wanted to stay, Marcus asked him, do you need a place to stay? The frog then told Marcus, actually, I have a request. Hearing all this, Aisha instantly realized what was happening. The frog was staying because he intended to make another offer to Ragna. That's just like the frog, she mused. Once something catches his interest, he does whatever he wants, pursuing it relentlessly. She then took another look at Enkrid, who was currently on Jackson's back, and thought about the recent confrontation. He endured her pressure and even stepped forward. She had never seen anyone withstand it before, but to move forward while enduring it, it was truly unbelievable. She continued her internal assessment, concluding that if he mastered this power, he would probably become a monster. But then, dismissing the intense thought, she started leaving, murmuring to herself, if it were that easy, then every dog and cow would be a knight. Torres was secretly observing the entire unsettling situation from afar. He had initially wondered why it was so noisy during the night watch, but now he was utterly bewildered, thinking, what the hell is going on here? While walking towards the camp, Torres fell into deep thought. He thought about Enkrid's dream of becoming a knight. He had never hidden that ambition, so it was something everyone in the unit already knew. That's why this whole situation is so unsettling, he considered. Even though Enkrid had been scolded repeatedly for chasing an impossible dream, he had always endured the criticism. But hearing the word impossible from someone who had actually reached the very dream he chased, an expert talent appraiser, even Enkrid would surely feel despair. Torres finally reached the camp and knocked on the door. Rem then opened the door, and seeing Torres, he immediately mocked him by calling him, the ugly captain who got dumped by a woman, delivering the insult with a mischievous grin. Torres instantly got irritated and asked Rem, did he have to say the whole thing? Rem then casually asked Torres what brought him here. Torres started answering Rem's question, but before he could speak the full sentence, he noticed the frog was in the camp, sitting calmly beside Enkrid. Torres was very surprised seeing the frog there and asked, clearly bewildered, why the hell is that frog here? The frog simply stated he would crash here for a bit, and Rem also nonchalantly agreed to his stay. We see Torres, who is clearly feeling the tension, literally shaking with nerves. While nervous, Torres wondered, why do all the madmen look so relaxed all of a sudden? Their captain, the one they idolize, just had his deepest dream denied, he should be on the verge of despair, yet they were acting so calm. Enkrid then woke up, and seeing the frog, he asked him, why is he here? Before the frog could say anything, Rem playfully told Enkrid that, they say he will never become a knight, delivering the news without a trace of sensitivity. Hearing Rem say that harsh denial directly to his captain, Torres got very shocked. Rem continued his mocking, saying that Enkrid didn't even have a little bit of a chance, not even as much as a ghoul's dried turd. Before Rem could say anything else to push the painful point further, Torres urgently stopped him. In a low and incredibly cold tone, Enkrid asked the fateful question, is that so? Torres instantly panicked and tried to comfort Enkrid by telling him, he doesn't have to pretend he is fine, Torres totally gets how Enkrid feels. Enkrid got very surprised hearing Torres's earnest attempt at sympathy and, with a straight face, asked, get what? Torres also got very shocked seeing Enkrid's completely composed behavior. We see a very terrifying Rem standing silently behind Torres, his smile suggesting something deeper. Enkrid then told Rem he was going out to train. Rem asked, right now? Enkrid replied simply, saying, there's no time to waste, he was knocked out all morning and missed his training, indicating his immediate focus was recovery of time lost, not despair. Then Ragna woke up and asked, slightly disoriented, what, the captain already left? He then got up and, while still half asleep, he also went out to train without questioning the early hour. The frog found the whole situation exceptionally interesting. This was not the reaction of a broken man. Torres, still perplexed, asked the group, "Why is Enkrid so calm?" Rem, utterly casual, asked Torres, "Why do you think that is?" "Because the captain is stubborn as hell." Auden joined in the conversation, saying that their captain wouldn't care what some talent appraiser like the frog says, even if a real knight said the same thing, Enkrid wouldn't change. Jackson then added his perspective, saying, "That's how stubborn the captain is, or, in a better light, one could call it conviction." Hearing their unified explanations, Torres finally realized the truth. A guy who knows neither despair nor surrender, that's why that bastard won't be broken by anyone's words, he thought with a begrudging admiration. Torres then got slightly frustrated because Enkrid was making the people who worried about him look stupid by completely ignoring the bad news. Seeing Torres's serious face, Rem asked him, "What's wrong?" Torres simply said he needed to train too. After all, he didn't want to lose to Enkrid, acknowledging his captain's unstoppable dedication. Outside, Enkrid was already hard at training. He briefly thought about the power of a squire that he had witnessed, those overwhelming, unstoppable blades, and realized it wasn't just killing intent. Before Enkrid could think further on the mysterious force, the frog approached him and asked, "Is he curious?" Curious about what kind of power Aisha's pressure really was, the frog prodded. Hearing the word pressure, Enkrid immediately asked, "Is that the name of the technique? And what makes a knight different?" Ragnar then approached them, having started his own training nearby, and provided an answer, saying, "Those who surpass their own limits may reach the threshold of knighthood, but without awakening this power, they can never truly become one." He elaborated further on the rarity, explaining that 1 out of 10,000 may awaken it, or sometimes not even one, calling it a mysterious force beyond reason, an internal and rare phenomenon. Hearing Ragnar's detailed explanation, the frog couldn't resist questioning Ragnar's judgment, asking, "He tells Enkrid all that, won't he be totally crushed?" Enkrid, showing no signs of being crushed but only deep interest, then asked directly, "What is that power?" Enkrid's sudden and focused question caught the frog off guard, interrupting his own internal calculation. With a curious expression that showed his unwavering determination, Enkrid asked the frog to tell him more. The frog then laughed, perhaps amused by Enkrid's resilience, and said, "Aisha's pressure is also a manifestation of that same power." Ragnar then cut in, providing the overarching definition, saying, "It's what allows knights to wield strength beyond that of human capacity." He concluded by revealing the collective name of such power: it is called will. Ragnar continues speaking, his calm but unwavering tone carrying through the quiet air. He says that will is the power of one's resolve, the manifestation of a person's deepest conviction, so naturally some even call it willpower. It is, according to him, the greatest mystery a human can manifest. A force so elusive and profound that even those who study it their whole lives cannot fully grasp its nature. Ragnar adds that to obtain will, first one must face and surpass one's limits. Only by confronting that unseen wall within oneself can the seed of will even begin to awaken. After that, to truly awaken will. Ragnar pauses. His eyes narrow slightly, as though recalling something from far away, something he cannot easily put into words. Then he stops and tells Enkrid that he will know when the time comes. Enkrid, whose mind always grabs onto every hint of power he hears, asks immediately, "Know what? And do you even know it or not?" His voice carries curiosity mixed with impatience. Ragnar, unfazed, tells Enkrid that he cannot know it right now. There is no way to explain it, he says, because the nature of awakening is different for every person. The frog, who has been quietly observing their conversation, jumps in and says that will manifests differently for every individual. Only that person, the one destined for it, can know how to awaken their own will. The frog then tells Enkrid that he hasn't even surpassed a limit yet, so it's too early to talk big. Ragnar also agrees with the frog, nodding lightly, supporting the claim that one cannot understand will before pushing beyond a true limit. Enkrid then asks the question burning in his mind, how does one surpass a limit? He asks it earnestly, genuinely trying to grasp the path ahead. The frog replies that only Enkrid himself can know it. He says Enkrid cannot know his limits unless he feels them directly for himself. But before the frog even finishes speaking, Enkrid picks up his sword, interrupting him with a sudden decisive gesture, and says that he understands. His voice holds no hesitation. I will just keep repeating what I have been doing until it kills me. His expression is grim but full of determination. With a smirk, the frog says that according to his opinion, it won't work anyway. And deep in his mind, the frog starts thinking again. A frog's ability appraisal works on instinct, he reminds himself. And instincts are usually built from long experience. He has observed countless humans in his life, from the weak and hopeless to the exceptional prodigies. So naturally he is better at judging talent than any other frog. He judges talent based on two criteria. First, do they have actual talent? Second, do they have the will to move forward? Usually, if the first fails, the second doesn't matter at all. But that guy Enkrid, the frog narrows his eyes. He has overwhelming will. Something the frog has never seen before. Truly an unknown existence. Something outside the frog's expectations. Frogs live driven by their personal desires. Some frogs stake their hearts on overwhelming strength. Others on spiritual love. But what he desires most is the exploration of the unknown. And Enkrid, the captain of the mad squad, is exactly that. An unknown existence walking in human skin. Calling Enkrid's title out loud in his mind, the frog concludes that he will be sticking around for a while. When Enkrid extends his arm toward him, asking for the frog's name, the frog takes his hand. While shaking Enkrid's hand, he says, "It's Lugurgarn." In that moment, the frog thinks again. Enkrid interests him more than anything. This strange, unknown existence awakens his curiosity like nothing else. Slowly the night falls. The sky darkens into deep shades of navy blue, torches flicker across the outpost, and soldiers settle into the evening routine. While the soldiers were having dinner, they get surprised seeing the frog sitting with the mad squad. Whispers spread quickly among the ranks like sparks catching dry leaves. Torres mutters to himself quietly, saying, "So the frog really decided to stay." Another soldier sitting beside him notices his expression and asks him if he knows something. Then, as if a dam has broken, all the other soldiers encircle Torres, bombarding him with questions, asking him what the hell happened and why the frog is over there with the mad squad. Torres, irritated, stands up abruptly and starts leaving the dinner area, calling them idiots and saying they stink, telling them to stop crowding him. Seeing the situation, Rem frowns and says, "No manners at all." Immediately, Jackson, always eager to provoke him, tells Rem that he is the last person who should be saying that. Rem, without missing a beat, grabs a fork and tries to stab Jackson with it. But Jackson easily avoids it, stepping out of reach with casual annoyance. Then the two start their bickering again, louder and more chaotic. Their voices echo across the dining space. All the other soldiers begin a tactical evacuation as soon as the two begin fighting. Cries, watching them with a disappointed sigh, says only one thing: completely uncivilized. Seeing the scene unfold, the frog crosses his arms. He already judged earlier that these guys have exceptional talent. However, it's not just exceptional talent. All four of them, Rem, Jackson, Ragna, and Auden, have already surpassed their limits. If they had awakened their will, they would already be knights. But will depends heavily on luck too. Even extraordinary potential cannot guarantee awakening. Pin, looking increasingly nervous, asks Enkrid, shouldn't they stop them? But with a relaxed tone, Enkrid says they are very close, meaning close as comrades who trust each other, and asks why he should stop them. Pin looks at him, shocked, asking if his eyesight is broken. Enkrid then explains that compared to before, the way they interact now shows they are close enough to not kill each other for real anymore. That fight will die down on its own. Pin looks back at their fighting again with doubt spreading across her face, unsure whether to trust Enkrid's words or not. The other soldiers get more agitated when they see Rem pulling out his axe and Ragna drawing his sword. Sparks of danger fly through the air. But ignoring all the chaos, Enkrid turns to Lugargarn and asks him if he has decided where he will sleep at the outpost. Lugargarn answers calmly that he would like the spot next to Enkrid. Suddenly, Rem throws his axe toward the frog, but Enkrid immediately blocks it with his sword in a seamless motion. The steel rings loudly, startling everyone nearby. Rem gets angry at the frog, shouting that it's his spot and calling Lugargarn a frog bastard, asking where he thinks he is sitting. Seeing Rem's behavior, the frog realizes fully, these people really are crazy. Enkrid apologizes to the frog on Rem's behalf. But the frog simply waves it off and says it is fine. Good-looking guys get a pass on small offenses, he says lightly. Hearing that, Enkrid asks if it is true that frogs judge humans by beauty. Pin cuts in, nodding, and says it's true, everyone here is pretty good-looking. The frog then tells Enkrid that in that sense, he passes too. He can overlook a little disrespect. Then the frog asks if Enkrid wants anything from him. Hearing the question, Enkrid thinks for a moment. Then, with sudden excitement, he says, "Let's spar." The frog gets a little surprised hearing Enkrid's request and asks if he really wants to spar after training all day. Enkrid, with complete seriousness, replies that he will spar and then train again afterward. The frog then realizes something important, Enkrid is the craziest of them all. Pin also agrees with the frog. A normal person would collapse after the day's intense training sessions. But Enkrid's mental endurance seems far beyond that of others. The frog starts to wonder what Enkrid would become if he were to gain will one day. The idea sends a strange thrill through him. Enkrid then calmly says he is an extremely normal, reasonable person though. Pin stares at him and asks if he is really sane. Pulling out his whip, the frog thinks that normally he wouldn't waste time on people with zero talent, but with Enkrid he feels like humoring him a little. With excitement growing inside him, the frog tells Enkrid that he won't hold back. Enkrid's eyes glow with excitement in return, and he says that's exactly what he wants. The scene shifts to the Duchy of Aspen. Aspen's strategist sits in dim candlelight, the map of the battlefield stretched before him. He admits to himself that predicting absolute victory was his arrogance. But with all the stratagems they prepared, he thought they wouldn't lose so easily. Yet the defeat began with Mitch Hurrier's death. After that, their provocation failed, and even the giant was slain. And at the center of all those events was that mad squad leader, Enkrid. The war is not completely over. When the ceasefire ends someday, Aspen will seize victory. That is what he believes. But if Enkrid gets in the way then as well, it will be troublesome. The strategist knows that already the Grey Dog sent assassins after Enkrid once. He had found it strange at the time to focus on a mere squad leader. But unexpectedly, this method may be the answer. The Swamp of Monter, with exceptional skill, an assassin guild that never fails a contract. An assassin guild owned by the Aspen Royal Palace. The strategist then gives the order. By the authority of the Royal House of Aspen, kill the soldier known as Enkrid. The assassin moves like a shadow, slipping through darkness. Eventually he arrives at the barracks where Enkrid was having dinner. Silence cloaks his steps as he approaches his target. When the assassin is about to attack Enkrid, a hand suddenly appears behind him. A cold blade touches the side of his neck. Jackson, appearing from the shadows, presses a dagger against him and asks in a low voice, "Who are you?" On the outskirts of Aspen territory, deep within the hidden shadows of the swamp belonging to the Swamp of Monter Guild, a thick tension clung to the air like a suffocating mist. Inside their secret base, an underground chamber carved through mud, stone, and decades of secrecy, one of the guild's leaders suddenly slammed his fist onto the wooden table. The impact echoed through the dim room, rattling weapons hung on the walls and sending dust drifting lazily from the ceiling. His face twisted in anger and frustration as another report came in. They had lost contact with their assassins for the 5th time. His breath grew uneven. His jaw trembled. It wasn't just failure, it was humiliation. Someone standing in the darkness stepped forward and informed him that someone kept interfering with their assassinations. Even though the assassin they had sent this time was a top-class one who normally could slip through crowds and slit throats without leaving as much as a trembling leaf behind, he was taken down before he could even react. The messenger's voice wavered, as if he feared being struck next. Hearing this, the guild leader felt cold sweat form on the back of his neck. His fingers twitched. He nervously thought to himself that this contract came directly from the Aspen Royal Palace. If a palace-affiliated guild like theirs failed this mission, then the guild's very existence would be jeopardized. The palace did not tolerate incompetence. 1 failure might be forgiven, 5 would not. He tapped his finger repeatedly on the table, each tap carrying the weight of rising fear. After a few moments of deep contemplation, he finally muttered, "Only those guys can finish this job now." His voice was low, almost trembling. Then, louder and more certain, he declared, "The finest assassins of our guild, the Lux brothers." The room fell silent. Even the torches seemed to flicker nervously at the sound of those names. He straightened his back, forcing authority into his posture, and ordered them to complete the mission at all costs. The scene shifted away from the dark swamps to a very different place, the bright border city within Norilia territory. Warm sunlight spilled across the streets. Merchants shouted about their goods, children ran around playfully, and the smell of fresh bread mixed with the dust of travel. Walking among the bustling crowds was Enkrid, the man many now addressed as the hero of the war. As he moved down the street, villagers greeted him with smiles and grateful nods. Some asked if he was out on patrol today. Others waved and called out his name with admiration. A few people even hurried up to him with small gifts in their hands, baskets of fruit, handmade crafts, warm bread wrapped neatly in cloth. Enkrid raised his hands and tried to refuse politely, insisting he couldn't accept something like that. But one man stepped forward, eyes filled with genuine emotion, and told Enkrid that his son had returned alive thanks to him. He requested, almost pleaded, that Enkrid accept the gifts as goodwill. Surrounded by their sincerity, Enkrid struggled to argue. More people crowded around him, offering various items. Someone asked if the shoes he had gifted Enkrid before were serving him well. Amid this cheerful crowd, none of them realized that danger slithered within. Hidden among the people, one assassin blended perfectly in the mass, holding a concealed weapon, ready to strike at any moment. From another side of the street, a second assassin stood behind objects, waiting for the perfect angle. High up, one more assassin targeted Enkrid from a tavern window, his eyes sharp, breath controlled, fingers steady. At the exact same moment, all 3 assassins acted. 2 assassins threw their hidden weapons at Enkrid from opposite directions, the blades slicing through the air silently. The third assassin lunged forward from within the crowd, slipping through people like a shadow with murderous intent burning in his eyes. Enkrid, oblivious to the sudden coordinated assault, continued listening to the villagers. But in the next heartbeat, a hand moved faster than sound. Jackson appeared as if emerging from thin air. With a flick of his wrist, he destroyed the hidden weapons mid-flight, shattering them into harmless fragments. The third assassin, the one who had been charging through the crowd, didn't even have time to gasp. Jackson's hand shot out and wrapped around his throat, stopping him instantly. The assassin's feet left the ground. Enkrid immediately sensed something was off, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He turned his head quickly, scanning his surroundings, but when he looked around, everything appeared normal. People were smiling, chatting, offering him baskets. No one seemed to notice the chaos happening within the shadows of the alley. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley nearby, where Jackson dragged the strangled assassin away, another assassin approached from behind. His voice was cold and filled with anger as he said, "So it was him, the one who kept obstructing our mission." He charged at Jackson without hesitation. Jackson didn't even blink. He countered the assassin's attacks with swift, precise movements, and in an instant, deadly string wrapped around the assassin's neck like a noose. The man struggled, gasping for air, clawing at the invisible thread, but he was already trapped. High above, the assassin who had been watching from the tavern window now understood the situation. "Jackson is too dangerous," he muttered under his breath. "The brothers are going down in an instant. I must eliminate the target first." He leaped out the window, charging toward Enkrid with desperate determination. But once again, Jackson appeared before him like a phantom. The hidden weapon in the assassin's hand shattered instantly, and with another swift motion, Jackson incapacitated him completely, wrapping the deadly string around him like a spider binding prey. A few moments later, Enkrid walked by, holding the gifts people had given him, and finally noticed Jackson standing near the alley. Confused, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Jackson pointed at the unconscious assassins and said with a straight face, "These drunks were lying around somewhere dangerous, so I moved them here before they got run over." Enkrid's eyebrow twitched. He noticed Jackson reeked of alcohol, and with a skeptical tone, asked, "You're capable of doing something good?" Jackson stared at him. "You got a problem with that?" Enkrid cleared his throat quickly. "No. Never mind." He turned and began walking away. Jackson watched him leave and thought to himself, "Our squad leader is at the stage where he needs non-stop training. I can't let small fry interfere." And yet, stronger and stronger ones keep coming. His mind drifted to the memory of that half-elf rat who had tried to kill their squad leader last time. With a relaxed but chilling tone, Jackson murmured, "They must not know whose territory this is." As afternoon fell, the streets grew busier and more chaotic. People hustled from market stalls to taverns, carriages rolled by loudly, and the city seemed to glow with a vibrant life of its own. Jackson entered a tavern quietly and climbed to the second floor. His footsteps were silent, yet heavy with intent. In a corner room overlooking the streets, bathed in the radiant afternoon light streaming through the window, waited a woman, unknown to most, gorgeous yet dangerous. Her beauty was sharp, like a blade hidden in silk. The moment Jackson stepped inside, she turned. He said calmly, "In the market alley, the assassins masked their scent with alcohol." The woman immediately stood and bowed deeply. "Looks like they're from the swamp of Monter," she said with certainty. Then she asked, "What should we do?" In a serious tone, Jackson replied, "Handle it your way." He turned to leave, but the woman's voice trembled slightly as she asked, almost desperately, "You're leaving again?" Without hesitation. For a brief moment, darkness flickered across her eyes, something emotional, something unspoken. Before Jackson could respond, two masked men appeared through the window behind her. The woman regained her composure immediately and gave her command. "Follow my orders. Send Monter's swamp a warning, and show no mercy. From now on, any assassin who enters this city, kill every single one of them." Her voice was calm, but beneath that calmness lay violence like molten steel. Back in the swamp base, the leader of the Swamp of Monter Guild shook in fear when he received the warning. His hands trembled violently. They had provoked something far beyond their league. Meanwhile, the strategist of Aspen grew furious upon hearing that the assassination had become impossible. His anger was cold, controlled, but intense. The guild leader explained, voice quivering, "People way above our level are guarding the target. We operate only within the Aspen Duchy, but the ones guarding the target operate on at least a continental level." Upon hearing this, the strategist's eyes widened in shock. The strategist then exhaled sharply and said, "Since Enkrid is not someone they can just take out with an assassination, fine then. I'll withdraw the request." But afterward, he fell into deep thought. A burning curiosity flickered in his eyes. If there truly is something special about Enkrid, I will confirm it again on the battlefield. 3 months passed since Enkrid returned to the border guard. On a dusty training field, beneath the scorching sun, 2 soldiers were visibly tired and panting heavily. One of them wiped sweat from his forehead and said, "Maybe it's because the weather's gotten hotter. I get exhausted just standing still." The other soldier looked at Enkrid, who was training relentlessly. Swing after swing, strike after strike, his movements were sharp, fierce, almost monstrous. "Yet he really hasn't skipped a single day," he said in disbelief. They exchanged glances and realized something undeniable: Enkrid didn't get stronger by luck. They wondered aloud, with that level of training, how much stronger is Enkrid now? But before he could finish speaking, a voice burst from behind them. "Bullshit." They jumped, startled out of their skin. It was Rem. Ragna, lying lazily in the shade, scratched his cheek and said, "Something strange. I didn't teach the squad leader wrong." Auden prayed sincerely, "Lord, please save our brother. Our squad leader is possessed by a terrifying demon." Jackson only sighed, watching Enkrid's insane training pace with a resigned expression. The frog, arms crossed, wondered quietly, "Did I misjudge Enkrid?" But soon he reminded himself that he had assessed Enkrid thoroughly the first time. Enkrid truly had no talent. His reading had been accurate. "Enkrid is completely stagnant now," the frog muttered. Yet at that same moment, deep in his mind, Enkrid thought, "No." A devious smile formed on Enkrid's lips. "Right now, I am taking a huge step forward. One that no one else can see." It was as if the todays have started again and he is overcoming a huge wall. As the faint, grey light of dawn slowly rises over the horizon, casting a pale glow upon the sleepy border town, the world outside is still quiet. However, inside the barracks, specifically in the lodging where the mad squad stays, the silence is not absolute. Low, persistent muttering sounds can be heard drifting from one of the squad members' beds, the noise muffled slightly as it emanates from under the thick wool blanket. Alongside the sound, the faint, flickering glow of lantern light can also be seen seeping through the fabric of the covers, betraying the occupant's wakefulness. We come to know it is Cries. He is huddled there in his private cocoon, his eyes scanning a piece of parchment as he tries to decipher some ancient language scrawled across it. He squints, mouthing the strange syllables, but he is clearly having a difficult time making sense of the cryptic symbols. The incessant muttering acts like a drill, and it abruptly interrupts the frog's sleep. The frog, who sleeps in the adjacent bunk, twitches in irritation. Finally snapping, he reaches out and pulls the blanket off Cries in a fit of sudden anger, telling Cries to be quiet. The sudden exposure to the cool air and the frog's aggression makes Cries jump. He gets shocked and shimmers visibly due to the frog's action, his body vibrating with nervous energy. In an angry tone, the frog asks Cries why is he muttering nonsense from the crack of dawn, disturbing everyone's rest. But as the frog glares at the disturbance, his large eyes narrow, and then he notices the letter on the map Cries was holding, the very text Cries was trying so desperately to decipher. The frog's expression shifts from annoyance to recognition. He leans in, scanning the script. Cries gets very surprised seeing the frog can read the ancient language. He watches with wide eyes as the frog mutters the correct translation, realizing that this creature is full of unexpected talents. Slowly, the dawn passes, the grey light shifting to gold as the sun comes up fully, signaling the start of the day. On the other side of the room, immediately, Enkrid gets up from sleep. There is no grogginess, no hesitation. It is a mechanical, sudden awakening, as if he had hit a wall in his dreams and bounced back into reality. To him, it feels as though today were repeating, an endless cycle of effort without breakthrough. And yet, a new today has started, and he must face it. Seeing Enkrid suddenly get up with such abrupt force, Cries again shimmers due to shock, his nerves still frayed from the frog's earlier outburst. After getting up, Enkrid looks around the room, his face set in determination, and says, "It's morning training time." Enkrid then immediately starts training. The rest of the squad members, now waking up, watch Enkrid with disappointment. They can see the stagnation in his movements. Ragna, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, shakes his head and says, "That guy really is not improving at all." Jackson says the captain must feel he has hit a wall too. It is obvious to anyone with a warrior's eye. But then, Jackson notices something subtle in Enkrid's expression. Jackson then wonders, but why does the captain look so happy? Despite the lack of progress, there is a strange contentment in his exertion. Rem, watching the display with a critical eye, wonders to himself, what is the squad leader even thinking? Suddenly, the routine is broken as a soldier approaches Enkrid, stepping into the training area and asking if he has a moment. Enkrid stops his training, wiping the sweat from his brow, and asks, "What is it?" The soldier stands at attention and informs Enkrid that Battalion Commander Marcus is calling for him. Enkrid nods and heads to the command tent. After Enkrid comes to the command tent, he finds Commander Marcus waiting for him with a serious expression. Commander Marcus gets straight to the point and assigns him a soldier mercenary request. Enkrid takes the document and looks it over. He sees it's an assignment to clear the colony near the frontier village. Commander Marcus points to the map on his desk and explains the situation. The commander says that around this time, the outskirts become more dangerous. Summer is the season when monsters and beasts thrive, the heat seems to fuel their aggression and breeding. He explains that once their numbers increase and a leader emerges among them, the group becomes a colony and threatens nearby villages. It is a natural cycle of violence that must be culled. Signs of a large colony have appeared near that frontier village, posing an imminent threat. Marcus looks Enkrid in the eye and grants Enkrid temporary command over the village watch and orders him to handle it. Enkrid returns to the soldier lodging to pack. Pin gets surprised seeing Enkrid preparing immediately. She watches him pile up equipment and supplies, and she tells Enkrid that, same as during the cross-guard mission, he really hauls around a lot of stuff. It seems excessive for a simple suppression mission. Enkrid tightens a strap on his bag and says, the more thorough the preparation, the better. He does not believe in taking chances. The frog, having followed Enkrid back, picks up the mission report. After reading the report, the frog nods sagely and says for a large colony, this level of readiness is proper. It is not paranoia, it is professionalism. Kryze adds his own perspective, noting that even dumb ghouls become dangerous in groups. Numbers have a quality of their own. Then Kryze takes the request form from the frog to look at it himself, his curiosity piqued. While they discuss the mission details, Enkrid's mind wanders off to somewhere else. He looks at his belt and thinks it would be nice to bring a whistle dagger too. Ever since he used up the one he got from that half-elf, he has got no way to get another. It was a useful tool, versatile and deadly. It's rare, so he guesses it can't be helped. He will have to make do without it. Jackson, ever the observer, notices Enkrid's absent-mindedness, seeing the slight frown as Enkrid touches his empty belt loop. Meanwhile, after looking at the report and the location, Kryze starts shaking in excitement. The trembling is visceral. With intense excitement, he then approaches Enkrid, and as he gets closer, his eyes start glowing and sparkling as if he has got the scent of money. The greed and thrill are practically radiating off him. While all excited, he tells Enkrid, I am coming with you on this one. He insists, claiming this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enkrid gets caught off guard at Kryze's behavior, the sudden shift from nervous shimmer to greedy enthusiasm is jarring. Enkrid asks, what with those eyes, and tells him to move, trying to continue his packing. But Kryze is persistent. Showing the ancient map he was deciphering earlier, Kryze says there's treasure hidden right next to the frontier village. He points a shaking finger at a specific spot on the parchment. Enkrid pauses, looking at the map, and gets a little surprised hearing of treasure. Kryze continues, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, explaining it's the fortune hidden by the legendary merchant Dolph over 100 years ago. The name carries weight in stories of gold and commerce. Enkrid looks closer and notices that map is the one Kryze picked up on the battlefield before. He remembers Kryze scavenging it from a corpse. Kryze nods enthusiastically and says it's a well-known rumor among people who deal with Krona. The dungeon holding Dolph's treasure is over a century old. He reasons that the traps doesn't even work anymore, time would have rusted the gears and rotted the wood. So finding it is basically hitting the jackpot, high reward, zero risk. After looking at the map over Kryze's shoulder, Pin says she can't read the writing. It looks like nonsense to her. Enkrid asks, isn't this some ancient language? The frog then cuts in on the conversation, puffing out his chest, and proudly says he helped with that. He says he is a scholar. To him, deciphering ancient text is easy. Hearing of a scholar from a warrior race like the frog, Enkrid gets very shocked. The frog is a brute in combat, yet he claims intellectual prowess. Pin also agrees and says she has never heard of that before, a frog of his species being a scholar. The frog looks at them with disdain and then tells them generalizing isn't good. Stereotypes are the sign of a small mind. Kryze, ignoring the sociological debate, then asks Enkrid, so you are coming, right? He needs the squad leader's protection to get to the treasure. Enkrid shrugs, focusing back on his gear, and reluctantly says, if it's just stopping by. He won't make it the priority, but he won't stop Cries from looking. After hearing Enkrid's answers, Cries couldn't hold his excitement anymore. He practically dances in place. Enkrid stands up and announces that they will leave at dawn tomorrow and orders all squad members to prepare. He assumes the whole unit will move out as usual. But then he notices something is amiss. The usual bustle of the squad preparing is absent. With an indifferent look, Rem leans against the wall and says he is not going. He cleans his fingernails with a dagger, showing zero interest in the mission. With that same expression, Auden says the Lord isn't giving him an answer. His cryptic way of saying his intuition, or his deity, is telling him to stay put. Ragna, yawning, also passes this time. He prefers to sleep or train at his own pace. Jackson, as usual with his brooding face, says he has got something to take care of. He is vague, offering no details. Cries, surprised that the heavy hitters are staying behind, casually asks Jackson, since when? He notes that Jackson is always dying to follow the squad leader, shadowing him like a bodyguard. But Jackson ignores Cries' remarks and simply goes out of the room without explaining further. Enkrid doesn't say anything and only watches. He does not demand their obedience or force them to come. He respects their autonomy. With a nervous look, Pin asks, won't their fighting strength drop? Without Rem, Jackson, and Ragna, the squad is significantly weaker. At that moment, the frog steps forward and says he will go. He reasons that there is no point staying if Enkrid isn't here anyway, the barracks will be boring without the captain. Cries gets happy that if a frog is coming, then they are fine. The frog is strong enough to handle most threats. Cries then goes to pack, his mind filled with visions of gold. Enkrid then watches all his squad members and notices their behavior. He senses there is more to their refusal than laziness or errands, but he keeps his thoughts to himself. Soon, the dawn of the next day arrives. The air is crisp and cold. The frog stands by the door and tells Enkrid they are ready to head out. Cries, looking at the assembled group, comments an unnecessary comment that the leopard is coming too. He points at Esther, the beast who fights alongside them. After hearing that, Esther roars and grits her teeth at Cries, flashing sharp fangs, which scares him into silence. Enkrid shoulders his pack, ready to leave. But before Enkrid heads out, Jackson appears from the shadows. He stops him and tosses him a pouch. Enkrid catches it, it is heavy. When Enkrid opens the pouch, he sees it's full of whistle daggers. The very weapon he was wishing for yesterday. Jackson looks away and tells Enkrid he acquired them through his own channels. It was not an easy task, but he managed it. Enkrid looks at the daggers, then at Jackson, and asks, so that's why he was busy yesterday. Jackson hadn't been avoiding the mission, he had been preparing this support. With an indifferent look, Jackson says he thought the squad leader needed at least one more weapon right now. He plays it off as a mere tactical decision. Rem and the other squad members also look at Enkrid as if they agree with Jackson's statement. Enkrid then tells them he knows why they are doing this. He understands the silent communication of warriors. But then, a grin appears on Enkrid's lips, a rare, genuine expression of confidence. As he heads out, he turns back and tells his squad members he will show them when he gets back. He promises that things will get interesting then. He will break through his wall. Jackson watches as Enkrid leaves, the silhouette of the captain fading into the morning mist. Rem breaks the silence and asks, what is that man even thinking? Ragna scratches his head and says, no matter how he looked, the squad leader didn't seem like he was growing. To Ragna's eyes, Enkrid is stagnant. Jackson shakes his head and says, but the squad leader does suddenly improves out of nowhere pretty often. Enkrid defies the logic of steady progress, he evolves in bursts. Auden, who is usually smiling, says he wants to trust that confidence. He says he will wait and see how Enkrid surprises them this time and how strong he will become. Rem picks up his axe, the weight of it familiar in his hands. He remarks at Enkrid, what a strange human. Then, turning to the swordsman, calling Ragna sleepyhead, Rem says he wants to spar and Ragna should bet half his life on it. The intent is clear, they are not just waiting, they are training too. With a straight face, Ragna tells Rem not to blame him if he dies. Auden, always cheerful, this time with a serious tone, says he would like to join too. He won't be left behind in strength. Jackson cracks his knuckles and says he will keep him company. With excitement in his eyes, Rem thinks to himself, if things go as the squad leader said, it better be interesting when he returns. They will also prepare their own payback. They will be stronger when he returns, ready to challenge him again. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hangs over the forest as the group moves forward. A colony gathers nearby monsters and beasts, so Enkrid expected the road to the frontier village wouldn't be smooth. He had anticipated resistance, perhaps a stray pack here and there, but the density of the hostility in the air is far thicker than he imagined. The forest itself seems to be holding its breath, the usual sounds of wildlife replaced by the rustling of predatory movement in the underbrush. As they fight on the path to the frontier village, the clash of steel against hide and bone rings out incessantly. Enkrid swings his blade, severing the limb of a lunging creature, his breath steady but his mind calculating. Beside him, Luagarn moves with fluid grace, though her expression is tightening with annoyance. Luagarn says they are running into them pretty often. She wipes a splatter of dark ichor from her cheek, her eyes scanning the tree line for the next wave. It isn't just a random encounter, it feels like an assault. The skirmish ends, leaving the group momentarily in a clearing filled with the scent of ozone and blood. Clearly exhausted from the fighting, Cries says they have already run into them 6 times since they left. 6 times. In such a short distance, that number is absurd. It speaks of an aggression that shouldn't exist this far from the deep wilds. Due to the situation, Pin panics and apologizes, saying she swore she found the right road. Her hands tremble as she clutches the map, her eyes darting between the parchment and the darkening woods. She feels the weight of the party's exhaustion on her shoulders, fearing that her navigation has led them straight into a nest of monsters. She stammers, her voice laced with guilt, terrified that her mistake is costing them their strength. Enkrid looks at her, seeing the genuine fear in her eyes. He sheaths his sword with a calm, deliberate click to break the tension. Enkrid tells her not to worry about it. His voice is steady, a grounding force in the rising chaos. He assures her that the map isn't the problem, the forest itself has changed. They need to keep moving. Lingering here will only invite more trouble, and they cannot afford to lose the daylight. As the night falls, the sky undergoes a terrifying transformation. A crimson-red moon appears, hanging low and heavy in the sky like a bloodshot eye watching their every move. The light it casts is not the gentle silver of a normal night, but a bruised purple and deep red that makes the shadows stretch longer and sharper. The forest transforms into a landscape of jagged silhouettes. They come to a fork in the trail. Seeing a thorny side path where beasts rarely enter, Enkrid gets reassured that Finn is actually finding the right route. The path is overgrown, choked with briars and thick vines, looking exactly like the kind of hidden, untouched trail a scout would choose to avoid high-traffic areas. It looks difficult to traverse, but safe. Or so he thinks. But that reassurance is shattered in an instant. Suddenly, beasts also appear at the thorny side path, which shocks all of them. The creatures burst from the thorns, ignoring the pain of the briars tearing at their skin, driven by a madness that overrides self-preservation. Pin can't believe this keeps happening. She steps back, her eyes wide with horror. Nowhere is safe. The logic of the forest, that predators stick to easy paths, has been abandoned. Enkrid draws his weapon again, his mind racing. Enkrid thinks but the fact that they are still meeting beasts means something is definitely fishy. It isn't just bad luck. It isn't just a migration. It feels directed. It feels wrong. Luagarn stands beside him, her magical energy flaring to life. Luagarn says even with a colony nearby this is strange. She casually remarks that this place isn't even demon territory. Her tone is light, but her eyes are sharp, analyzing the mana in the air. This behavior, this density of monsters, it belongs in the Twisted Lands, not here on the outskirts of civilization. Hearing of demon territory, Enkrid remembers it's the origin point of monsters and beasts. The memories surface in his mind, stories and reports of that cursed land. It's suspected that something in the center is constantly spewing monsters. A fountain of corruption that never runs dry, birthing horrors that spill out into the world. It's a land humans cannot enter, a place where the very air rejects their existence. For the surroundings here to mimic that level of hostility is a grave sign. As Enkrid continues fighting with the monsters on their path to the frontier village, he kept getting a bad feeling. It is a gnawing sensation in his gut, a cold premonition that waits between every heartbeat. Each beast he strikes down feels like a prelude to something worse. The red moonlight bathes the forest in blood, and the shadows seem to writhe even when they aren't moving. At last, they reach the frontier village. The sight of the wooden barricades is a relief, though the village itself looks worn and battered by the elements. They approach the gate, weary and covered in the grime of travel. A shabby-looking man with gloomy eyes welcomes them into the village. He stands near the entrance, his clothes patched and faded, his shoulders slumped as if carrying the weight of the entire settlement. He introduces himself as the village chief of this settlement. His voice is rasping, sounding unused to hope. He looks at their weapons with a mix of fear and desperate gratitude. Enkrid nods respectfully, hiding his fatigue. Enkrid tells him they came for the soldier mercenary request. He keeps it professional, getting straight to business. They are here to work, to solve the problem that has plagued this land. Enkrid asks the village chief, they said there was a large colony of monsters. He wants to verify the intelligence, to understand the scale of the threat they just walked through. But before Enkrid could finish speaking, someone interrupts him. A voice, loud and brimming with arrogance, cuts through the conversation. The man tells Enkrid to speak with him for the details. Enkrid turns to see a burly man striding forward. Seeing the man, the village chief clearly gets nervous and flustered. The chief shrinks back, his eyes darting to the ground, his posture submissive. It is an immediate, visceral reaction of fear. Kryze notices that their behavior is quite strange. He watches the interaction closely, his instincts sharpening. The chief isn't just respecting authority, he is terrified. And this new arrival walks with a swagger that suggests he owns the place. The man reaches them and extends a hand, though the gesture feels more like a challenge than a greeting. The man shakes Enkrid's hand, his grip tight and testing, saying it's nice to meet him. The smile on his face doesn't reach his eyes. He introduces himself as Deutsche Pullman, captain of the Self-Defense Corps. He puffs out his chest, the metal of his armor clinking, asserting his dominance over the space. Enkrid meets the grip firmly, not yielding an inch. Enkrid introduces himself and says he is from the border guard. He states his affiliation clearly, establishing that they are not mere wanderers but authorized personnel. Pullman again interrupts Enkrid, this time with an aggressive tone. He waves his hand dismissively, cutting off any formalities. He says to get straight to the point, the monster colony has already been wiped out. He says it with a scoff, as if the very idea of outside help is laughable. Pullman continues, his voice booming for the onlookers to hear. Their village's defense corps used to be a well-known mercenary group. He brags about their history, painting them as elite warriors who settled down. A pack of beasts is nothing to them. He gestures grandly toward the fortifications surrounding the village. And that wooden barricade over there, their village technician crafted it with everything he had. He speaks of the wall as if it were an impregnable fortress. Most monsters or beasts would never break through it. With an aggressive look, Pullman tells Enkrid there's nothing for him to do here. His eyes narrow, hard and cold. He is staking his territory. Pullman also says he will report the job as completed and forcefully requests Enkrid to return. It isn't a suggestion, it is a command disguised as a request. He wants them gone. Immediately. Enkrid clearly didn't like Pullman's attitude and tells him he will find his own work. Enkrid's voice drops an octave, becoming calm but dangerous. He doesn't take orders from a local militia captain, especially one who is clearly hiding something. He crossed a monster-infested forest to get here, he isn't turning back because of one man's ego. In the tense situation between the two men, the air practically crackles with hostility. Hands drift closer to sword hilts. Before it can escalate into violence, Kryze cuts in, stepping between them with a weary smile. Kryze says, "Come on now, they came a long way and they are very tired." He plays the role of the exhausted traveler, trying to diffuse the aggression with practicality. Kryze asks, even if they return, shouldn't they rest a bit? He gestures to their dusty clothes and tired faces, appealing to basic hospitality. Pullman pauses, assessing them. He realizes that kicking them out into the night might look suspicious or cause a scene he doesn't want. Saying he will lend them a place to stay, Pullman calls Hugo, the man standing behind him. "Hugo." Pullman barks. Hugo steps forward from the shadows. He is a quiet figure, blending into the background until called upon. Hugo understood what Pullman meant without a word being exchanged. It is a silent communication born of long complicity. Hugo says to leave it to him. His voice is smooth, almost too smooth. Luagarn suddenly notices something is off about Hugo. As Hugo moves closer, a shiver runs down her spine. It isn't magic, exactly, it is a visceral reaction to his presence. Seeing this, Cries asks, is there something wrong? He sees Luogarn stiffen, her hand twitching at her side. Luogarn says Frog's aesthetic sense can't tolerate that guy Hugo. She whispers it, barely moving her lips, using a reference only they would understand. There is something repulsive about him, something that violates her sense of natural order. For some reason, she feels like punching him. It is a raw, instinctual urge, violent and sudden. Cries gets flustered hearing her and requests to hold it in. He looks around nervously, hoping Pullman didn't hear. Please, not now, he hisses, trying to keep the peace they just barely secured. Luogarn recognizes Hugo's aura. She narrows her eyes, probing that feeling. It feels familiar, like a scent she has smelled before in the worst of places. It reeks of deceit and something darker. Hugo then tells Enkrid's party he will guide them to their lodging. He gestures with a slight bow, his face a mask of polite servitude. He turns his back to them, leading the way. Luogarn then cuts her thought, thinking it must be her imagination. She shakes her head, dismissing the feeling. They are all tired. The red moon, the constant fighting, the strange forest, it's making her jump at shadows. She forces herself to relax, following the others. At Enkrid's party's lodgings, the door closes, shutting out the village noise. It is a simple, dusty room, but it offers a moment of safety. Enkrid says that Guy Pullman openly treated them with suspicion. He paces the room, restless. It wasn't just rudeness, it was defensiveness. Pullman acted like a man guarding a secret, not a village. Cries says he can guess why. The squad leader came with temporary command authority, so that Deutsche Guy must feel insecure thinking his leader position might get taken. Cries analyzes it from a hierarchy perspective. In a small pond, the big fish fears the arrival of a bigger predator. It makes sense politically. After hearing Cries, Enkrid says, he doesn't think that's the only reason. The fear in the village chief's eyes, the over-aggression, the lies about the monsters being wiped out when the forest is teeming with them, it doesn't add up to simple insecurity. Pin asks Luogarn, is it really true they cleared the colony already? Luogarn answers, saying, no way. She scoffs, crossing her arms. Judging by the beasts they saw here, the colony is still active. The density of the mana, the frequency of the attacks, it is impossible for the source to be destroyed. If the colony were gone, the beasts would disperse, not congregate. This will be tricky without the villagers' cooperation, she adds. They are fighting blindly in a place where the locals are hostile to their help. Enkrid says it doesn't matter. He turns back to them, his face set in stone. They just need to do the job they are given. Obstacles are expected. Lies are expected. They will cut through them just as they cut through the beasts. Cries then asks Enkrid, how long is he going to train? He looks at Enkrid, who has already picked up a heavy stone from the corner of the room, using it as a weight. And where did he pick up another rock? Cries shakes his head in disbelief. Enkrid finds ways to train even in the most barren environments. Enkrid says he has time left. He begins lifting the rock, his muscles straining rhythmically. Every moment not spent fighting is a moment spent preparing for the next fight. Pin and Cries left, saying it's late and they are going to sleep. They retreat to the other room, exhaustion finally claiming them. But Luogarn stays behind. She sits in the shadows, watching him. Looking at Enkrid, she thinks his skill isn't improving. She observes his form. It is perfect, but static. So it's just repetition. He is maintaining, not ascending. He is grinding his body against the stone, pushing his limits, and yet she wonders, how can he smile like that? There is a faint, almost imperceptible smile on Enkrid's face as he strains against the weight. It is a look of genuine contentment in the midst of hardship. Luogarn's face slowly turns sad as she remembers her beloved, her partner. The image of Enkrid overlaps with a memory from long ago, a ghost she carries in her heart. She remembers when her partner said training is fun. The voice echoes in her mind, warm and vibrant. And whenever her beloved said that, she used to look with awe and with excitement. She remembers the feeling of admiration, the way her heart would swell seeing someone so dedicated, so in love with the act of becoming stronger. She would then tell her beloved if he wants it, she will help him as much as he needs. That was her promise, her joy, to be the support for his ambition. Enkrid then drops the rock that he was training with, a heavy thud echoing on the wooden floor, as his muscle training time came to an end. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, his breathing heavy but rhythmic. As Luogarn was watching Enkrid training, she thinks when she used to share spiritual love with a human, her beloved, her partner, even now that feeling hasn't changed. The warmth, the connection, the tragedy, it is all still there, preserved in amber within her soul. She regrets that if only her lover hadn't been killed by them. The thought ends in a question, a painful, what if, that haunts her. The them remains unspoken, a dark void in her past. Guided by that feeling, Luogarn instinctively asks Enkrid, is he enjoying training? Her voice is soft, vulnerable, bridging the gap between her memory and the present reality. With a smile, Enkrid says, very much so. He looks at her, his eyes clear and honest. He doesn't see the ghost she sees, he only answers the question. And thus the same look was on Luogarn's face as she watched Enkrid with both awe and with excitement. For a fleeting moment, the past lives again in the present. She sees the same drive, the same pure spirit she once loved. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, the atmosphere is far darker. When Pullman was patrolling the perimeter, ensuring his grip on the village remains tight, the village chief stops him. The old man looks desperate, wringing his hands. The chief says they drove off beast packs several times, but they are still everywhere. The barricade is holding, but for how long? The forest is alive with teeth and claws. He asks, shouldn't they borrow the city's forces here? He pleads with Pullman. The situation is getting out of hand. They need real help, not just Pullman's militia. Deutsche says that won't do. He stops walking and towers over the chief. This is their village, he snaps. Everyone here fled from noble exploitation. He reminds the chief of their history. They are refugees, people who ran away from the tyranny of lords and taxes. They worked day and night to build this place from nothing. Every plank, every stone, was laid by their hands to escape the control of the city. If they let the city intervene over some monsters, they will lose their autonomy, Pullman argues passionately. The monsters are a threat, yes, but the city is a cage. He refuses to trade one danger for slavery. Pullman tells the village chief not to worry, they can protect the village themselves. He places a heavy hand on the chief's shoulder. Even now, his loyal subordinate guards the barricade. He speaks with absolute confidence. The village chief asks Pullman, does he mean that Hugo guy, that he brought with him? The chief's voice trembles slightly at the name. Even he senses something is wrong with Hugo. Pullman replies, saying yes. He nods vigorously. He says Hugo is quite hardworking. A reliable man, Pullman asserts. He trusts Hugo implicitly to watch the walls while the village sleeps. But at the barricade, loyalty is not what is happening. Hugo approaches the village watchtower. The wooden structure creaks in the wind. He looks up at the guards stationed there, men who are tired, cold, and trusting. Hugo asks the guards, is there anything strange? His voice is calm, the perfect mask of a diligent lieutenant. The guards say everything is prepared. They report that the perimeter is quiet, unsuspecting of the danger standing right below them. With a scheming smile, Hugo tells them, there's no need to act anymore. His face twists, the polite mask falling away to reveal pure malice. He tells them to begin the plan. The betrayal is instant. As dawn approaches, the sky begins to lighten, turning from black to a bruised purple. But the light reveals horror. Several glowing eyes can be seen in the bushes surrounding the village. Not 10, not 20, hundreds. The forest floor is carpeted with them. Someone rings the bell in the village, a frantic, clanging sound that shatters the morning silence. A voice screams, saying the monster colony has attacked. The illusion of safety provided by the barricades evaporates in seconds. Enkrid quickly gets out, prepared with his swords. He bursts from the lodging, his reaction time instantaneous. He didn't need the alarm, his body was already ready for war. Screams can be heard saying a pack of gnolls has entered the village. The barricades have been breached, or opened from the inside. The yipping, barking sounds of gnolls fill the air, mixed with the cries of the villagers. Luogarn comes out running furiously. Her eyes are wide, her face pale with realization. She looks toward where Hugo was, toward the breached defenses. Luogarn says, damn, so that aura was real. She curses herself for dismissing her instincts. It wasn't imagination. It wasn't fatigue. It was the stench of corruption. She screams in anger, her voice cutting through the noise of battle. She screams saying it's them, it's the cultists. The realization hits her like a physical blow. The specific signature of the aura, the orchestrated attack, the location near the demon territory, it all fits. Somewhere in the chaos, standing amidst the slaughter, Hugo laughs. With an eerie laugh that chills the blood more than the morning wind, Hugo says everything is for the one sealed in the demon territory. He raises his arms to the crimson sky, welcoming the carnage. He proclaims it is all for their god. As dawn arrived at the frontier village, the world seemed to hold its breath in a fragile tranquility. The first rays of the sun were just beginning to crest over the distant hills, casting a pale, golden glow over the thatched roofs. Peaceful villagers were getting to work one by one, their movements slow and rhythmic, starting the new day with the comforting familiarity of routine. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of morning dew and wood smoke. At the edge of the settlement, the guards that were guarding the perimeter stood slumped against their spears, their eyes heavy, were still sleepy from guarding all night. They exchanged weary nods, eager for their shift to end, unaware that this silence was not peace, but the quiet before a storm. In the midst of this waking world, Enkrid was doing his morning routine, which is training hard. Sweat already darkened his tunic, his breath coming in steady, disciplined rhythms as he moved his sword through the air. He pushed his body to its limit, seeking the perfection of form that only exhaustion could bring. And in that peaceful morning light, the chaos ruptured in an instant. It didn't begin with a sound, but with a smell. Into the once peaceful village, the stench of blood spreads, thick, metallic, and overwhelming. It rolls in like a fog, choking the fresh morning air. Before the villagers can even process the scent, hundreds of gnolls attack the village. They surge from the tree line like a tidal wave of fur and steel, their guttural snarls shattering the morning calm. Seeing this, Enkrid's senses were immediately on high alert. His training takes over before his conscious mind can even catch up. The sword in his hand feels lighter, his focus sharpening to a needle point. As the village bells rings, the frantic, clanging sound echoing against the mountains, letting them know the impending monster horde attack, chaos erupted among the villagers. Panic, raw and unfiltered, seizes the streets. Men drop their tools, women scream for their children, but they started getting butchered by the rampaging monsters. The gnolls show no mercy, their weapons rising and falling in a gruesome rhythm. The village watch guard captain, Pullman, immediately came running with his men. His face is pale, but his voice is steady as he bellows commands over the screams. He ordered his men to protect the residents, trying to form a defensive line against a tide that is already washing over them. Enkrid immediately went into the room he and his companions were staying in. He needs to regroup, he needs his team. He opened the door fiercely, the wood groaning under the force of his entry. Upon entering, he sees Kryze is on the verge of panic. The young man's eyes are wide, darting around the room as if searching for an exit that doesn't exist. Kryze asks Enkrid, his captain, what is happening? His voice trembles, cracking under the weight of the sudden violence outside. Enkrid says, his voice grim and low, it's a gnoll pack. Enkrid's attention then shifts to Luogarn. She stands apart, her body radiating a terrifying intensity. He tells her they have to stop the monsters, hoping to snap her into a tactical mindset. But at this point, Luogarn was out of control. The stench of blood, the chaos, it has triggered something broken inside her. She had lost all her reason. Her eyes are not seeing the room, nor Enkrid, they are seeing ghosts of her past. Only revenge was on her mind. She turns to him, her expression a mix of sorrow and madness. She apologizes to Enkrid, saying, I have to go. Her voice is hollow, yet filled with a terrifying conviction. She swore it on her heart, the oath she took when her life fell apart. The cultists who killed her lover, she will kill every last one of them. The connection she draws between this attack and her past is instant and irrational, yet to her, it is the only truth. Then she leaves like the wind without even using the door, breaking the wall. Debris explodes outward as she smashes through the timber and plaster, vanishing into the screams outside. At this point, the gnolls reach the lodgings Enkrid were staying in. The wooden structure shudders as bodies slam against it. He gets pushed back into the room as the monster pack charges in frantically. The doorframe splinters, and the beasts pour in, snarling and snapping. Both Kryze and Pin get terrified seeing the monsters up close, the yellow eyes, the dripping saliva, the rusty iron weapons. Enkrid then orders Pin to find out what's happening at the walls. He needs intel, he needs to know if there is anywhere safe left. He orders his companion leopard, Esther, and cries to stay by his side, creating a tight formation in the cramped space. As he charges towards the monster horde head-on, he analyzes the enemy. But something was strange. Enkrid frowns as he parries a blow. Normally, the monsters can't think, they act disorderly, driven only by hunger and instinct. But these monsters were clearly carrying swords and acting accordingly with intense bloodlust. They move in squads. They block. They strike with intent. In a swift motion, Enkrid lunges his sword into one of the gnolls. The steel bites deep, and he pivots, using the momentum to start pushing back and killing two more in a single pierce. The blade slides free, slick with dark blood. Enkrid thinks he needs to break a path through. If they stay here, they will be surrounded and crushed. He has survived monster hordes before. The memory flashes through his mind, he remembers his mercenary days. The mud, the rain, the endless waves of enemies. Where there was constant fighting with monsters, day in and day out. Just like then, he needs to dodge and kill his way through. There is no room for hesitation. Thus, Enkrid goes on a killing spree. He becomes a whirlwind of death. He starts killing the gnolls one by one mercilessly. Slash, parry, thrust. Kick, spin, sever. One after another, he kills and kills, but the number doesn't seem to decrease. For every one that falls, two more seem to scramble over the corpse, their eyes burning with a fanatic hate. As Enkrid was amidst his killing spree, his breath coming in ragged gasps, suddenly an abnormally bigger gnoll appeared. It towers over the others, a mountain of muscle and scarred fur. It swung its club, a massive trunk of iron-shod wood, forcing Enkrid to be pushed back. The impact vibrates through his bones. Enkrid gets very shocked when he sees even mutated gnolls are twice the normal size. These monsters are different from the lycanthropes he has fought in the past. There's no end to them. He glances around, and all Enkrid saw was an endless stream of monsters with no end in sight. They flood the streets, swarming over the rooftops. They kept killing the villagers and the village watch guard members mercilessly. The screams have turned into a singular, horrifying drone. The village watch guard captain, Pullman, was also struggling as he was saving the residents. His armor is dented, his helmet gone, blood streaming down his face. At one point, he lost all his inhibitions and charges towards the monster pack, with a broken weapon. He screams a final defiance, hurling himself into the teeth of the horde, sacrificing himself to buy seconds for the fleeing civilians. In the midst of the rampaging monsters, all can be seen and heard was fear, screams, and then utter silence as lives were snuffed out. The village that was built on the hope of each of the residents was being mercilessly trampled by monsters. The homes that were built on the hope of having a peaceful life were on flames. The fire roars, consuming the timber and thatch, turning the sky black with smoke. It was a gruesome, terrifying sight. Children, women, the elderly were butchered where they stood, their dreams ending in blood and ash. As the mutated gnoll charged toward Enkrid, the ground shaking with each of its steps, his heart started beating abnormally faster. It isn't fear, it is the adrenaline of survival. By using the heart of the brute strength, a technique that floods his muscles with explosive power, in a swift motion, Enkrid cut the mutated gnoll in half. The massive beast falls, cleaved from shoulder to hip, its dark blood spraying across the burning ground. Esther, who was also killing the gnolls in her leopard form, claws flashing like silver streaks, thinks an attack spell capable of wiping out a horde this size is impossible before she regains her human form. She feels the limitation of her beast form, the frustration of lacking her full magical arsenal. At that moment, one of the gnolls pierced a sword in Kryza's throat from behind. There was no warning. Just the wet sound of steel entering flesh. Seeing this, Esther was in utter shock. She freezes, her feline eyes wide with horror as she watches Kryza stumble. She couldn't save him. As she was helpless, watching the light fade from his eyes, she blamed her damned curse. If she were human, if she could cast her spells, he might have lived. Then Esther starts fleeing the battlefield. Panic overrides her loyalty. She thinks there's no other way. If she keeps fighting, she will just die for nothing. While she leaves, bounding over the debris with unnatural speed, in her mind she tells Enkrid she will avenge this later. It is a promise made to assuage her guilt as she runs. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this monster attack, the cultist Hugo, was leaving, thinking the plan has been executed perfectly. He stands on a ridge overlooking the burning village, a smirk on his face. Now he just needs to slip out the back, vanishing before any heavy reinforcements arrive. At that moment, Luogarn comes crashing in. She appears like a demon from the smoke, her eyes glowing with hatred. She charges towards the unguarded Hugo with a punch in a terrifying rage. The air cracks around her fist. But before Luogarn's fist reaches Hugo, a magical barrier automatically deploys and protects Hugo. A shimmering wall of violet energy absorbs the blow, rippling but holding firm. Gritting her teeth in anger and confirming Hugo was really a cultist, she gets ready for a life-and-death fight. Her suspicions are proven true, only a high-ranking cultist would have such defenses. But Hugo casts a close-range attack spell as Luogarn was unguarded. A blast of dark energy erupts from his hand. Her judgment was clouded in anger, leaving her open to the counterattack. The scene shifts to Enkrid. He doesn't remember how many monsters he killed or for how much time he is fighting. The sun has risen fully, but the sky is dark with smoke. At this point, as he was killing the monsters, he was also getting injured by the gnolls. A cut on his arm, a gash on his leg, a bruise on his ribs. He notices that his entire body is wrecked. Pain is a constant, throbbing background noise. He doesn't even have the strength to raise his arms anymore. His sword feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. Enkrid was breathing heavily as tiredness engulfed him, pulling at his eyelids, begging him to lie down. Suddenly, he noticed a child in the piles of corpses. The boy is small, curled into a ball, holding his mouth and shaking in fear while crying silently. He is trying so hard not to make a sound, surrounded by the death of everyone he knew. This scene almost breaks Enkrid. It cuts through his battle-hardened shell straight to his soul. As his senses were dulled due to continuous fighting and getting injured, he suddenly notices a lot of footsteps. Heavy, synchronized thuds. As he looks ahead, wiping blood from his eyes, he sees a terrifying scene. All the gnolls have stopped fighting. The frenzy ceases instantly. They part ways, making a path, bowing their heads in submission as their colony's leader was approaching. At this point, the child couldn't hold his fear and started crying loudly. The sound pierces the silence of the gathered monsters. Determined he will protect this child, Enkrid stands on guard with his sword. Even though his hands were refusing to hold the sword, shaking uncontrollably from fatigue, he forces his fingers to grip the hilt. But Enkrid steeled his mind. He plants his feet between the monster and the boy. The gnoll leader then charges towards Enkrid. It moves with a speed that belies its size, a blur of fur and malice. Avoiding the gnoll leader's attack, Enkrid counterattacked. He twists his body, slashing out, but his attack also missed. The leader is too fast, too fresh. Then Enkrid again raised his sword and strikes the gnoll leader, pouring his last reserves of strength into the blow, but the gnoll leader avoids Enkrid's attack easily. It steps aside as if Enkrid were moving in slow motion. As Enkrid's senses were dulled, his reaction time was slower. He didn't even notice when the gnoll leader got behind his back. The movement was ghost-like. The gnoll leader attacked Enkrid from behind. Enkrid barely dodges the attack, throwing himself forward, but it grazes his cheek. A thin line of red appears on his skin. Enkrid immediately takes a step back to get some distance, panting, preparing for the next clash. But he notices that something is amiss. A strange heat spreads from the scratch on his cheek. His veins burn. He realizes that the sword was poisoned. In a spit of anger, Enkrid curses the gnoll leader, calling it a filthy bastard for poisoning the sword. It is a coward's weapon, a final insult to a warrior's duel. Seeing Enkrid's agony, it was as if the gnoll leader was smiling. It wasn't a smile of joy, but of cruel satisfaction. It was a chilling smile. Enkrid's vision starts getting blurry and bloody. The world spins. The sounds of the fire and the crying child seem to drift away, becoming distant echoes. He sees the gnolls are rejoicing on their victory, their howls rising into the smoke-filled sky. He coughs a lot of blood due to the poison, the red liquid staining the ground as he falls on the ground. His legs finally give out. The darkness closes in, heavy and absolute. And we wait for a new today to start for Enkrid to overcome this impossible wall. The frontier village, once peaceful and brimming with hope, now was in flames. The orange glow of the inferno danced against the midnight sky, casting long, distorted shadows of the destruction that had claimed the lives of those who only yesterday had dreamed of a harvest. As Enkrid struggles on the ground, he can feel the heat of the burning thatch nearby, the crackle of wood sounding like the bones of the village snapping under the weight of the assault. He is injured, defeated, and poisoned, his body a map of agony that refuses to grant him the mercy of unconsciousness. Every time he tries to draw a breath, he keeps coughing up tons of blood, the metallic taste of iron filling his mouth and staining the dirt beneath his cheek. The dark, viscous fluid pools around him, a grim reflection of the fire above. He can't move because of the poison. It is a cold, paralyzing toxin that has turned his veins into ice and his muscles into leaden weights. Despite the lethal damage to his organs, he hasn't died to return to the start of today. The cycle of his strange existence has not yet reset, leaving him trapped in a purgatory of pain. As he is on the ground, literally drowning on his own blood, the sound of his own gurgling breath is the only thing he can hear besides the screams of the dying. He looks at the Knoll's leader, his vision blurring and swimming in a haze of red. He sees the leader of the colony is enjoying watching him in pain and isn't finishing him off. It is a sadistic display of dominance. The creature, a mutated monstrosity compared to its kin, stands over him with a sneer that exposes yellowed fangs. All the other Knolls also scream in excitement, their high-pitched, yapping yelps creating a cacophony of madness that echoes through the burning streets. They dance around the fallen warrior, mocking his helplessness. Enkrid decides, in that moment of absolute despair, that when he dies and the next day starts, he needs to kill the leader to destroy the colony. His eyes, though heavy with the approach of death, are full of rage. It is a burning, incandescent fury that even the poison cannot chill. Enkrid thinks, analyzing his killer even as his heart beats its final, erratic rhythms. He notes that unlike most Knolls and their short, stunted legs, this colony leader is extremely quick. It moves with a predatory grace that defies its species' usual clumsiness. And it even poisoned its blade, a cowardly but effective tactic that ensured even a grazing blow would be fatal. Next time, he tells himself, he can't let the Knoll leader so much as nick him. The margin for error is 0. As Enkrid was wondering how he is supposed to defeat the Knoll leader, his thoughts begin to fragment. The fire fades into a dull hum, the screams grow distant, and the weight of his armor feels like it is pulling him into the very earth. He breathes his last breath and dies. Thus he enters the realm between life and death. It is a place of endless, grey mist and a silent, dark river that stretches into infinity. The air here carries no scent, no warmth, and no wind. The mysterious entity, the boatman, stands at the edge of the vessel, his form obscured by tattered robes that seem to be woven from the shadows themselves. He carries a lantern that emits a pale, ghostly light, illuminating the ripples on the stagnant water. The boatman says he wonders what a single human can do, in the face of a wave of monsters. His voice is a low, rasping sound, like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. It is a question that carries the weight of 1,000 failed souls, a challenge to the very essence of Enkrid's resolve. Thus the today starts again. Enkrid wakes up in his bunk as dawn falls in the frontier village. The transition is jarring, one moment he was a soul adrift in the grey mist, and the next, he is back in the physical world. The morning air is cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the smoke and blood of his memory. The first light of the sun is just beginning to bleed over the horizon, painting the wooden walls of the barracks in soft hues of grey and gold. He doesn't hesitate. The memory of the poison's cold grip is still fresh in his mind. He quickly puts on his armor, the familiar clatter of the metal plates acting as a grim wake-up call. He takes his sword, feeling the weight of the hilt in his palm, a silent promise of the violence to come. Seeing Kryze is sleeping peacefully in the neighboring bunk, his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic, untroubled slumber, Enkrid feels a pang of guilt. Enkrid thinks he told him to stay behind him during the last iteration, a promise of protection that he had failed to keep. In the chaos of the burning village, he couldn't sense him all of a sudden. The connection had simply vanished amidst the screams. He probably died, Enkrid realizes, the thought hardening his heart. As Enkrid passes by Pin's bed, he sees the empty blankets. He thinks he sent Pin out past the walls to scout or find help, but she didn't return. Something must have happened there too. The frontier is a cruel place, and the Knolls are not the only shadows lurking in the woods. At that moment, with a deep, resonant voice that seems to vibrate in the small room, Luagarn asks Enkrid, why is he fully armed, this early? Her voice is steady, but there is an underlying sharpness to it. Hearing her voice, Enkrid looks back and sees she is sitting in the corner of the room, almost invisible in the dim light of the fading night. She is a presence that demands respect, her posture regal even in the confines of a frontier bunkhouse. Enkrid then asks her, his voice low and urgent, does she know about the cultists? The question catches Luogarn off guard, a flicker of something, surprise, perhaps, or a long-buried memory, crossing her features. But she doesn't show it for more than a heartbeat. She is a master of her own emotions, yet her body betrays the depth of her feeling. She clenches her fist as she brims with rage at the mention of the cultists. The sheer intensity of her hatred radiates from her like heat from a forge. She says they are a rotten bunch of lunatics, her words dripping with a venom that rivals the Knoll leader's blade. She begins to explain the rot that is spreading through the world. Among all the cults that are taking root across the continent, she says, the worst is the Church of the Holy Devil's Gate. They are a blight upon existence, a cancer of the soul. They believe the Devil's Gate is their holy land and praise the demon of sixes, a being of pure malice and chaos. As Enkrid starts to leave, the door creaking on its hinges, Luogarn asks him, her eyes narrowing, why did he want to know about the cultists? She senses that his question wasn't born of mere curiosity. Enkrid replies, pausing at the threshold, saying there are gnolls in town, so he just has a bad feeling. He doesn't mention the loops, the deaths, or the boatmen. He only speaks of the intuition that has been forged in the fires of a dozen days. As Enkrid opens the door and unsheathes his sword, the steel singing as it leaves the scabbard, he is ready to fight. He thinks he doesn't know why cultists are here in this town, but Luogarn seemed to have some history with the cultists. Her reaction was too visceral, too personal to be anything else. And then the gnolls started attacking the village. The peace of the dawn is shattered by the first howl. It is a high-pitched, screeching sound that signals the beginning of the end. As soon as the gnolls start attacking, the village becomes a scene of frantic activity. Luogarn loses all her reason and rushes outside. Her calm demeanor is gone, replaced by a frenzied, unstoppable drive. She screams into the air, as she thought, it's the cultists. The presence of the gnolls is, to her, an undeniable sign of the church's handiwork. Seeing Luogarn's reckless charge, Enkrid thinks it would be good to have a frog by his side, a term for a skilled partner or perhaps a specific ally he remembers, but there isn't time to convince her. She has lost all her reason due to intense hatred towards the cultists. She is a storm of vengeance, and he cannot steer her. As a gnoll was about to attack a villager, Enkrid immediately rushes forward. He moves with a speed born of desperation and repetition. He interposes himself between the gnoll and the villager. In a swift, practiced motion, he pierces the gnoll, his blade finding the gap in its crude armor with surgical precision. The creature lets out a wet, choking sound before collapsing. The villager watches in awe. While killing the gnolls, Enkrid remembers the boatman's haunting question, what can a single human do against a wave of monsters? The words echo in his mind, mocking his efforts. But Enkrid, stealing his resolve, thinks there's nothing he can do but use everything that he has built up. He has no magic, no divine favor, only the skills he has carved into his soul through endless failure. Due to the commotion, Cries and Pin also come out running, their faces pale as they take in the carnage. They ask what is happening, their voices lost in the din of battle. Pullman, the leader of the village watch guard, comes running with his men. He is a sturdy man, used to dealing with wolves and thieves, but not an organized slaughter. As he was ordering his men to protect the villagers, he was speechless at what he was seeing. He looks at Enkrid, who stands amidst the chaos like a pillar of iron. At this point, after Enkrid killed the first gnoll, all the other gnolls encircled him. They realize he is the primary threat, their yellow eyes fixed on him with predatory intent. As the gnoll spears were about to reach him, closing in from all sides, Enkrid draws upon a deeper reservoir of power. He uses the heart of brute strength. He feels a sudden, explosive heat in his chest, his muscles bulging and his senses sharpening to a razor's edge. With immense strength, he slaughters all the gnolls in a single, circular sweep of his blade. It is a display of raw, overwhelming power that leaves the ground littered with severed limbs and broken spears. Then, using the sense of blade, a heightened awareness that allows him to feel the displacement of air and the intent of his enemies, Enkrid notices another villager was about to be attacked by the gnolls further down the path. Enkrid then uses his knife-throwing skills, a talent he has honed until it is second nature. He pulls out a whistling knife from his belt and throws it towards the gnolls that were attacking the villager. As the knife flies through the air, making whistling sounds that pierce through the screams of the dying, the villager was in the blade's path. She flinches, closing her eyes. But at the last moment, the whistling knife avoided the villager, only cutting a strand of her hair as it curved with impossible accuracy. It hits the gnoll in the eye, sinking deep into its skull. The villager gets shocked at what happened, touching her hair with trembling fingers, unable to comprehend the level of skill she just witnessed. Another gnoll sneaked up on Enkrid from behind, its footsteps muffled by the grass. But Enkrid avoided the attack easily, his sense of blade warning him of the danger before it arrived. Thinking he needed to concentrate on one point to break their momentum, Enkrid met the mutated gnoll's sword strike, blocking it with a jarring impact that sent sparks flying. The other gnolls, seeing as they couldn't do anything to a single human, were in pure rage. Their frustration boils over into a mindless frenzy. They all then charge towards Enkrid, ignoring the villagers in their path, focused only on the man who refuses to fall. Seeing the charging gnolls, Enkrid then engages in hand-to-hand combat when the press of bodies becomes too close for his sword. He uses his gauntlets, his elbows, and his knees, slaughtering the gnolls mercilessly. He keeps killing and killing, a whirlwind of violence in the center of the village. One after another, the monsters fall. At this point, even the savage gnolls were a little scared of him. They hesitate, their primal instincts telling them that this human is something more than meat. Kryza's eyes widen as he uttered the word amazing subconsciously. He stands frozen, seeing his captain take out all these monsters alone. The hero he follows is not just a man, he is a force of nature. The villager that Enkrid saved was also brimming with hope, seeing the scene. The terror that had paralyzed her begins to lift. She thinks they can live. The spark of survival catches and begins to spread. The village watch guard leader also regains his composure and the will to fight, seeing Enkrid single-handedly slaughtering all the gnolls. Pullman raises his own sword, his voice booming over the battlefield. He then orders all his men to help Enkrid. The village watch guard then charges ahead with renewed will and strength. They are no longer just defenders, they are hunters. Then the desperate struggle to the death starts to protect their town from these monsters. The village watch guard was killing the gnolls as they were also dying. It is a brutal exchange, a meat grinder of a battle. But there was no fear in their eyes as they saw hope. They fight with the ferocity of those who have been given a second chance. Enkrid kept swinging his sword and kept killing the gnolls. He was killing like a madman, left and right, his movements a blur of blood-stained steel. The gnolls were also pouring in, a seemingly endless tide of fur and fangs. As Enkrid was killing the gnolls, the gnoll colony leader was watching like a hawk from the distance. He sits atop a ridge of scorched earth, his eyes cold and calculating. He realizes that the momentum of the raid is stalling. Then he ordered all the gnolls to attack Enkrid. It is a final, decisive command. As the gnolls were charging towards Enkrid, the ground was literally shaking under the weight of hundreds of pounding feet. The scene was terrifying, a vision of the apocalypse. It was a mountain of gnolls about to descend on Enkrid, a wall of flesh and iron that blocked out the morning sun. There was nothing he could do at this point. The sheer mass of the enemy was too great for any one man, no matter how skilled. Seeing this, the village watch guard was terrified. The hope that had sustained them shattered under the weight of the oncoming horde. They started fleeing for their lives, their formation breaking as they scrambled for the safety of the woods. Before Enkrid could realize what happened, he was overwhelmed. The mountain of monsters collapsed upon him, and he died and returned to the realm between life and death. The boatman is there, waiting. Carrying a lamp in his hand that casts a sickly yellow light across the water, he calls Enkrid useless, with contempt dripping from every syllable. He looks down at the soul of the warrior with a sneer. He tells Enkrid this is his limit and to give up. He tells him that the wave will always be bigger than the man. But Enkrid refuses to listen to the shadows. He returns to the land of the living and the today starts again. Enkrid again starts the desperate struggle in front of the impossible wall. He wakes in a bunk, he puts on his armor, and he heads back into the fire. As he fights desperately, he is determined to cross this impossible wall too. He analyzes every mistake, every missed strike, every second wasted. As he keeps killing the gnolls, a certain madness overtakes him. It is the madness of the eternal warrior, the one who has seen the end of the world and decided it wasn't good enough. He says he won't give up no matter what. It doesn't matter how many times he dies or how many todays he relives. No matter what, he will cross this wall and grow more. He will become the thing that the monsters fear in the dark. He will be the one who survives the wave. As Enkrid comes back from the realm of life and death and starts anew today, he is even more determined. The transition from the cold, suffocating embrace of the void back into the biting air of the living world is a jarring shock that would shatter a lesser mind, but for him, it is merely the ringing of a bell for the next round. He feels the phantom weight of his previous failures pressing down on his shoulders, yet his spirit remains unbowed. He starts killing the gnoll horde with a ferocity that borders on the divine. The village is filled with the cacophony of war, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the musk of wet fur. This time, he uses the heart of brute strength at the start. He doesn't wait for the tide to turn against him, he reaches deep into his core, seizing the internal rhythm of his own life force. His heart starts beating faster, a frantic, thunderous drumming against his ribs that resonates through his entire frame, granting his supernatural strength that rivals normal human. His muscles swell, his vision sharpens, and the world seems to move in a sluggish crawl compared to the electrical firing of his nerves. As he was in the process of executing this technique, feeling the raw power surge through his veins like molten iron, one gnoll attacks him fiercely. The creature is a blur of matted gray fur and jagged bone, leaping from the shadows of a nearby hut with a guttural snarl. His senses instantly kick in, sharpened by the repetition of a dozen lives, and he blocks the gnoll's attacks with his dual swords. The impact of steel against the creature's rusted blade sends sparks flying into the dim morning light. Due to the gnoll's attack's impact, Enkrid gets pushed back. His boots skid across the muddy earth, carving deep furrows into the ground as he fights to maintain his balance against the sheer momentum of the beast. But then he pushes his heart to the limit, forcing it to pump even harder, ignoring the strain on his arteries and the heat blooming in his chest. With a fierce roar that erupts from his throat like a primal scream, he executes the heart of the superhuman strength. He becomes a whirlwind of destruction, slaughtering all the incoming gnolls and pushing forward. Each swing of his blades is a calculated execution, parting flesh and bone with a precision that defies the chaos surrounding him. But there is no end to the gnolls. They are a sea of snarling faces and snapping jaws, a tide that refuses to recede. Enkrid was but one man, a single wall of flickering steel standing against an ocean of monsters. He keeps killing and killing. The world begins to blur at the edges of his vision, the faces of his enemies becoming a singular, indistinct mass of hatred. At this point, he was in a daze. His mind retreats into a state of pure, unadulterated instinct where thought is replaced by action. Swinging his sword with immense force, cutting down gnolls left and right, he moves through the horde like a reaper through wheat. As he keeps cutting down the gnolls, he notices with a sinking realization that their numbers don't decrease, but instead, they keep coming, pouring in as if there is no end to them. It is as if the very earth is vomiting them forth to swallow the village whole. As they were beasts consumed in bloodlust, when they attacked Enkrid, there was no hesitation in their eyes. There was no fear of death, only a singular, maddening drive to tear and rend. If Enkrid didn't cut them down completely, they kept charging in, ignoring the wounds that would have felled any man. They crawled over the corpses of their kin, their yellowed eyes fixed on his throat. At one point it was like the gnolls were pouring in on Enkrid like a mountain, a literal landslide of fur and violence, and Enkrid was cutting down that very mountain. He was a stonemason trying to carve a path through a collapsing cliffside, his arms heavy with the weight of 1,000 strikes. At that moment, suddenly the gnolls was getting more fierce. Their movements became more coordinated, their strikes more desperate and calculated. As Enkrid was busy fighting them, his focus entirely consumed by the blade inches from his chest, he didn't even know for how long he has been fighting the monster colony. Time had lost all meaning in the red haze of the slaughter. Minutes could have been hours, hours could have been days. It was inevitable that at one point his senses were going to get dull, and that happened at the same time the gnolls started attacking more fiercely. The exhaustion began to seep into his marrow, a cold poison that slowed his reactions by a fraction of a heartbeat. That fraction was all they needed. One gnoll's spear got past Enkrid's guard, a jagged piece of rusted iron finding the gap in his defense, and pierced his leg, causing him a fatal wound. The pain is a white-hot flare that threatens to drown his consciousness. At that same moment that Enkrid took a fatal wound, the gnoll leader appeared from among the horde, as if it was all the gnoll colony leader's plan. The leader did not possess the mindless rage of its subordinates, it carried itself with a terrifying, cold intelligence. As Enkrid looked briefly around the village, his heart shattered. He saw the villagers were getting butchered mercilessly. The screams of the innocent rose like a choir of agony over the roar of the fire. Even the leader of the village watch guard, Pullman, a man Enkrid had respected for his unwavering duty, had taken an axe strike on his neck and had fallen. Pullman's body hit the dirt with a heavy thud, his life's blood staining the soil he had sworn to protect. As Enkrid's eyes fell on his comrades, Pin and Cries, he was mortified. The sight was a dagger to his soul. He saw Pin getting killed by an arrow, piercing her neck from one side to the other. She didn't even have time to scream, her eyes wide with a final, silent surprise as she collapsed into the mud. And Kryza's gut was cut open, his hands clutching at his midsection in a futile attempt to hold back the inevitable. In that brief moment Enkrid saw all this, the horror and the grief robbed him of his remaining resolve. His leg's strength has gone out. The limb felt like lead, the bone shattered and the muscle shredded. As he couldn't stand up anymore, he finally falls on the ground. The dirt is cold against his cheek. The same scene repeats as the previous today, all the fierce gnolls had stopped fighting and made a path for their leader. They stood back in a grotesque display of discipline, their panting breaths the only sound in the sudden silence. Enkrid glared at the gnoll leader, calling it a sly bastard in anger, his voice a ragged rasp of defiance. He struggled to get up, his fingers clawing at the earth, refusing to accept the end even as his body failed him. As Enkrid already knew that everything was the gnoll leader's plan, that the creature had orchestrated the entire massacre just to break him, he still asked the gnoll, was it waiting for him to take a fatal wound? He wanted the monster to confirm its malice. With a sadistic gesture, the gnoll leader held its poison-infused sword on its neck, a slow, mocking movement meant to taunt Enkrid. It was a silent declaration of total victory. Seeing this, Enkrid couldn't hold back his anger. The rage burned hotter than the pain in his leg, a volcanic explosion of spite. In that injured state, he gathered all his strength for a last desperate struggle and charged towards the gnoll leader. He threw himself forward, a dying man's final gambit. But it was all in vain as Enkrid couldn't even touch the gnoll leader. The creature moved with a fluid, terrifying grace that made Enkrid's movements look like a child's. Instead, the gnoll leader, though he could kill Enkrid in that state in a single strike, it didn't do it. It chose cruelty over efficiency. It only grazed Enkrid's cheek with its poisoned sword. The cut was shallow, barely a sting, but the implications were devastating. Enkrid was very shocked seeing the gnoll leader did the same thing as the previous today. The repetition was a psychological torture all its own. Due to the poison, Enkrid gets paralyzed immediately and falls on the ground. The toxin spreads like ice through his veins, locking his joints and silencing his muscles. His anger and frustration only grows as he realizes that the gnoll leader really wants to see him in agony. It wants him to be a witness to the end of everything he holds dear. At his last moment, as his eyes met with the gnoll leader's eyes, it was as if the gnoll was taunting him even in that state, silently promising that it will make him watch all the people in the village getting butchered. The leader's eyes were pits of dark amusement. Then the gnolls were butchering the villagers even more cruelly. They didn't just kill, they desecrated. They were eating them while they still lived, cutting them down with jagged blades, severing their organs and tossing them into the dirt, all for to agonize Enkrid. They wanted his last sights to be a tapestry of gore. As Enkrid's last breath was about to draw, his eyes fell on the child that he was trying to save in the previous today with his life. The child lay in a pile of corpses, a small, broken shape amidst the carnage. The child was lifeless. Eyes open with a scared, terrified look on them, reflecting a world that had offered nothing but horror in its final moments. This broke Enkrid. The sight of that innocence extinguished was a weight his soul could not bear. Even in his death breath, paralyzed, unable to do anything, his eyes was blood red in rage. The fury was the last thing he felt as the darkness took him. Thus he breathed his last breath and a new today started. The world reset with a cruel, indifferent snap. The dawn arrived on the frontier village, the light breaking over the horizon in shades of soft gold and pink. Everything was still peaceful. The birds sang, and the wind rustled through the trees, oblivious to the slaughter that was destined to occur. For the third time, Enkrid relived the same day. He felt the familiar wood of his bunk, heard the same distant sounds of the morning. On the third today, he still kept cutting down the gnoll hordes. He fought with the same desperation, the same hope that this time might be different. He repeated the same today for 20 times, the cycle becoming a blur of gray fur and red blood. The gnolls kept coming at him with no end in sight, an infinite army for a man with finite strength. Then he repeated the day for 40 times and was still killed by the gnoll leader. Each death was a lesson written in pain. No matter how long he endures, the leader won't appear until he is critically wounded. The creature was a vulture, waiting for the exact moment of weakness. It was futile on every repeating. Every time he got killed by the gnoll leader, no matter what he did, no matter how he changed his opening moves or his mid-fight strategy, he couldn't avoid it. The gap in power was a chasm he couldn't leap. At the 40th today, he wonders, his mind heavy with the weight of 40 lifetimes of failure, this time should he take a fatal hit first and lure it out? He considers if he can bait the monster into a mistake by sacrificing his own flesh. But still, the same thing happened this time too. His plan crumbled before it could even begin. The gnoll leader only grazed Enkrid's cheek with its poison-infused sword, once again leaving him paralyzed and helpless as the village burned around him. Then Enkrid decides that won't work. His mind, though battered, remains analytical. In speed alone, it's at least Squire Knight level. The leader possessed a physical ceiling that Enkrid had not yet touched. If he is badly wounded, he won't be able to dodge its blade. He realizes that the strategy of endurance is a dead end. As he is about to die, for the 41st today, his mind starts racing for what should he do. The darkness is closing in again, but he refuses to let go. He wonders, is there truly no way? With what he has now, can he not overcome this wall? The wall feels insurmountable, a monolith of stone reaching up into the heavens. After repeated todays and dying multiple times, Enkrid's willpower was on the verge of breaking. The repetition was a grinder, slowly turning his resolve into dust. Among all the walls he crossed before, this is the most difficult with no solution in sight. He feels the cold fingers of despair scratching at his heart. At that moment, as he drifts in the space between lives, he remembers his squad mate Jackson's words. Jackson, the man who saw the world in terms of movement and space. He recalls the conversation vividly, the way Jackson's voice sounded, the weight of the advice he hadn't fully understood at the time. When Jackson told him that his sense of evasion is incomplete, it had sounded like a simple critique. But now, it feels like a lifeline. Jackson told him it's not just about seeing fast and dodging. It's not a matter of pure reflex or ocular speed. What matter is coordination. It is the harmony between the mind's eye and the body's response. It is the bridge between the thought of movement and the movement itself. And thus Enkrid starts anew today. He wakes up in his bunk. The light is the same, the sounds are the same, but the man in the bed is different. He sits up, but this time, there was no exhaustion in his face. The weariness that had been etched into his features for the last 40 loops has vanished. Instead, there could be seen a little hint of excitement as he found a way to overcome this impossible wall. He has a spark of a plan, a glimmer of a technique he has yet to master. The event starts happening same as the all previous todays. The gears of the world begin to turn. The village bell rung, its bronze voice clanging out the warning at the attacks of the gnoll colony. The panic begins to rise in the streets. But this today, the air around Enkrid was different. He stands tall, his posture relaxed yet coiled like a spring. He was more determined. As he put his armor on, the leather straps clicking into place, and takes his sword, he feels the weight of the steel as a promise rather than a burden. He is ready for today's fight. He opens the door and getting out, stepping into the chaotic morning, remembering Jackson's words. They echo in his mind like a mantra. If he can't overcome it with what he had, then try what he doesn't yet possess. He needs to evolve. He needs to shorten the time between thought and action. As the gnolls charges towards him, a wave of snarling violence, he doesn't meet them with the same rigid defense as before. Following Jackson's words, he swings his swords freely. He lets his body move with a fluidity he had previously lacked, trying to find the rhythm of the battlefield. In between the intense fighting, a gnoll's spear breaks his guard and pierces his face. The pain is instantaneous and final. While dying, he remembers Jackson's words telling him to not hesitate when taking action so he can react instantly to any situation. Hesitation is the rust that slows the blade. Thus Enkrid dies and starts again. The cycle resets. The same events happens as the previous day, but this time, he avoids the gnoll that killed him the previous today. He doesn't have to think about it, the memory is etched into his nerves. Without much thoughts, he reacts instantly and kills the gnoll with a swift, decisive strike. But at the same time, another gnoll bites his neck, killing him instantly. He didn't see the second one coming because he was too focused on the first. Then he starts again, rising from the bunk with a sharpened focus. He goes back into the fray, killing the gnolls one after another. He is a student of his own death. As he keeps dying and reliving the same today, he fights even more fiercely with immense will. Every failure is a data point, every wound a map of what not to do. As he dies repeatedly, when starts the new today, he keeps killing the gnolls, but Jackson's words keeps repeating in his mind, louder and clearer with every iteration. The advice is no longer just words, it is becoming a physical sensation. Jackson is telling him to etch the sensation into his body through repetition. To make the evasion as natural as breathing. He needs accurate judgment and swift movement. He needs to see the attack before it happens and be already moving to counter it. And the stamina to support it, the physical endurance to maintain that level of peak performance throughout the entire ordeal. Only when all of it aligns does coordination truly increases. Enkrid keeps dying and keeps killing the gnolls to get that feeling of coordination. He is chasing a ghost of a feeling, a moment where mind and body become one. The endless desperate struggle starts. He is a lone man in front of a massive, impossible wall, chipping away at the stone with a broken chisel. But he is determined to cross it. He no longer fears the reset, he welcomes it as another chance to practice. Thus he dies 100th time and repeats 100th today. The number is staggering, a century of days lived in a single morning. And then he dies again, the gnoll leader's blade or a stray spear ending his life once more. And he starts the 101st today. He sits up, his eyes clear and cold. As he kills the gnolls, only one thing is in his mind. All the other thoughts in his mind has shut down. The fear for the villagers, the grief for Pullman, the horror of the child, he pushes it all into a dark corner of his consciousness. He cannot afford the luxury of emotion. He thinks he needs to repeat it more. He needs to sink deeper into the trance of the blade. He needs to endure even a little longer. He will keep dying, he will keep rising, until the sense of evasion is completely mastered. He is the hammer and the anvil, and he will forge himself into something that the gnoll leader cannot kill. Enkrid dies again. The sensation of life slipping away is a cold, familiar embrace, a dark veil that wraps around his consciousness before the inevitable snap back into existence. He gets revived again, the transition between the void and reality jarring his senses as he starts anew today. As the first light of the morning arrives on Frontier Village, painting the horizon in hues of bruised purple and pale gold, the peace is shattered. The gnoll horde attacks the village. They do not come with a warning, they come with a hunger that transcends reason. They charge at the villagers fiercely, their guttural howls echoing against the wooden walls of the houses, and they begin slaughtering them mercilessly. The peaceful village, which only moments ago was preparing to do their morning routine, the smell of freshly baked bread and the sound of sweeping brooms filling the air, was completely unprepared for this nightmare. The gnoll hordes catch them off guard and start butchering them. Blood splatters against the whitewashed walls of the cottages, and screams of terror replace the chirping of birds. As the carnage starts, the leader of the village watch guard, Pullman, comes running frantically. His boots thunder against the dirt path, his heart hammering against his ribs, but he immediately regains his composure. He is a man forged in conflict, and despite the horror, he orders his men to protect the villagers. With a voice like cracking stone, he orders them to kill the gnolls. As he was ordering his men, directing them to form a defensive line, he suddenly notices something that defies logic, something that reeks of impossible madness. His eyes lock onto a figure moving through the chaos with a suicidal grace. Seeing Enkrid, Cries and Pin are also in shock. Their breath hitches in their throats, they couldn't believe what they saw. It is a sight that freezes the blood in their veins. Seeing Enkrid through the smoke and dust, Esther thinks he has completely lost his mind to charge into the middle of this many gnolls. She watches him, her eyes wide with a mix of horror and confusion, and she wonders, is Enkrid showing off some kind of stunt? Does he think this is a game? Enkrid doesn't hear them. He doesn't hear the screams or the orders. He breathes heavily, his lungs burning as if he were inhaling liquid fire, as he constantly fights the gnoll horde single-handedly. He is a whirlwind of steel and desperation. After all the failure and trying, after dying 100 different ways in 100 different days, he realizes that he needs to use the minimum movement to reduce stamina loss. He can no longer afford the luxury of wide swings or wasted steps. He needs to predict the attack and move one step ahead. It is a mental chess game played at the speed of death. He does as he thinks, focusing every fiber of his being on the shift of a gnoll's weight or the glint of a rusted blade. Unexpected improvement comes as he finds himself sliding through the gaps in their formation. He can easily avoid the gnoll's attacks now, his body moving before his mind even registers the danger. But perfection is a fleeting thing. At one point, he gets cornered by two gnolls as they both charge towards him from the side with their long, jagged spears. The air whistles as the weapons thrust forward. As he barely avoids one gnoll's spear, twisting his torso with a violent jerk, he gets off-balanced. His feet slip on the blood-slicked grass, and the other gnoll, taking this chance, gets awfully close to Enkrid. It moves with a predatory speed, its eyes gleaming with malice, and cuts his neck in the side with its sword. It is a precise, cruel stroke, dealing him a fatal blow. Enkrid feels the heat before the pain. Blood keeps pouring out from the wound, a crimson fountain that stains his tunic and the ground beneath him. His strength deserts him instantly. As Enkrid falls on the ground, his vision blurring, the Gnoll leader finally appears. It is a massive, scarred beast that radiates an aura of pure predatory dominance. At the same time, as if by a silent command, all the Gnolls stop their fighting. They move back, snarling and snapping, and make way for their leader. From all the previous todays, Enkrid knows the pattern of this tragedy. He knows that the leader only appears when he receives a fatal wound. The beast is a connoisseur of suffering. It doesn't kill him immediately, it doesn't offer the mercy of a quick end. Instead, it grazes Enkrid with its poison-imbued sword, the blade glowing with a sickly, necrotic green light. The toxin enters his bloodstream, making him suffer and causing a painful death that feels like his veins are being filled with molten lead. The leader stands over him, and it rejoices watching him in pain, its tongue flicking over its yellowed fangs. But after dying to this poison all this time, after enduring the agony of a slow rot over and over again, Enkrid has learned a trick. He has found a way to cheat the executioner of his entertainment. Mastering all his remaining strength, pushing through the paralysis of the toxin, he charges towards the Gnoll horde. The Gnolls, driven only by instinct, react with sudden violence. When they notice a threat, they immediately react to neutralize it. As Enkrid charges towards them like a madman, blood spraying from his neck with every heartbeat, the Gnolls, as per their instinct, attack him. But Enkrid doesn't fight back. He drops his guard, welcoming the spears and blades. He knows that rather than writhing in pain for a long time under the leader's gaze, this is much better. He chooses a quick death over a slow one. And thus, he dies again. The darkness takes him, but it is brief. He wakes up again in his bunker bed, the rough wood of the frame the first thing he feels, starting anew today. The transition is getting easier, the mental toll becoming a hardened crust on his soul. After waking up, he doesn't waste any time. There is no mourning for the man he was seconds ago. He immediately gets up, his heart racing not with fear, but with a strange, intoxicating fire. He is excited that he has another day to master the sense of evasion. Every death is a lesson, every wound a map of what not to do. As Enkrid is fully armed, checking the straps of his leather armor and the weight of his sword, and was leaving the room, Luagarn stops him. She is sitting at a table in the corner of the room, her presence a constant in the shifting tides of his life. She asks Enkrid, her voice laced with suspicion, why is he fully armed so early in the morning? As he looks at her, a pang of recognition hits him. He thinks, in the repeating today, she never changed. She is a fixed point in his chaotic orbit. In every timeline he has seen, she chased the cultists and never came back, disappearing into a shadow he has yet to understand. Enkrid stops at the door and then asks her if she knows about the cultists. The question hangs in the air, heavy and pointed. After Enkrid mentions the cult and cultists, the atmosphere in the room shifts. The aura around Luagarn immediately changes, the casual suspicion evaporates, replaced by something much colder and much older. Luagarn's face darkens, the shadows of the room seeming to cling to her features, and absolute hatred could be seen in her eyes. It is a look of ancient, unforgiving enmity. She says they are the most dangerous heretical cult on the continent. They are a cancer on the world, committing vile acts for their god, whom they believe is trapped in the demon realm. Her voice trembles with a controlled rage as she explains that they even perform summoning rituals using humans as sacrifices, turning life into a currency for their dark master. Hearing that, Enkrid feels a chill that has nothing to do with the morning air. He says, if it's a summoning ritual, there's a rumor spreading among mercenaries, a whisper of a nightmare made flesh. A monster that scatters flames from its entire body, a creature of myth and destruction, the salamander. Luagarn looks at him, her gaze piercing, and says it's not a rumor. The weight of her words is undeniable. The cult was the one that summoned it. She reveals a harrowing truth. She personally witnessed the cultists summoning a salamander with her own eyes. The memory seems to burn in her pupils, a reflection of a fire that never went out. But the cycle does not stop for history. As the morning sun shines at the frontier village, its light revealing the dew on the grass, the nightmare begins anew. The gnolls howl, a sound that splits the morning quiet, and start attacking the village. As Enkrid runs towards the monster horde, his boots kicking up dust, he remembers all the routines of all the todays. He has lived this dawn hundreds of times. At dawn, monsters swarm the village, there are countless gnoll hordes, and there are countless attack patterns. He has memorized the rhythm of the massacre. As Enkrid again starts his brutal routine with the gnolls, something is different this time. A small smile curls up in his lips, a flicker of genuine joy amidst the slaughter. He slowly starts to understand the sense of evasion. It is no longer just about moving his body, it is about feeling the air change, hearing the intake of breath before a strike. As usual, the gnolls keep charging at him, their bodies a wall of fur and fangs, and he keeps killing the gnolls. He is a reaper in a field of monsters. He repeats 170 days. Then 180. 190. The never-ending struggle continues, a marathon of blood and rebirth. The same situation appears from one of the previous days, the moment that once ended him, when two gnolls cornered Enkrid and he got fatally injured. But due to countless repeating days, his body knows the answer before his mind can even form the thought. Without even looking back, Enkrid avoids the first gnoll's spear with a fluid tilt of his shoulder. He moves like a ghost. He rips apart one of the limbs of the other gnoll, the very one who had once fatally injured him, without even looking back to confirm the strike. The sensations engraved through repetition begin to move him. He is no longer fighting, he is performing a dance he has practiced for a century of lives. Enkrid dodges the gnoll's attacks, or blocks, or counters with a terrifying efficiency. He realizes that choosing the best response is usually an instinctive sense, a spark of pure intuition, or perhaps just the weight of accumulated experience pressing down until only the correct path remains. As the village burns down, the orange flames licking the sky, Enkrid's fighting continues. But for the first time, something changes. After all the days, for the first time, the sun finally sets. The horizon swallows the sun, and the world turns to charcoal and embers. As Enkrid looks at the setting sun, his face lights up in excitement. This is a milestone written in blood. Before, he could never endure until the sun set, he was always a corpse by midday, always killed by the gnolls before the shadows grew long. In another day, the cycle continues, but Enkrid is no longer the victim. He endures until the sun sets again. His face begins to light up as he fights the gnolls and keeps enduring. He is becoming a monument of persistence. And thus, another sunset falls. When the evening comes and the village is in flames, the smoke rising like incense to a forgotten god, Enkrid's fight doesn't stop. He is a man possessed. He overcomes his tiredness, his muscles screaming in protest, his bones aching with a fatigue that spans lifetimes. He is one step closer to overcoming this impossible wall. Enkrid keeps fighting, he keeps killing. Everyone around him dies, Pullman, cries, Pin, but he remains. The gnolls seem to be endless, an ocean of monsters pouring in from the dark forests, but he is the rock they break upon. They keep pouring in, wave after wave of snarling death. As he keeps enduring, standing amidst a mountain of gnoll corpses, he notices something on the distant hill. The blood-red full moon is slowly emerging, a celestial eye watching the carnage. At one point, it reaches above Enkrid's head, bathing him in a crimson glow. His eyes widen in excitement, in pure, unadulterated joy. He smiles at his accomplishment. He has survived until the zenith of the moon. He then fights with more vigor, more enthusiasm, his movements becoming even sharper under the red light. As his sweat drips and falls, mixing with the blood on the earth, he eventually dies. The weight of numbers or a momentary slip takes him, and he arrives at the realm of life and death. He starts the today again. But he is not the same man who first woke up in that bunk bed. Slowly, he realizes the true nature of the techniques, the sense of evasion. The core of this technique isn't simply seeing fast and dodging with quick reflexes, it's about momentary judgment. It's about the split-second decision-making that happens in the gap between heartbeats and cultivating the coordination of actions that follow. It is the perfect harmony of mind and muscle. Thus, he again dies and returns to the realm of life and death, and starts the today again. But after hundreds of repetitions, Enkrid is now excited. The exhaustion is there, but it is overshadowed by the thrill of mastery. He finally has mastered the sense of evasion. He has turned his body into a weapon that cannot be touched. For the final time in this cycle, he returns to the boatman. The boatman, the mysterious, ethereal entity that escorts souls through the fog of the realm between life and death, arrives on a boat that seems to glide over silence itself. Holding a lantern that flickers with a ghostly, pale light, the boatman looks at Enkrid. Its voice is like the rustle of dry leaves as it asks Enkrid, does he know merely enduring isn't the answer? The question is a riddle, a test of his resolve. Enkrid doesn't say anything. He doesn't offer a boast or a plea. He only listens, letting the words sink into his soul. He then wakes up in his bed, the familiar smell of the barracks filling his nose. With a smile, he thinks to himself, of course he knows. Enduring was just the training, now comes the execution. He has a plan in mind. After all, he has endured 200 days without truly dying in his spirit. He has more experience than a veteran of a 40-year war. Enkrid then goes towards Cries. The room is quiet, the others still lost in the final moments of sleep. As Cries was in deep sleep, dreaming of a world without gnolls, Enkrid reaches down and pulls his blanket away with a sharp tug. Cries immediately wakes up in shock, the cold air hitting him like a physical blow. While stuttering, his eyes darting around the dim room, he asks, what is it? What's happening? Ignoring Cries' confusion, Enkrid stands tall, his presence filling the small space with an undeniable authority. He tells everyone to get up. There is no room for hesitation in his voice. He tells Pin and Esther to get ready as they are moving with him, his tone leaving no room for argument. He assigns Cries a different task, telling him he has something else to do. Luagarn, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, shifts and looks down. Her hair is messy, her eyes half closed as she asks, what's with him so early in the morning? She is annoyed, but there is something in Enkrid's eyes that stops her from complaining further. Enkrid looks at her and then at the others, his gaze steady. He tells her that they don't have much time. Every second is a grain of sand falling through the glass. He thinks to himself that at dawn, the gnoll horde will enter the village. He knows the exact moment the first howl will break the silence. Before that happens, before the first drop of blood is shed, they need to finish their preparations and cross the wall. He is no longer just surviving today, he is going to change it. When Enkrid wakes everyone up from sleep at dawn, the air is biting and heavy with the scent of damp earth. The pale light of the rising sun barely touches the edges of the tents, and everyone was still drowsy. They move with sluggish limbs, rubbing the sleep from their eyes and shivering against the morning chill. As Luagarn slowly gets up, shaking off the weight of exhaustion, Enkrid tells her, he finally remembered. The words are heavy, carrying a weight that seems to cut through the morning fog. He explains that there were cultists who escaped during a job he took as a mercenary. There are people here who look just like them. Luagarn's eyes widen and her expression changes as she hears about the cultists. The sleepiness vanishes instantly, replaced by a sharp, predatory focus. She stares at him, her breath hitching in the cold air. She asks Enkrid, is he sure about that memory? Her voice is a low whisper, vibrating with a sudden, intense tension. With a straight face, Enkrid simply says, no one beats him when it comes to memory. He stands tall, his gaze unwavering, projecting a certainty that leaves no room for doubt. Luagarn grits her teeth in anger, the sound of grinding bone audible in the quiet dawn. She mutters that her instincts weren't wrong. She then immediately rushes outside, her boots thudding against the ground, saying she will check on the cultists herself. As Luagarn leaves, Enkrid thinks she never came back in all the previous days. He watches her silhouette disappear into the grey light, his mind racing through the countless cycles he has endured. But since he sent her ahead this time, before the monsters attack, he contemplates that this time might be different. Even if not, he decides it won't affect his plan. His heart remains cold, a tactical machine calculating the odds of survival. As Cries gets up and starts getting ready, his movements stiff and hesitant, Enkrid orders him to bring the village watch captain, Deutsch Pullman. Cries gets a little surprised upon hearing his captain. He pauses, a leather strap halfway through a buckle, and looks up with a confused frown. He asks Enkrid, will Pullman really listen to him? The doubt is clear in his voice. Enkrid tells Cries to bring Pullman by any means. He doesn't look back as he speaks, his voice flat and uncompromising. He adds that Cries can take the village chief hostage if he has to. Cries gets shocked hearing that, he can't believe it. His eyes bulge, and his hands tremble slightly at the sheer audacity of the command. He says, he can't really take responsibility for that. It is a plea for sanity, a desperate attempt to avoid the chaos Enkrid is inviting. But Enkrid ignores him and turns to Pin and Esther. He moves with a singular purpose, his mind already 3 steps ahead. He orders Pin and Esther to come with him. Esther was the leopard that stayed with Enkrid, her sleek fur shimmering like ink in the dawn light. In truth, she was a mage, but due to a curse, she was in leopard form. Her golden eyes reflect a wisdom that no beast should possess. As Enkrid goes out with Pin and Esther, the village stretching out before them in a state of uneasy peace, he informs them that they need to secure the wall first. The wooden palisade looms in the distance, a fragile barrier against the darkness. As they run towards the wooden wall, their footsteps rhythmic and urgent, Enkrid thinks, the monster horde that infiltrated the village, to enter the village, they must pass through the wall. He analyzes the logic of the previous failures. Enkrid comes to the conclusion that the wall Pullman was so proud of couldn't have been breached. It was too sturdy, too well maintained for simple beasts to tear down. He wonders, but could gnolls really climb over it? With those short legs? He visualizes the creatures, their hunched backs and clumsy limbs. He then realizes that there was only one answer: the gate was opened. The realization settles in his gut like lead. And the reason Pin never returned when he sent her to the wall on the first, today, is because there were enemies at the wall as well. The pieces of the puzzle click into place with a sickening snap. The wall guards were cultists. Enkrid, Pin, and Esther reached the wall, the wood smelling of pine and old resin. Seeing them, the guards that were on the wall begin to stir. Pointing at Enkrid, they tell one another, "That guy over there is the one who came to the village yesterday." Their voices are suspicious, laced with a hidden malice. As Enkrid approaches the wall, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he announces that from now on, command here is transferred to him. From this moment, every soldier here will follow his orders. The soldiers can't believe what Enkrid is saying. A ripple of laughter and confusion spreads among them. One soldier with a thick, matted beard asks Enkrid, did he get Captain Deutsch's permission before spouting that? He leans over the railing, a mocking sneer on his face. While unsheathing his sword, the steel singing as it leaves the scabbard, Enkrid tells them insubordination is punishable by immediate execution. The air turns frigid. Seeing Enkrid's lethal intent, the soldiers that were on the watchtower point their arrows at him, the bowstrings groaning under tension. The bearded soldier, his face turning red with rage, charges towards him with a spear. Enkrid thinks the bell that rang whenever monsters appeared, if all the wall guards were cultists, they wouldn't have rung it. He searches his memory for the sound of that bell in previous lives. That means one of them was an innocent militia member. As Enkrid charges forward, his movements a blur of practiced violence, he recognizes that it was this bearded soldier. He has seen that face across 200 days. He knows every wrinkle, every scar on that man's face from the countless times he has died or seen others die. The cultists that were in the watchtower, their eyes cold and fanatical, shoot the arrows at Enkrid, aiming to kill him. The shafts hiss through the air like vipers. The bearded soldier, who is unaware that they are cultists, tries to stop them. He shouts in confusion, saying he is here too, but they do not care. They are willing to sacrifice a comrade to kill the intruder. But Enkrid saves the bearded soldier by cutting the arrows with his sword. The metal clangs as the arrowheads are deflected, spinning harmlessly into the dirt. Without wasting time, Esther climbs the wooden wall to the watchtower, her claws digging deep into the timber. She moves with an impossible, fluid grace. She bites one of the cultist's arms, her jaws locking with bone-crushing force. At that point, Pin also reaches the watchtower, vaulting over the edge, and incapacitates the other cultists with swift, brutal strikes. Then everything stops for a moment as dawn breaks fully over the horizon. The sky bleeds orange and gold. And like all the other todays Enkrid relived, he repeated, the gnoll horde starts charging towards the frontier village. A low rumble begins to shake the earth, a sound like distant thunder. Pointing at the gate, Enkrid asks the bearded soldier, is that gate really locked properly? His voice is sharp, demanding an immediate answer. The soldier starts saying the latch is on, isn't it? He looks toward the heavy wooden beams with uncertainty. But before he could finish speaking, Enkrid stops him and tells him to check again. Hearing Enkrid, the cultists realize that Enkrid knows about their plan. Their expressions shift from arrogance to desperation. As the bearded soldier checks the lock again, his hands fumbling with the iron, he gets very shocked as he sees there is a cracked latch. The metal is split, held together by a mere thread of iron. At this point, the gnolls are charging rapidly towards the gate from outside. Their yaps and howls fill the air, a cacophony of hunger and rage. Seeing this, Pin panics and asks the bearded soldier, is he insane? The colony is rushing in. Her voice is high-pitched with terror as she looks at the sea of fur and teeth approaching. The bearded soldier immediately brings another latch to replace the cracked latch. He works with frantic energy, sweat dripping into his eyes. Seeing the latch is being changed, the cultist that Pin incapacitated by pushing down momentarily frees one of his arms. He snarls a dark incantation and shoots a magical energy projectile towards the bearded soldier to stop him. The bolt of light crackles with a foul, sickly hue. The other cultist that Esther had bitten also starts attacking her, clawing at her fur with desperate strength. Seeing the situation escalating into chaos, Enkrid orders them to push the cultists outside. He points his sword toward the edge of the wall. Following Enkrid's order, both Pin and Esther throw the cultists at the charging gnoll horde. The men scream as they fall, their bodies tumbling through the air. As they fall on the ground, they get smashed by the gnolls. The sound of snapping bone and tearing flesh rises from below as the tide of monsters tramples them into the mud. As the gnolls are about to reach the gate, their claws scraping against the outer wood, the bearded soldier finally manages to close it off. He slams the new latch into place just as the first impact hits. All the gnolls then start attacking the gate. The wood groans under the pressure of hundreds of bodies. They howl as they keep charging to the gate, their yellow eyes peering through the gaps in the timber. At that moment, Cries fulfills his duty and brings the village chief hostage. He arrives at the base of the wall, his face pale and his breathing ragged. Pullman comes chasing Cries with his men, their armor clanking and their faces set in grim fury. Seeing Deutsch and the militia, Enkrid thinks Cries dragged them here just in time. The timing is narrow, but it holds. Cries then releases the village chief by saying he just did what he was told. He steps back, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Pullman then starts coming towards Enkrid in anger. He marches up the stairs of the wall, his hand on his sword. Enkrid tells Pullman, the gnoll horde is targeting the village, this is an emergency. He speaks over the sound of the scratching gnolls. In a cold tone, he says by contract he will take full command authority. He stands his ground, the authority in his voice as sharp as his blade. Upon hearing Enkrid, Pullman's face twitches as he grits his teeth in anger. The veins on his neck bulge. Calling Enkrid a bastard, he asks what is he saying out of nowhere. He stares at Enkrid with pure hatred, unable to process the sudden coup. At that moment, the attack on the gate intensifies. A massive blow makes the entire wall shudder. Realizing he is short on time, Enkrid screams and asks Pullman, can't he tell what matters right now? The roar of the gnolls is almost deafening. He orders them to fire arrows first. Realizing the situation, Pullman looks over the edge and sees the massive colony gathered below. He swallows his pride and orders his men to attack the gnolls as he will explain later. He orders everyone to climb up the wall and rain down arrows. By the order, all the soldiers climb the wall, their movements urgent. They draw their bows and keep shooting arrows at the gathered gnolls. The air is filled with the whistling of shafts and the dying shrieks of the monsters. Enkrid thinks, even if they block the gate and stop the gnolls from entering the village, as long as the colony holds in front of it, he can't clear that today. The loop will not end until the threat is annihilated. Suddenly, Enkrid notices a small door on the wall, tucked away in a shadow. He asks the bearded soldier, is this a side gate? The soldier replies positively, looking confused, and asks why. With a serious expression, Enkrid asks the soldier, can he open that gate just a little? His eyes are fixed on the sea of gnolls. As the other soldiers were busy reinforcing the main gate, heaving heavy beams against the wood, the bearded soldier asked Enkrid, now? He looks at Enkrid as if he has lost his mind. Enkrid then orders Esther to help them clear the gate. Esther immediately jumps down from the wall, her body a streak of black and gold. She lands in the middle of the gnolls and starts killing them. She moves like a whirlwind of claws and teeth, clearing a path. Esther almost clears the front of the gate by killing all the gnolls in the immediate vicinity. Looking towards the bearded soldier, Enkrid asks, that's enough now, right? His voice is calm amidst the carnage. The bearded soldier then opens the side gate, the hinges creaking. As Enkrid goes outside and charges towards the gnolls, his sword raised high, he thinks a colony only collapses if its leader is killed. He knows the hierarchy of these beasts. He decides he will break through this gnoll horde and kill the leader. Enkrid then starts massacring the gnolls. He carves a path through the fur and bone, his blade dancing with lethal precision. Seeing Enkrid, one of the soldiers from the wall remarks that crazy bastard jumped straight into the gnoll horde. They watch in awe and terror as he disappears into the mass of monsters. But without thinking anything further, Pullman orders the soldiers to cover Enkrid with arrows. He realizes that their survival now rests on the shoulders of the man he just called a bastard. He watches as the arrows fly, creating a canopy of death over Enkrid's head.
The air outside the village was thick with the scent of wet fur and the metallic tang of impending slaughter. As Enkrid leaves the village's fortified wooden wall and goes outside alone to fight the Gnoll horde, a heavy silence briefly smothered the battlements. It was a suicidal movement, a solitary figure stepping into a sea of snarling predators. At first, Pullman, along with the rest of the village watch guard members, were shocked seeing this. They stood frozen, their hands gripping the rough-hewn timber of the palisade, eyes wide as they watched their captain walk into the jaws of death. But soon, the paralysis of disbelief broke. Pullman got a grip on his fraying nerves and found his voice, a ragged shout that tore through the din of the growling monsters. He ordered the village watch guard militia to cover Enkrid. He knew that every second Enkrid spent out there was a second closer to his demise unless they provided a hail of steel. He urges them by telling them not to stop and unleash every arrow at the incoming Gnoll. "Archers, draw," Pullman screamed, his face flushing a deep, panicked red. "Keep the pressure on, do not let them swarm him." The militia scrambled, fingers fumbling with bowstrings in the freezing air. However, the sheer scale of the nightmare below was staggering. One of Pullman's men, a young guard with trembling hands, turned to him with a face pale as ash. He tells him that there are too many Gnolls and they don't have enough arrows. He looked back at the quivers, seeing the dwindling supply of fletching. There's way too many. The horizon was a carpet of mangy brown fur and yellow eyes, an endless tide of hunger. Realizing the situation and feeling utterly unable to do anything to change the math of the battlefield, Pullman grits his teeth in anger. The sound of his grinding teeth was audible even over the scratching of claws against the wood. Below the battlements, the panic was spreading. As Pin gets down from the wall, her boots hitting the muddy earth with a heavy thud, she rushes toward the command center. She finds Cries and informs Cries that Enkrid has gone outside and is fighting alone. Hearing that, Cries panics. The news hit him like a physical blow to the chest. His eyes glazed over for a moment as his brain's gears start tossing and turning, trying to calculate a way to salvage the situation. He looks around at their meager defenses, his heart sinking. He says there aren't even any proper siege weapons here. No ballistae, no pitch, no heavy catapults, just wood and desperate men. The situation was deteriorating by the second. The wooden wall is getting damaged in real time, the sound of splintering timber echoing like bone cracks as the Gnolls threw their weight against the fortifications. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the Gnolls break through the wall and spill into the streets to butcher the families hiding inside. As various thoughts and worries struck him, threatening to drown his reason in a flood of fear, Cries knew he had to act. To calm down, Cries slaps his own cheeks with a sharp crack, the sting of the blow anchoring him to the present. He reminds himself to get a grip. He took a deep breath, his mind clearing. He realizes that his captain's reckless actions must be part of some plan. Enkrid wasn't a man who threw his life away for nothing. There was a method to the madness. In the meantime, Cries decided he has to do what he can. At that moment, a plan comes to him, sparked by the desperate environment. He realizes that they need something to throw, anything that could crush a skull or break a limb. Cries then turns to the village chief, who is standing nearby with a look of utter despair. He tells him if they run out of the arrows, they have to pick up stones and throw them at the Gnoll. The chief blinked, his mind racing to find a source. The village chief informs Cries that there is a quarry behind the village, a site usually used for building foundations, but now their only hope for ammunition. In the chaos of the screaming and the dying, Cries' mind finally calms down. The cold logic of war took over. Saying there aren't enough of them to handle this alone, he tells all the villagers to help. He needed every man, woman, and child who could carry a rock to move toward that quarry. The scene shifts to the outside, where the world had become a blur of blood and fur. Enkrid alone is fighting the Gnoll horde, a lone island in a storm of violence. After reliving all those days, the endless cycles of death and failure, Enkrid's movements were no longer human. He moved with a terrifying, preternatural efficiency. He's cutting the Gnolls like tofu, his blades passing through muscle and bone with no resistance. He keeps butchering them, his expression a mask of cold, focused lethality. With Enkrid, Esther was covering him. The great panther moved like a shadow given teeth, her claws raking through the air. She keeps killing the Gnolls with just a bite, her powerful jaws snapping necks with sickening crunches. She stayed close to Enkrid's flank, a loyal sentinel in the carnage. Enkrid is not just fighting for survival, he is a lure. Enkrid decides he needs to attract as much attention as possible so that all the surrounding Gnolls will concentrate on them. He knows the psychology of the pack. If he becomes a big enough threat, the horde will tighten around him. He thinks that then, even a moment's commotion can spread into a large gap in their lines. High above, Cries was orchestrating the counterattack. At that moment, Cries, along with the villagers, was ready with the rocks. The carts had arrived from the quarry, piled high with jagged granite and heavy river stones. He tells the villagers and the village watch guards to start throwing the rocks. "Now let them have it," Cries roared. As they throw the rocks from up the wall, the sky seemed to rain heavy gray death. The The stones whistled through the air before slamming into the packed ranks of the monsters. The gnolls start getting crushed, their bones snapping under the weight of the projectiles. The sudden, brutal impact from above shatters their formation. They start running frantically in different directions, the primal fear of the falling mountain overriding their bloodlust. As thus the commotion creates the gap Enkrid was looking for. Noticing the gap opening in the sea of fur, Enkrid thinks it's good. His eyes lock onto a specific path through the chaos. He knows if he moves along that route, he will surely be able to reach the gnoll leader, the alpha sitting atop the rock in the distance. Enkrid then turns to his panther Esther and tells her that he is counting on her to watch his back. He doesn't need to say more, their bond is forged in blood. He then starts charging forward, his boots kicking up clods of earth and gore. As he passes by the gnolls, he doesn't attack them. He ignores the snapping jaws and the reaching claws because his goal is their leader. Every ounce of his stamina is preserved for the killing blow. As the gnolls in his path are about to attack, Esther kills them. She is a whirlwind of black fur, intercepting every threat before it can touch her master. She runs with Enkrid, clearing the path for him, her snarls echoing the rhythm of his breathing. After Enkrid achieves his goal of getting deep into the enemy lines, Esther retreats and climbs the village wall. She had done her part and now the rest was up to him. Seeing Esther returning without Enkrid, Kryze gets worried. He grips the edge of the wall, his knuckles white. Looking ahead towards the open field, he asks, "Where did the captain go?" Enkrid had vanished. Evading the gnoll's eyes, Enkrid hides himself in the tall grasses, moving forward with the silence of a ghost. He is moving towards his goal with singular focus. He covers himself with gnoll's blood to avoid their detection, the hot, copper-smelling ichor masking his human scent. He starts advancing by hiding as much as possible using the terrain, staying low and moving only when the wind rustled the stalks. He is focused on minimizing injuries and stamina consumption. In the silence of his crawl, he reflects on his journey. He realizes when he went to the realm between life and death, the wall the Ferryman originally intended must have been this very moment. To kill the gnoll leader while avoiding the leader's poison-laced sword and without receiving a fatal wound, that was the test. Enkrid thinks now that he has learned the sense of evasion after all the todays. Killing the leader is not impossible. Enkrid remembers all the 200-plus todays that he relived. The memories were a heavy burden. He watched his comrades die again and again, their screams echoing in his dreams. He watched the innocent villagers getting butchered, massacred in their homes. And then there was the death of the child who he couldn't protect. That memory broke his heart every time it surfaced. He decides he doesn't want to see those things ever again. He will end the cycle here. As he reaches the leader, he brings out a whistling dagger, a small but specialized tool of distraction. While approaching the leader, who is very far from the village, he kept thinking the goal for running all the way here was to kill the leader without receiving a fatal injury. The leader was standing up above a rock, a massive specimen of malice and fur, looking down on the village with arrogant eyes. Enkrid throws the whistling dagger from down as he runs up the incline. The blade cut the air with a high-pitched, piercing shriek. While the whistling dagger caught the gnoll leader's attention, drawing its gaze toward the noise, Enkrid attacked the leader from behind. He moved like a coiled spring. Realizing it was a distraction, at the last moment, the gnoll leader barely avoids Enkrid's deadly dual sword strike. The monster was faster than it looked, twisting its body midair with a snarl of surprise. The surrounding pack reacted instantly. The gnolls that were nearby, realizing that an intruder had reached their leader, roar as they charged towards Enkrid. Their paws thundered against the earth, but the gnoll leader was proud. It exerts a crushing bloodlust and glares towards its kin as if warning them that Enkrid is its prey and they are not to interfere. The alpha wanted the glory of the kill for itself. All the gnolls start shivering and shaking in fear by a single glare from their master. They skidded to a halt, whining and tucking their tails. As Enkrid again attacks the gnoll leader, he thinks, as expected. Every time in the previous loops, the leader appeared when its chances of winning were certain and killed him before everyone, as if trying to elevate its authority by executing the human champion. The fierce fight between Enkrid and the gnoll leader continues. It was a dance of death on a pedestal of stone. Despite its short legs, the gnoll leader keeps avoiding Enkrid's sword with precision and speed. It moved with a jerky, unpredictable rhythm. Then the gnoll leader also starts counterattacking. It swung its poison-laced blades in wide, shimmering arcs. As it charges towards Enkrid, he easily avoids it. He could see the movements before they happened, a gift from the hundreds of deaths he had already suffered. Seeing the leader is enraged, Enkrid thinks it is because a human seized its tail and damaged its authority. It's directly trying to punish him without interference from other gnolls. Its pride was its undoing. As the gnoll leader comes for a counterattack and charges towards Enkrid with two swords in its hand, Enkrid saw the opening. Thinking that was its mistake, in a swift move, Enkrid cuts both of its hands. The blades severed the limbs at the wrist, the leader's swords falling to the stone with a clatter. The look on the gnoll leader's eyes was one of pure, unadulterated shock, as if it couldn't believe a mere human cut its hands. It stood there, stumps leaking black blood, paralyzed by the impossibility of its defeat. It was in shock. Enkrid doesn't stop. He doesn't give it a second to recover. He goes for the final strike, his blades humming. The gnolls that were watching from down were terrified. The The silence that fell over the pack was absolute. They couldn't believe what was happening. How could their leader die? Their god of war was being dismantled by a blood-soaked human. Then, in a final and deadly attack, Enkrid slices the Gnoll leader in half. The body split with a wet sound, sliding off the rock in two jagged pieces. With cold, dead eyes, Enkrid thinks, no matter how fast and venomous the colony's leader is to him, to a man who doesn't get tired and has seen death 200 times, it's just one Gnoll. He stood atop the rock, the blood of the alpha dripping from his chin. Cries, who was watching from the wall with his heart in his throat, couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the Gnoll leader fall. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, but the victory was short-lived. After Enkrid kills the Gnoll leader, the pack's fear turns into a mindless, berserk rage. All the other Gnolls howl in anger as they charge towards him. The chain of command was shattered, leaving only a frenzied swarm. Seeing this, Cries screams from the ramparts, his voice cracking, saying the Gnolls are running wild. Pin screams, her voice joining the chorus of alarm, telling Enkrid that the leader is gone and the colony lost control, to run away before he gets surrounded. Enkrid's heart starts beating faster and faster. He can feel the heat rising in his chest as he unleashes the heart of superhuman strength. It was a forbidden reservoir of power, granting him overwhelming strength and speed at a terrible cost to his body. His vision turned red at the edges. Enkrid doesn't fight the incoming Gnolls anymore, there were too many for even him. With overwhelming speed, he charges towards the village, his feet barely touching the ground. But the toll of the battle and the strain of the heart were too much. With that momentarily boost, he doesn't manage to go all the way. He falls short some distance from the gate, his muscles seizing, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He stumbled, his swords dragging in the dirt. All the Gnolls start charging towards him in a frenzy, their eyes locked on the man who killed their king. As Enkrid is getting ready to fight one last, impossible stand at that moment, the heavy wooden gate opens with a groan of iron hinges. Pullman with his men rushes outside. They didn't wait for orders, they moved as one. Pullman brandished his weapon, his face set in a mask of determination. He tells Enkrid to jump in, he will make a way. The guards formed a wedge, a wall of shields and spears thrusting into the Gnoll ranks to create a corridor of safety. Thus, Enkrid starts running towards the gate with all his might, his last reserves of energy focused on the open doors of the village.
After killing the Gnoll leader, as Enkrid rushed towards the village, he found himself facing a terrifying spectacle of carnage and chaos. Among the sea of scattered Gnolls ready to tear him apart, the air was thick with the stench of wet fur and fresh blood. The creatures snarled, their yellow eyes fixed on the man who had just decapitated their alpha. Enkrid's boots skidded on the muddy earth, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was racking his brain on how to cross this, looking at the wall of shifting, snapping jaws that stood between him and safety. Every direction seemed blocked by a mass of muscle and malice. At that moment, the heavy wooden gate opens with a piercing groan of iron hinges, and Pullman comes out with village watchguard along with the villager. The sight of the reinforcements provided a flicker of hope in the suffocating darkness of the swarm. Pullman's face was set in a mask of grim determination, his voice booming over the growls of the monsters, saying he will open up a path. He tells Enkrid to run in, waving his arm frantically to signal the opening. Enkrid starts running towards the gate, his boots pounding against the ground as the Gnolls began to close the gap. He could feel the heat of their breath, the snap of teeth just inches from his heels. In that moment of absolute peril, his heart starts beating faster as he uses the technique, the heart of superhuman strength, granting him strength beyond human capability. A surge of violent, electric energy flooded his limbs, making the world seem to slow down around him. He slashes the Gnolls in his path, his blade carving through bone and gristle with unnatural ease, and moves forward through the meat and fur. But there was no end to the Gnolls. They kept coming one after another, driven by a mindless collective instinct to avenge their fallen leader. The sheer number of the beasts was overwhelming, and as Enkrid was getting ready for a desperate fight, bracing his soul for a final, bloody stand, the Gnolls in front of him was taken down by arrows. The projectiles whistled through the air, thudding into skulls and chests, and the village militia had reached him, keeping the Gnoll at bay with a wall of mismatched spears and rusted farm tools. Pullman screams and tells Enkrid to go now, his voice cracking under the strain of the combat. Understanding the situation, Enkrid rushed towards the gate, his muscles screaming under the influence of his activated technique. The Gnolls were furious. As Enkrid killed their leader, they desperately tried to harm Enkrid but couldn't reach him due to the village militia. The men of the village held their ground, their hands shaking but their resolve firm as they poked and prodded the beasts back. As Enkrid were running towards the gate, Pin and Cries were watching desperately from the safety of the interior, their knuckles white as they gripped the wooden railings, hoping their captain will reach the gate unharmed. The tension was thick enough to choke on. At last, Enkrid finally reaches the gate and enters the village, his body nearly collapsing from the sudden cessation of movement. Seeing this, Pullman immediately orders the citizens and the militia to retreat and to get inside the walls. Everyone back inside. Pullman yelled, his eyes scanning the horizon. Following Pullman's order, everyone enters the gate and close it before the gnolls could reach. The heavy bars dropped into place with a definitive thud, sealing the world of monsters outside. But the gnolls then starts attacking the gate, trying to break it with their sheer weight and claws. The wood shuddered under the impact of their bodies. High above, the villagers starts throwing large stones at Gnoll from up the walls. Men and women hauled heavy rocks, their faces contorted with effort, and sent them crashing down into the pack below. Due to the heavy barrage of stones, the gnolls' heads were getting crushed, the wet thud of rock on bone echoing through the night. Realizing they can't win against the vertical defense, the gnoll colony starts fleeing frantically into the surrounding woods, their yelps of pain fading into the distance. All the village militia starts panting and lies down on the ground upon achieving this impossible victory. They were covered in sweat and grime, their chests heaving in the sudden silence. As the villagers, along with Cries, who were desperately throwing stones at the gnolls, suddenly notices that the field is clear, there is no gnoll in sight. The moonlight hit the empty plains, revealing only the corpses of the fallen. Cries screams, his voice breaking into a sob of relief, saying, "The gnoll colony has retreated, we live." After hearing Cries, all the villagers and the village watchguard militia hugs one another and cries tears of happiness. The fear that had gripped them for hours finally broke, replaced by an overwhelming sense of survival. Enkrid sits down on the ground and starts panting as he was very tired. His body felt like lead, the aftereffects of the heart of superhuman strength, leaving him drained and hollow. Looking at Enkrid, Pullman thinks everything happened in an instant, but it is enough to see that the village was on the verge of destruction, and it was that squad leader who stopped it. The older man stared at the young warrior, his mind racing. Pullman found it hard to believe that for someone who only came for a job, he fought so desperately for a village that had nothing to do with him. It defied the logic of mercenaries. As Enkrid notices Pullman's gaze on him, he turns towards Pullman and asks, "He said he needed an explanation, didn't he?" Enkrid's voice was raspy, but his eyes were sharp. Understanding why Enkrid took control of the village militia, to save them when their own leadership faltered, Pullman doesn't argue. He looked down at the ground, a sense of humility washing over him. Instead, he left, saying he will call the village doctor. He tells Enkrid to first check his physical condition, acknowledging the toll the battle took. Seeing Pullman's behavior surprised Enkrid a little. He had expected more resistance or questioning of his authority. Slowly, afternoon comes as the sun starts setting, painting the sky in bruised purples and deep oranges. The scene shifts to Enkrid's squad's lodging, a modest building where the air was still thick with the smell of iron and wood smoke. Pullman was anxious and on edge when Enkrid told him that there were cultists among his men. The news was like a second infection within the village. Hearing Enkrid Cries comments saying, "Now everything fits," he leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. It would be abnormal for such a large colony to arise naturally. Even a large colony usually only has few hundred, but this one almost reached 1,000 gnolls and each one was armed. Cries shook his head in disbelief. If the cult intervened, then it makes sense. The village chief Aelin then asks, "But why the hell did the cultists target their village?" His hands were trembling, his face pale in the flickering candlelight. Cries simply tells Aelin not to expect logic from cultists. They are fanatics who believe they must expand the demonic territory, Cries explained, his tone grim. Perhaps they intended to use this town as a base and build a kingdom of gnolls or something. Aelin puts his hands on his head in fear and panic upon hearing Cries, the thought of his home becoming a demonic throne room too much to bear. Pullman was also visibly nervous, his fingers drumming against his sword hilt. He says, "But we already defeated them," and asks, "Aren't we safe now?" Enkrid, who was in deep thought staring at the floor, says that is not yet known. He thinks by killing the gnoll leader, he overcame the today that was repeating, but there is still one problem remains. The cycle might have shifted, but the threat had not vanished. Enkrid then says, "There's still the cultist that Lugarn is chasing." Pullman gets very shocked upon hearing Enkrid and asks, "So there were more cultists besides the 2 guards at the gate?" He hadn't realized how deep the infiltration went. Aelin then says, "Now that he mentions it, have they seen that Hugo?" The name hung in the air like a curse. Enkrid says that Hugo is probably the leader behind all this, the architect of the village's near demise. Pin, who was sitting beside Enkrid, cleaning a small cut on her arm, asks, "If they don't catch Hugo, will the village remain in danger then?" Enkrid simply says he is being chased by none other than a frog. Let's trust Lugarn and wait. The scene shifts to an open grain field, where the stalks of wheat swayed like golden waves under a turbulent sky. There, Lugarn can be seen chasing Hugo. The air was whistling with the speed of their movement. Cursing Lugarn and telling her to give up already, Hugo throws a magical energy projectile at her. The orb of dark, crackling power hissed through the air, threatening to incinerate anything it touched. Lugarn, with her incredible agility, easily avoids it, her body twisting in midair with a grace that bordered on the supernatural, and grabs Hugo by the arm. Her grip was like iron, but Hugo vanishes like smoke, freeing himself from Lugarn's clutch. He reappeared several meters away, his form flickering like a dying candle. Lugarn grits her teeth in anger and frustration, seeing Hugo use the same trick again. She thinks it's the damn authority of the cult again. The reason why new believers keep arriving at the deranged church of the demonic sanctuary is because they easily obtain that power called authority and can change their life. It was a shortcut to power, a seductive lie that granted incredible abilities at the cost of one's soul. As Hugo slowly dissipates like smoke, Lugarn suddenly notices him running away behind her, his silhouette a dark blur against the grain. Lugarn realizes that the amount of authority Hugo is using is significant. He must have been a priest in the cult for quite some time. With that power, he managed to dodge well, but he must be running out of strength to use it. The flicker in his form was becoming more pronounced. Lugarn then pulls out her whip and tangles it around Hugo, the leather cord snapping tight around his chest. Hugo was very shocked that even after everything, he still got caught. He struggled, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at the frog approaching him. Lugarn immediately closes the distance and was about to punch him in the face, her fist clenched and ready to end the chase. But then she stops, noticing sounds coming from behind her. A low, rhythmic growling and the sound of hundreds of paws thumping against the earth reached her ears. As she looks back, she sees the gnoll horde is approaching her. They were a sea of fur and teeth, emerging from the tree line like a tidal wave. In that moment, Hugo gathers all his authority, a dark aura erupting from his body, and pushes Lugarn back, the force of the magical blast knocking her off her feet. He runs towards the gnoll horde, seeking refuge among the beasts. The gnolls were clearly under influence, their eyes glowing with a dull, unnatural light that signaled Hugo's control over them. Lugarn curses. She could only watch Hugo getting away with the gnolls, her prize slipping through her fingers as she was forced to prioritize her own survival against the sudden arrival of the pack. As evening falls, the shadows stretching long and thin across the village, Enkrid was training hard. Despite the exhaustion of the day, he was lifting heavy weights and practicing his swings, the rhythmic whoosh of his blade cutting the air. While Cries and Pin was sitting on a log beside him, watching their captain with a mix of awe and concern. Seeing Lugarn come back, her clothes dusty and her expression thunderous, Enkrid asks her, "What about the cultist?" With an annoyed look, she says he escaped. The confession tasted like ash in her mouth. Pin gets very shocked, hearing that even a frog couldn't even catch a cultist. She looked from Lugarn to Enkrid, her eyes wide. Cries simply asks, "A frog? Serious?" The absurdity of the title seemed to hit him all at once. Lugarn screams at Cries, telling him not to repeat it twice, her face flushing with rage. She then looks at Enkrid and tells him that his subordinates are quite insolent, her eyes flashing dangerously. Ignoring her remark with a straight face, Enkrid tells her, "It seems she were a halfway frog." The insult was delivered with such clinical coldness that it stung more than a shout. Getting annoyed, Lugarn tells Enkrid the most insolent one is him. She huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. With a deep sigh, she says if that gnoll colony hadn't appeared at the last moment, she would have caught the cultist. She continues, explaining the mechanics of his escape. With the power of authority, that guy took the position of the leader of the colony and fled. Hearing her, Enkrid says cultists are persistent, so they will undoubtedly attack the village again. They wouldn't let a prize like this go after investing so much in the gnoll colony. Pin, while gritting her teeth in anger, asks, "Are they going to have to fight the gnolls again?" The thought of facing another 1,000 monsters made her stomach churn. Enkrid drops the exercise stones from his hands, the heavy rocks thudding into the dirt and sending up a cloud of dust. He says, "Better that way." He looked out towards the darkened walls. Scattered colonies are also dangerous. They shouldn't leave them alone. If they clean up everything together with the cultists, it will be perfect. He saw it as a way to lance the boil entirely rather than letting it fester. Pin asks Enkrid how does he plan to handle a colony of 1,000 gnolls, especially if the leader is a cultist. The odds seemed insurmountable for their small group and a handful of villagers. Cries then speaks as if a good plan has come to his mind, a slow smirk spreading across his face. He says that's even better. Perhaps they cannot foresee the thoughts of monsters, but they can of people. He tapped his temple, his tactical mind already spinning. The cultist Hugo would act with a human's ambition and a human's flaws. Enkrid then says, "Let's prepare a plan." He looked at his squad, his resolve hardening like iron in a forge. "Before dawn comes again, let's finish the preparations." The night was young, and they had much to do if they were to survive the coming sun.
The weight of the news settled over the frontier village like a thick, suffocating fog. After the villagers heard that the cultist Hugo had taken control of the gnoll colony with his authority as their leader, there was widespread panic. The terror was not a new sensation for these people, but it was sharper this time, cutting deeper into their weary hearts. While they were terrified, they started cursing, their voices trembling with a mixture of anger and absolute hopelessness, saying, "Not again." The words echoed through the narrow dirt paths between their modest homes. A cult got involved. One man cried out, his face pale as ash. "The devil is coming, the devil." The cry was taken up by others, a chorus of despair that threatened to break the spirit of the entire community. There is no way they can endure this time either. The sheer weight of a cultist's influence over a monster colony was a death sentence in their eyes. Seeing the villagers panicking, the village chief remarks with a worried look that although they did send a request for reinforcements to the land of Count Ventra, the closest to the village, it will take at least 7 days no matter how fast. The chief's hands shook slightly as he spoke, his eyes scanning the horizon where the dark tree line hid their impending doom. 7 days was an eternity when the monsters were already at the gate. The leader of the village watch guard militia, Pullman, grits his teeth in frustration and anger. The sound of his grinding teeth was audible in the sudden silence that followed the chief's announcement. He looked at his men, ordinary farmers and laborers holding rusted spears, and asks, "Is there no other way but to endure?" His voice was a rasping growl, born from the helplessness of a man who wanted to fight but saw no path to victory. Then Cries approaches them, his footsteps steady on the dry earth, saying it may not even take 7 days. His sudden interjection drew every eye toward him. With a confident tone, he says if the plan they set up works up. His voice didn't waver, it had the sharp, cold edge of a strategist who had already accounted for the variables. Hearing that they already set up a plan, Pullman gets very shocked. He looked between Cries and the others, his eyes wide with disbelief that a group of madmen and outsiders had already calculated a move, while the rest of the village was busy mourning their own deaths. With a determined look, Enkrid reassures the villagers, stepping forward so that his shadow fell across the path. He speaks with a gravity that demands attention, saying this is the foundation that all of them have built. He gestured to the walls, the small houses, and the tilled fields that represented years of backbreaking labor in a hostile land. "Such a village," he says, his voice dropping to a low, iron-hard register, "I won't let a single gnoll trample on it." Thus another dawn appears in the frontier village. The sky was a bruised purple, bleeding into a pale, sickly orange as the sun struggled to rise. The silence of the morning was shattered as the bell rings again, signaling the gnoll's attack. The sound was frantic, a rhythmic clanging that sent birds scattering from the eaves. Enkrid and Luagarn was outside the wooden wall, ready to fight. They stood in the open, the tall grass swaying around their knees, their silhouettes stark against the rising light. Inside the fortification, Cries and Pin, who was in the wall, was in utter shock when they saw the gnolls approaching. This was not the disorganized mob they had expected. This time, the gnolls brought ladders. The sight was surreal. Monstrous, fur-covered beasts carrying structured wooden implements of siege. Cries and Pin and all the villagers couldn't believe this scene that the gnolls made ladders. It was a terrifying evolution of the threat. The monsters were no longer just biting and clawing, they were thinking. Luagarn also found it hard to believe that Hugo taught the gnolls the concept of ladders in just one night. She gripped her weapon, her eyes narrowing as she watched the organized advance. It was a feat of rapid indoctrination that shouldn't have been possible. Enkrid remarks, his voice surprisingly calm amidst the chaos, saying that Hugo Fellow has more qualities of a teacher than a cultist. Seeing his captains and Luagarn's casual chatter, Cries from up the wall gets excited and screams at them, his face turning a panicked shade of red. He asks, "Is this really the time to be so carefree?" He leaned over the battlements, gesturing wildly at the approaching tide of fur and sharpened wood. The moment they hit the walls, it's over. As Enkrid charges forward, the grass parting around his shins, he gestures to Luagarn. It was a silent, practiced movement, a signal between two people who had found a strange rhythm in the midst of madness. Luagarn simply says, "It's good." She watched the line of monsters, her own aura beginning to shift. She likes that the target is clear. Enkrid then orders for the operation to start. His voice carried across the field, cutting through the growls of the gnolls. Seeing only Enkrid and Luagarn charging towards the hundreds of gnolls, Hugo, watching from the rear of the monster pack, calls them stupid bastards. He laughed, a high, mocking sound that carried on the wind. To him, this was a suicide mission born of arrogance. "They have come out to die on their own 2 feet, he sneers, his eyes glowing with the dark light of his authority. He then orders the gnolls to attack. The pack let out a collective, blood-chilling howl and surged forward like a tidal wave of filth. As both Enkrid and Luagarn is ready to fight, they remember the plan Cries made the previous night. The memory of the flickering candlelight in the war room flashed through their minds. Cries says the premise of the operation is the same. One can only dismantle a colony by killing its leader. Pullman had added, his brow furrowed, that setting aside the matter of dealing with the cultists' power, if they recklessly deal with only the leaders first, the Gnolls pack will. But before Pullman finishes speaking, Kryze takes over and says the Gnolls will scatter around the area again and threaten the village. He knew the nature of these beasts. Without a head, they became 1,000 stinging wasps, impossible to pin down. Finding and suppressing each one of them is also a chore, Kryze had noted, his tone indicating he hated inefficiency more than he feared death. Kryze then starts describing the plan in detail. First, they will greatly reduce the number of gnolls, he had explained, his finger tracing a path on the map. Thus, in the present, Enkrid goes on a rampage. It was a display of martial prowess that defied logic. He keeps cutting the gnolls like papers. His blade was a blur of steel, leaving arcs of red in the morning air. It was like he was a one-man army, a force of nature that the monsters couldn't comprehend. As he moves forward, not one gnoll survives. He alone takes on hundreds of gnolls, his movements precise and lethal, a dance of death that left a trail of broken bodies in his wake. When killing the gnolls, Enkrid also makes sure to destroy the ladders. He swung his heavy blade, splintering the rungs and snapping the side rails, making sure they can't do anything even if any of them does reach the wall. Seeing Enkrid's rampage, Hugo was in utter shock as he was watching with his eyes and mouth wide open. The mockery had vanished, replaced by a cold, prickling fear. He had expected a struggle. He had not expected a meat grinder. Lugarn was also in shock. She remembered that yesterday when she was chasing after Hugo, Enkrid said he stepped up alone and killed the gnoll leader. She honestly didn't believe it at the time. She thought it was bravado or a lucky strike. Lugarn thinks it was only recently that Enkrid fell into stagnation. She had watched him for a long time and there were no signs of any growth. To her, he had reached the ceiling of his potential. But in such a short time, he became stronger. What Lugarn didn't know was that Enkrid has relived the same days for hundreds of times. In a cycle of time hidden from the rest of the world, he had died and fought and bled, thus polishing his skills to a mirror sheen. Every swing of his sword was backed by the muscle memory of 1,000 failed attempts. Lugarn's eyes start to glow as she uses the frog's talent appraisal skill. The world shifted into lines of potential and power in her vision. She realizes that Enkrid has grown strong enough to change the battlefield alone. The terrifying realization hits her when she sees that level of force. Enkrid is almost at the level of a quasi-knight. The sheer weight of his will was beginning to manifest, a density of spirit that only the elite could achieve. Inspired by the sight of their leader carving through the horde, the village militia and the ordinary villagers also join in. They saw that the devil could bleed. The village militia starts raining down arrows on the gnolls from the wall, their aim shaky but bolstered by desperation. The ordinary villagers, men and women who had never held a sword, starts throwing rocks at the gnolls with everything they had. As Lugarn also joins the battle, she feels her heart is beating with a strange, frantic energy. Watching over Enkrid, she realizes Enkrid is a mystery that she can't solve. She feels like she's become a girl, a strange sensation of vulnerability and wonder washing over her veteran soul. There was nothing but admiration in Lugarn's eyes as she watched the back of the man who was rewriting his own destiny. Enkrid keeps on butchering the gnolls without mercy. He was a whirlwind of steel and gore. Seeing this, Hugo is in panic and instinctive fleeing. The cultist's composure shattered completely. He wonders, what the hell, who is that crazy bastard? He watched as his carefully cultivated army was dismantled in minutes. He is single-handedly mowing down almost 100 gnolls, Hugo whispered to himself, his feet already backing away. Hugo realizes at this rate they will be pushed back. The momentum of the siege had flipped entirely. As he starts fleeing, he orders the gnolls to retreat for now. He hoped to regroup, to use the cult's dark arts to find another way. As Hugo was fleeing, he suddenly realizes that Enkrid has stopped. The warrior was leaning on his sword, his shoulders heaving. Enkrid is panting heavily, his face drenched in sweat. Enkrid calls for Lugarn, his voice sounding weak and strained. As he was almost falling on the ground, his knees buckling, Lugarn catches him. She held him up, her expression one of sudden concern. Everyone was worried about Enkrid. The villagers on the wall stopped their cheering, their hearts sinking. Enkrid says he overdid it trying to catch the gnolls. His voice was a faint whisper. Someone calls for a doctor, the cry echoing across the blood-stained field. What Hugo didn't know was that it was all acting and part of Kryze's plan. Seeing Enkrid's condition, Hugo stops his flight. He turned back, a cruel sneer returning to his face. He starts laughing with confidence. To him, this made sense. Such power had to have a cost. He believed Enkrid had burned out his life force for a brief moment of glory. Back to the previous night, when Kryze was explaining his plan in the dim light of the village, Pullman asks, even if the Knoll pack led by the cultist combines all their strength, what are they going to do about killing Hugo? Pullman continues, his voice grim, Hugo won't reveal himself easily. He is a cautious and intelligent guy, as he showed when he was disguised in the village militia. Hugo had played them once. Pullman didn't think he would fall for a direct confrontation. With a scheming smile, Kryze says that kind of guy, once he is convinced of something, it becomes irreversible. The more intelligent they think they are, Kryze had whispered, the harder they fall for their own logic. Back to the present, Hugo orders the retreating gnolls to attack again. His voice was filled with a manic glee. He thinks that squad leader is strong, too strong. As long as that guy is here, it will be impossible to occupy the village. Hugo gets full of himself, his ego swelling as he analyzes the situation. He thinks, but the only time Enkrid can fight like a Quasi-Knight is for a moment. With a scheming smile, Hugo questions, shall I try to wear him down? He wouldn't rush in himself. Not yet. He would use the remaining gnolls as a whetstone to blunt Enkrid's edge completely. Thus, the gnolls keep attacking for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, trying to wear Enkrid down. It was a grueling war of attrition. They attacked and retreated every day, never fully committing, just nipping at the heels of the defenders. Enkrid put on dark ink on his eyes to make Hugo believe he is truly weighed down. He made sure his movements became slower, his reactions duller. Seeing Enkrid from a distance, Hugo thinks, that guy must be exhausted from blocking the gnolls. He watched the dark circles under Enkrid's eyes and the way his sword arm seemed to tremble. Then suddenly, during a skirmish, one gnoll breaks Enkrid's guard. The beast lunged, its yellow teeth bared, and was almost biting him. It looked like a fatal mistake, but Luagarn saves him at the crucial moment, pushing the gnoll back with a burst of force. To keep up the action, Enkrid starts panting heavily, falling to one knee and using his sword as a crutch. He looked like a man at the very end of his tether. Among the chaos of the battlefield, Hugo slowly starts to approach Enkrid stealthily. He moved through the shadows of the carnage, his eyes fixed on the broken warrior. Thinking Enkrid can't use the power of a Quasi-Knight anymore, Hugo tries to attack Enkrid with the power of his authority to finish him off. He gathered his dark energy, a shimmering, foul aura concentrating in his hand as he closed the distance. As his attack was about to reach Enkrid from behind, the air seemed to freeze. With a swift motion, Enkrid turns back. There was no fatigue in his movement, no tremor in his arm. The speed was blinding. He cuts Hugo's arm clean off. Blood sprayed across the dirt. Hugo was in complete shock seeing this. He stared at his stump, then up at the man he thought was dying. Wiping off the ink under his eyes with a slow, deliberate motion, Enkrid speaks. With an arrogant tone, he says, acting sure is difficult. The exhaustion was gone. The weakness was gone. Enkrid then gives a condescending look at Hugo, the kind of look a predator gives at its prey when the chase is finally over. Watching the scene from up the wall, Kryze tells Pullman, his voice calm and satisfied, first, show overwhelming force. The fact that gnolls alone cannot stop the squad leader. With Hugo's intellect, he must have realized that the squad leader cannot be stopped by numbers alone. Pullman watched in silence as Kryze continued, so he deliberately showed a tired appearance. A cautious guy will use all he can to win for sure. Thus, Hugo used the gnolls to sap the squad leader's strength, and thanks to that, we dealt with most of the gnolls without him ever realizing he was being used. With a confident smile, Kryze says, and the moment the cultist finally revealed himself, he fell neatly into the trap. Hugo starts screaming frantically in anger, clutching the remains of his arm. The pain was secondary to the humiliation. He calls Enkrid vermin and says he deceived him, his voice cracking with fury. With an indifferent look, Enkrid simply asks, isn't it the fault of the one who got scammed? His voice was cold, devoid of any sympathy for the man who had brought so much terror to the village. Luagarn was watching the scene in awe from the side. She saw the blood on Enkrid's face and the absolute stillness of his posture. Her heart was beating faster and faster, a drumbeat of admiration for the man who had turned a hopeless siege into a masterclass of deception and power. The air at the edge of the frontier village is thick with the metallic tang of blood and the heavy, humid scent of impending rain. At the very moment Enkrid's blade flashes through the air, severing Hugo's hand in a clean, brutal arc, the world seems to tilt. Blood sprays onto the dry earth, staining the soil a deep, dark crimson. Pullman, watching with narrowed eyes from his vantage point atop the weathered wooden wall, does not hesitate. He senses the shift in the tide of battle. "Archers now," Pullman bellows, his voice carrying over the din of the wind and the groans of the dying. "Aim your bows at Hugo, do not let him breathe." On the ground, Luagarn stands like a pillar of cold resolve beside Enkrid. She doesn't take her eyes off the wounded cultist for even a second. Her whip coils at her side like a sleeping serpent. "Don't think you can escape this time, Hugo," she warns, her voice sharp and unforgiving. She knows the slippery nature of those who serve the dark powers, and she is determined to see this through to the end. Hugo, clutching the stump of his wrist as agony flares through his nervous system, realizes he is in a truly perilous situation. "This lunatic is more powerful than I thought," Hugo curses Enkrid in the silent, dark corridors of his mind. "He completely caught me off guard. How did a mere border guard possess such timing?" For a fleeting second, Hugo is on the verge of giving up. He feels the weight of his failures pressing down on him, ready to give in to his current fate. He thinks to himself that this is it, his grand call to create a new holy land, a paradise for his dark master, ends right here in the mud of a backwater village. But then a flicker of mad, desperate defiance ignites in his eyes. He is not ready to die. In a final, frantic attempt to seize victory from the jaws of defeat, Hugo starts using his authority. "This isn't over," he screams, his voice cracking with strain. "Do you hear me? It is not over." Dark mana begins to seep out of his pores, swirling around him like a cloak of shadows. It is cold, oily energy that seems to swallow the light around him. As the dark mana keeps gathering in a dense, suffocating cloud, he declares his ultimate sacrifice. He will sacrifice his life to fulfill his purpose for the Devil's Gate. It is a terrifying sight, a man burning his very soul to fuel a curse. Seeing this display of raw, dark power, Enkrid gets a little surprised. He has fought many foes, but the sheer intensity of this mana is something new. However, Luagarn immediately recognizes the patterns of the swirling shadows. She has spent years facing cultists in the dark corners of the world. She knows the signs of a high-level ritual. "Enkrid, be careful," she shouts, her voice laced with urgent warning. "That's a summon, stand back." With his authority surging at its peak, Hugo completes the ritual. He summons an otherworldly creature, a nightmare made of smoke and malice, the Dog of Hurin. The beast coalesces from the dark mana, a monstrous canine with glowing eyes and teeth made of obsidian shadows. Hugo points a trembling finger at the swordsman. "Tear him apart," he orders the creature. The Dog of Hurin doesn't bark. It emits a low, vibrating hum that rattles the teeth of everyone nearby. It frantically charges towards Enkrid, its paws barely touching the ground. Enkrid, his reflexes honed by a lifetime of survival, shifts his weight and dodges its advance by a hair's breadth. The beast skids, its smoky form trailing behind it, and turns its sights on Luagarn. As it reaches her, she doesn't flinch. She swings her long whip with immense force. The leather cracks like a thunderclap, and the strike hits the dog square in its spectral chest. The impact causes its smoky form to temporarily disintegrate, scattering into wisps of gray mist, but the victory is short-lived. Luagarn narrows her eyes as she notices a peculiar thing. The mist is drawing back together, knitting the creature's form back into one. It is healing itself almost instantly. The creature is visible, yet it has a body that passes through everything, she tells Enkrid, her mind racing to analyze the threat. Hugo has summoned an evil spirit. At that moment, the very air around Luagarn seems to change, vibrating with a new kind of energy. Her whip begins to glow, lit up in a brilliant, piercing blue aura. The light is so intense it casts long, flickering shadows against the village walls. "Physical strikes doesn't work on an evil spirit," she says, her voice echoing with a strange power. Seeing the glowing whip, Enkrid gets very surprised. He has never seen such a weapon before. "Is it a magic tool?" he asks, his curiosity momentarily overriding his combat focus. Luagarn doesn't answer immediately. Instead, she charges towards the evil spirit with newfound speed. "I have chased cultists for a long time," she shouts over her shoulder, "so I am prepared for situations like this." She swings her magical whip again, the blue light cutting a path through the darkness. This time the strike is different. The whip catches one of the dog's front legs. This time it doesn't heal. Instead, the limb falls away into nothingness, and the evil spirit starts screaming in agony, a sound that isn't heard with the ears but felt as a piercing ache in the brain. While Enkrid and Luagarn are busy dealing with the Dog of Hurin, Hugo is already cooking up another plan. His eyes are bloodshot, his face pale as death. In his mind, he encourages Luagarn to keep fighting. "Go wild, woman," he thinks bitterly. "The Dog of Hurin is only meant to distract you. You think you've seen the worst I have to offer." Thinking that the real threat lies with a second, even more forbidden summon, Hugo starts using his authority on his own severed arm that is still lying on the blood-soaked ground. It is a grotesque sight. As he channels his authority into the limb, he starts chanting a dark, rhythmic incantation. It strikes and disappears, and it always splits the heart open, arm of the warrior. With the completion of the chant, Hugo's severed arm begins to mutate, growing and twisting until it turns into a giant headless warrior clad in rusted spectral armor. As Hugo finishes the summon, the strain becomes too much. He collapses on the ground, his body racking with violent tremors as he starts coughing up thick, dark blood. He realizes that he overdid it. His physical vessel, already weakened by the loss of a limb, really can't handle two high-level summons at the same time. Even in this pathetic state, lying in his own filth, Hugo starts laughing frantically. He watches through blurred vision as the headless warrior charges at Enkrid. At that moment, Enkrid is still occupied with the remnants of the evil spirit and is completely unaware of the hulking armored monstrosity bearing down on his flank. At the very last moment, when Enkrid finally notices the displacement of air behind him, Luagarn screams at him, "Dodge, get out of there." But Hugo is full of confidence, a twisted smile appearing on his bloody lips. It's too late now, he thinks with a sense of triumph. The spirit will pass through all things, your shield, your armor, your very bones, to hit its target. As long as I kill Enkrid, I win this day. In a desperate, instinctive move, Enkrid also strikes out to block the headless warrior's descending blade. He knows his sword shouldn't be able to stop a spirit, but he has no other choice. As Enkrid's sword is about to reach the headless warrior's sword, something extraordinary happens. High up on the wooden wall, Esther's eyes light up with a fierce, concentrated magic. At that exact same time, Enkrid's sword also starts glowing with a brilliant white magic. The two blades collide with a sound like shattering glass. With that single, empowered strike, Enkrid directly cuts the headless warrior in half. The spectral armor shatters into 1,000 glowing shards before evaporating into the wind. Seeing this, both Hugo and Luagarn are in utter shock. The logic of the world seems to have broken before their eyes. Enkrid himself is also very surprised. He stands there, breathing hard, looking at his weapon as if it were a stranger. He himself was unaware of the power residing in the steel. Esther, still standing on the wall, watches the scene with a mix of relief and annoyance. Enkrid always does stupid things, she thinks to herself, her heart finally slowing down. I knew he would be in danger while fighting that cultist. He has no sense of self-preservation. That is why she had spent hours the previous night imbuing some of her own mana into his sword. This was her secret gift to him, a hidden insurance policy for his reckless nature. Enkrid, who is in a daze and is still looking at the sword in his hand, can hardly process what just happened. Hugo, seeing his ultimate trump card destroyed so easily, starts cursing him with every ounce of strength he has left. "What is that sword?" Hugo screams, his voice a ragged whisper of fury. "What kind of monster are you?" With an indifferent look, his face a mask of exhaustion and calm, Enkrid simply answers, "I don't know." Hugo is speechless for a moment after hearing that. The sheer simplicity of the answer seems to insult the gravity of his sacrifice. Then Hugo starts screaming like a madman at Enkrid, his mind finally snapping. After that dramatic pause, "How dare you say that? How dare you?" At that moment, the strength finally leaves Hugo's body. He falls on the ground, his knees hitting the dirt with a dull thud. In his mind, he curses his failing body. "Damn it! The effect of destroying the spell is taking a toll on my heart. The magical backlash of having two summons destroyed in quick succession is more than his heart can endure." Thus, Hugo's heart finally stops, and he breathes his last breath, his eyes staring wide at the sky he wanted to darken. Luagarn, who was still keeping the evil spirit at bay, sees the creature begin to dissipate into nothingness. The anchor is gone. Enkrid turns to her, his voice steady. "We no longer need to fight," he says. The cultist stopped breathing. At the same moment the cultist dies, Hugo's authority over the gnolls also vanishes. The creatures, suddenly freed from the magical compulsion that had driven them to suicide, realize they are losing. They break formation and start fleeing in different directions, back into the safety of the dark woods. At that moment, Pullman comes charging out of the village gate with the rest of the village militia. He sees the retreating monsters and raises his sword high. "Take out all the gnolls," he orders his men. "Hunt them down so that they may never threaten this village again." The village militia, fueled by a mix of adrenaline and the relief of survival, starts chasing and killing the scattered gnolls. The sounds of battle move away from the gate and into the fields. Pullman approaches Enkrid, his earlier arrogance completely gone. He stops a few paces away and slightly bowing his head in a gesture of deep respect thanks Enkrid. "Thank you for protecting this town," Pullman says, "and I must ask for your forgiveness for my rudeness when we first met. I was wrong about you." Enkrid, with a calming and resolute tone, looks at the captain. "I carried out the request as it was written," he says simply. Then, with a small nod, he tells Pullman so has he. Enkrid then turns to Luagarn, who is wiping her whip clean. "Let's take down the remaining gnolls," he says. Pullman is very moved by Enkrid's selfless act. Even after such a grueling fight, the man is ready to keep going. He stands there, looking at Enkrid's broad back as the swordsman charges once more toward the fleeing gnolls. At that moment, the village chief approaches Pullman. "We barely survived," the chief says. Seeing the village chief outside the wall, Pullman gets very worried. "The gnolls are still out there, chief. You should stay inside." The village chief gestures to Pullman not to worry and says it's fine. The gnolls are no threat to them anymore, not with those people here. The chief then turns his gaze toward the battle-torn wall, seeing the deep gouges in the wood and the signs of the heavy assault. "The wall took quite a beating," he observes. "The wooden wall was just a stopgap," Pullman says, his mind already turning to the future. "We need to build a proper wall. To be recognized as a proper city, we need stone and mortar." The village chief also agrees, nodding slowly. Then a thought occurs to him. He asks Pullman about the new wall that's yet to be built. Why doesn't they call it their Enkrid's wall? Pullman's eyes brighten at the suggestion. "It's great. I can think of no better name. I am sure the townsfolk will agree. The wall will be named after the hero who protected this village." Pullman, along with the village chief and the other villagers who are beginning to emerge from their homes, looks at Enkrid with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. The man who had been a stranger only days ago has become their savior. The same night, the atmosphere in the village is transformed. The fear of death has been replaced by the roar of celebration. Large bonfires are lit in the center of the square, casting a warm orange glow on the faces of the people. Pin, with a large beer mug in her hand, moves through the crowd. She finds her companions and quotes the villagers she's been talking to. "You can't possibly leave right away. Please allow us to treat the hero of our village to something," she says, mimicking the villagers' earnest tones. She laughs, taking a sip of her drink. "That's what they said, but now they are even more excited than us." Enkrid, sitting on a wooden bench, lets out a deep sigh. It isn't a sigh of annoyance, but of pure exhaustion. "The villagers already swept through once just to greet us," he notes. Cries, looking at the long tables laden with food, asks with wide eyes, "What's with that mountain of food?" Enkrid replies, a hint of a smile touching his lips. Each family brought out what they called their specialty, especially that apple wine. They said there were only 2 bottles of it left in the whole village. Hearing this, Kreis's interest is piqued. He immediately finds a cup, tastes the wine, and his face lights up with excitement. "If they distribute this to the border guard, they would make a fortune," he exclaims, already calculating the profit. "This is top-tier stuff." Enkrid looks around at the happy faces. "I appreciate the hospitality," he says softly, "but I can't help but feel like we are consuming the village's precious food after such a disaster." At that moment, Luagarn cuts in, leaning against a post. "So what?" she asks, looking at him. "It's a token of thanks from the people you saved. Can't you be a little happier about it, Enkrid?" As Luagarn and Enkrid continue their conversation, they are unaware that 2 older villagers are looking at Enkrid with hawk-like intensity from across the fire. One of them nods decisively. "I've decided," the man says. "I am marrying my daughter to squad leader Enkrid." The other villager also agrees, nodding along. "Of course, there is no better groom than him. He's strong, reliable, and famous now." At that moment, the first villager's wife screams at him, slapping his arm. "Your daughter's 5 years old. What nonsense are you talking about?" Nearby, a little kid with excitement in his eyes announces to his friends, "I will join under the hero and train. I'm going to be just like him." Watching this from a distance, a member of the village militia asks his captain, Pullman, "What do you think about the idea of training the kids like that?" Pullman, who is considerably drunk and feeling the warmth of the ale, laughs and says, "Sure, I like that idea. We need more men like him." Kreis, ever the businessman, does a very interesting thing. He takes the old man who made the legendary apple wine to the side to talk business for a moment, gesturing wildly about trade routes and supply lines. Meanwhile, some other villagers are talking about how to commemorate this day in the years to come. One suggests, how about we call this Enkrid Day? As Enkrid hears all this from his seat, a small, genuine smile finally curls up his lips. He then finally answers Lugarn's earlier question. That sounds good, he says, looking at the dancing villagers. It's a fine sight. But internally, Enkrid's mind is still on the battlefield. He thinks about the past 4 days. While deceiving the cultist and fighting the gnolls, he felt it himself that his strength had surpassed its previous limits. He realized even more clearly that without will, his power is still an unstable, flickering thing. Enkrid's expression suddenly turns grim as he thinks further. I filled the gap with techniques like the heart of superhuman strength, but still, it isn't enough. At that moment, as if sensing his thoughts, Lugarn questions him. How does one obtain will? Isn't he curious? Enkrid looks at her and simply asks, I would know when the time comes. Lugarn smiles, a mysterious glint in her eyes. I did, however, seeing you now, it feels like that time isn't far off. Enkrid gets very surprised hearing her say that. Lugarn continues her explanation, her voice dropping to a more serious tone. Quasi-Knight's channel will into 1 or 2 specific movements, activating it at will in those actions. Enkrid adds to her thought, connecting the pieces. Like Quasi-Knight Isha's intimidation, which carries will in her very presence, or infusing will into the legs to gain explosive speed, those were will activated in specific actions. Lugarn tells Enkrid that's what it means to be a junior knight using will in limited motions. A knight goes further. They freely use will at any moment in any part of their body. They become a being of superhuman power, a walking miracle. She pauses, looking him in the eye. Even those who can use will partially often fail to become knights. Almost all of them do. It is a wall that most can never climb. She then asks him the hard question. Even so, do you still think you can become a knight? Enkrid looks away from her towards the festival-filled villagers, his gaze distant but firm. It's a dream, he says. A dream I have held on to for a long time. With a sudden, sharp determination in his eyes, Enkrid says, I will become one, a knight. Lugarn's eyes light up, and her heart starts beating faster hearing Enkrid's resolve. She thinks to herself that Enkrid speaks as if he were indifferent, but she can feel it. The blazing flame he holds in his heart is hotter than the bonfires around them. Lugarn places her hand on her heart, feeling the rhythm. A great passion that captivates those around him, she thinks. She then informs Enkrid of something important. Once I leave the village, I must return to my original duties. For a frog, there is a covenant that must take priority over personal desire. I can't be away any longer. With a deep, respectful nod, Enkrid tells her, so this is goodbye. You stayed longer than expected. At that moment, Lugarn tells Enkrid, speak formally to me from now on. This catches Enkrid a little off guard. He blinks, confused. I don't mind, he says, but why all of a sudden? With a playful smile, Lugarn tells him, I don't like being treated formally by someone I am giving my heart to. She then declares, her voice bold, if you become a knight, I will fall for you. She explains the nature of her people's affection. To a frog, spiritual love is separate from reproduction. It is a love that conveys the deepest feelings of the soul. Even if the one they share spiritual love with has another lover, it does not matter to us. We may even reveal ourselves to the other lover and ask for their understanding. As Lugarn looks at Enkrid, she thinks that for a human to receive a frog's love is extremely rare and special. It is a bond that transcends species. Enkrid, not quite knowing how to handle such a declaration, simply tells her, do as you like. While smiling, Lugarn wonders if Enkrid even understands the weight of what she just said. Even that attitude of his, she thinks, it's becoming a problem how much I like it. Morning comes at the frontier village, the sunlight reflecting off the dew on the grass. Viscount Ventra's forces finally reach the village, their armor clinking as they ride. The commander looks around at the peaceful scene and asks, is this really the village, the one that sent urgent word about being surrounded by a massive gnoll colony? As Viscount Ventra's forces come near the wooden wall, they don't see a massacre. Instead, they see the villagers working together to bury gnoll corpses and sharing stories about Enkrid's heroic deeds with one another. Pullman is there, directing the work. The blood and flesh of monsters make great fertilizer, Pullman tells the villagers. We have buried almost all of them. We just need just a little more effort, and the fields will be richer than ever. Seeing the villagers' carefree attitude, the commander of Viscount Ventra's forces asks, wasn't there supposed to be a colony attack? Another soldier remarks, instead of an attack, it looks like they are farming monsters. Seeing the troops, the village chief approaches them. Are you Viscount Ventra's men? He asks. Looks like this was a wasted trip. The colony has already been dealt with. The commander asks, his voice skeptical, how was it resolved? The village chief says, it was an unprecedented colony of 1,000, gathered through cultist interference. We thought we were doomed, but an incredible hero cut down 500 alone. He defeated the cultist and protected the village. One soldier asks, by the hero, do you mean the name Enkrid that the villagers are singing over there? Is he some legendary free knight or perhaps the mercenary king? With a straight face, the village chief says, no, he is a former border guard squad leader. All the soldiers find it hard to believe. Just a squad leader, they mutter. The commander tells the village chief he would like to meet that squad leader, but the village chief informs them that Enkrid has already left. He said resolving the colony was his mission and left without hesitation as soon as the sun rose. Viscount Ventra's forces then start heading back to their base. On the way, one soldier asks his commander, do you think that's true, that he cut down 500 alone? The commander snorts. Obviously, it's exaggerated. The only ones testifying to Enkrid's exploits are the villagers, but people's memories, when they are driven to the brink, they tend to blur. They see what they want to see. He looks back at the village one last time. The Knoll corpses have already been buried, so it's hard to verify the numbers, but it was probably 50 at most, not 500, just the bluster of a mere squad leader. With a condescending look, the commander says, an arrogant fool inflating his own fame. If we meet him next time, it would be good to teach him his place. The scene shifts to the road where Enkrid's group is heading. While looking at the map with excitement, Kryze says, finally, all our hardship is about to pay off. Pin adds, now that we have come this far, I am curious what the treasure actually is. Enkrid turns to Luogarn and asks, is she parting ways here? Luogarn says, who knows, since I decided to leave, there's no reason to linger. As Luogarn says that, Kryze's face lights up with pure joy at the thought of more loot for him. Then Luogarn finishes speaking. But, since I helped interpret the map, I might as well see how it ends before leaving. Then Kryze's expression turns grim. I thought we would have fewer mouths to split the treasure with, he mutters. Seeing this, Pin asks him, what's wrong with your personality, Kryze? Luogarn ignores him and asks Kryze, you said the treasure's location is about a day's walk from the village. Even if time has rusted the traps, it will be annoying if any still work. Kryze cuts her off, shaking his head. Tusk, this is why rookie treasure hunters are like this. Traps, please. Enkrid looks at him and asks, Kryze, aren't you a rookie too? Kryze, with absolute confidence, tells his squad leader, enough, just trust me and follow. I will show you what real skill looks like.